What if the fate of an entire city hinged on a single, absurd challenge? A grotesque wager between gods, a clash of titans played out in the shadows of ancient Greece, where ambition boiled hotter than molten lava. Picture the scene: two divine beings, each armed with gifts potent enough to shift the tides of fate, standing at the precipice of a city's destiny, and yet, the air crackled with tension, thick enough to slice. Athena, the fierce warrior goddess, her wisdom sharper than any blade, cloaked in the aura of battle-hardened prowess. Poseidon, the tempestuous lord of the seas, a tempest in his own right, wielding power that could drown armies. They faced off over a city, each hoping to claim it as their own, and yet their methods were as different as night and day. What do you think happened next? A grand spectacle of diplomacy? A simple debate? Oh, how naive! Instead, they descended into a chaos that would echo through the annals of time, a twisted comedy of errors that only the gods could orchestrate. Athena's eyes sparkled with cunning, a mischievous glint like a cat eyeing a mouse. Her gift? An olive tree, a symbol of peace, prosperity, and endless potential. Poseidon, with a snarl that could rend the oceans, smashed the ground, birthing a saltwater spring, useful, yes, but hardly a match for the fruits of Athena's wisdom. The stakes escalated, the whispers of the mortals drowned out by the fury of angry waves and the chiming of divine laughter. But what if the real question wasn't about who would win? What if the true mystery lay in the very nature of their rivalry? Gods clashing over a city, not for its people, but for their egos. What does it say about power when gods bicker like schoolchildren on a playground? And as the narrative spiraled into chaos, alliances formed in the shadows, and the unlikeliest of heroes emerged, each vying for a slice of divine favor, each with secrets darker than the deepest ocean trench. Are you starting to feel the pull? The gnarled roots of intrigue wrap around your mind like creeping vines, each twist revealing a darker secret. Ancient prophecies, hidden backstabbing, and unforeseen consequences of an absurd contest that could reshape civilization. Here lies a story drenched in blood and laughter, a farce with the potential for tragedy. And as the dust settles, what remains? A city caught in the crossfire, a populace unaware of the cosmic game being played above them, a game that could turn their lives into pawns. Athena and Poseidon, titans locked in eternal conflict, but what of the mortals? How long until they realize their fate is not in their hands but in the grip of two egos too proud to yield? Every heartbeat resonates with urgency. Every moment teeters on the brink of catastrophe. Your curiosity claws at you, desperate for the next revelation, the next twist in this divine drama. So, lean in, dare to uncover the absurdity, the hilarity, the chilling darkness. The battle for Athens isn't just a tale of gods, it's a riddle wrapped in a joke, a cosmic prank played on the unsuspecting. And the punchline? Oh, it's still waiting to be delivered. The sky cracked open with a roar, thunder rumbling like a restless beast, and in that moment, the air was electric, thick with the scent of impending chaos. I remember standing there, feet rooted in the earth, heart thundering in my chest as if it could burst free from the confines of my ribcage. The ground trembled beneath me, a warning, a promise. It was in this harrowing stillness, just before catastrophe, that I felt them, the nascent gods, neither heroes nor monsters, but something exquisitely raw and potent. Poseidon, his presence piercing the churning clouds, was a tempest personified. Dark hair like a river of night, eyes raging storms, he emerged from the depths of the ocean. It clung to him like a second skin, salty and wild. I could sense his fury, an unquenchable thirst to claim dominion over the waves, to shatter the feeble control of mankind. He was a force, unfiltered emotion, raw and untamed, and yet I felt the pulse of vulnerability beneath his brash exterior. Godhood was a crown heavy with the weight of expectation, and here he was, poised on the brink, balancing the fierce need for power with the haunting specter of solitude. I remember his gaze, fierce and searching, as it locked with mine for a heartbeat, a fleeting connection before he turned, muscles coiled and taut, to confront the very fabric of reality. Behind him, the sea unfurled, an angry maw that threatened to swallow the world whole. And there was Athena, shimmering with a light that seemed to pierce the darkness. A goddess of wisdom, but in this moment, she felt as fragile as the delicate glass of a forgotten window, shadowed by uncertainty. Her intellect was a double-edged sword, capable of crafting worlds yet burdened by the fear of failure. I felt this weight as she stood facing Poseidon, tension crackling between them like the first spark of flame in a dry summer. She was the embodiment of strategy, yet even her mind, sharp as a blade, could not predict the chaos that swirled like a storm brewing in the distance. "Must you always seek to drown the world?" she spat, voice trembling with an intensity that echoed through the silence. I could see her hands, clenched into fists, trembling with frustration. The air around them was charged, a thick haze suffused with the tension of 1,000 unspoken words. He laughed, ugly and beautiful at once, a sound that resonated deep within the confines of my chest. "And must you always seek to tame the wild? You think your wisdom will shield you from the tides that rise? You cannot control what you cannot understand." The challenge hung between them, a visceral thing, heavy and palpable. This was no idle spat, no mere sibling rivalry. It was a battle of ideologies, the raw clash of chaos against order. Each word was a weapon, each glance a dagger. If I stretched out my hand, I felt that I could grasp the palpable energy, the shimmering threads of fate twisting and turning in wild abandon. The winds picked up, swirling around us with frenzied ferocity. I could taste the salt on my lips, the sharp tang of the ocean air mingling with the scent of storm. Time seemed to fracture, past and future bleeding into the moment, as I recalled whispers of their lineage, the foreboding shadows of prophecy. Dreams of power that came with sacrifice, the ghosts of those who had come before them echoing like distant thunder. "I remember the darkness that birthed us," Athena said, her voice cutting through the chaos like a knife. "We were forged from the ashes of conflict, remnants of a world that craved us. You feel it, don't you? The weight of expectation, the clamor of all those lost souls who wished for gods to guide them. We are not mere symbols, Poseidon. We are the reckoning they deserve." Her truth hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. It was a reminder of the lineage they bore, the legacy that traced back to the cruel machinations of fate. I could see it in Poseidon's eyes, the flicker of doubt, the knowledge that with power came responsibility, and with responsibility, the agonizing burden of choice. "Then why do we fight?" he growled, voice low and guttural, a storm brewing beneath it. "Why does the very essence of existence dictate our clash? What if I choose chaos? What if I choose to drown the cries of the world beneath the waves?" A pause, taut as a drawn bowstring. My heart raced, the world fading to a whisper around them, the very god standing on the precipice of creation and destruction. I could sense the swell of rage and fear, both so profoundly human despite their divine forms. They were not just gods, they were children of the cosmos, wrestling with their purpose, their identities. "I remember," Athena whispered, her voice shaking like the leaves in the wind, "when I was born from thought and strategy, crafted from the very fabric of reason. I remember the love that birthed the universe, the passion that ignited creation. We are part of something more, Poseidon. We cannot allow our power to spiral into madness." The storm raged on, but in that moment, time froze. The weight of their existence bore down on me, a suffocating truth that clawed at my insides, twisting my heart like a vice. I felt it, the unyielding tension of their destinies colliding, the poignant reminder that gods were not immune to the struggles of the heart. A crack of lightning lit up the horizon, illuminating their forms, a stark reminder of the fragility of their essence. In that pulse of brilliance, I saw something flicker between them, a glimmer of understanding, a tether, a thread woven from the fabric of their shared beginnings. "Then let us forge a new path," Poseidon said, voice raw, stripped of bravado. "Not as rivals, but as allies. We can create, not destroy. I have tasted the salt of the sea and the blood of the earth, I know the depths of despair. But I also know the joy that comes with creation." Athena's expression softened, illuminated by the light of hope. "Then let us craft a world where we are not merely gods, but guardians. Where every wave and every thought echoes in harmony. But know this, brother, my wisdom will never yield to chaos." Their eyes locked, a silent understanding coursing between them, a fragile bridge of possibility. It was the moment before dawn, still shrouded in darkness but pregnant with the promise of light. Beneath that tumultuous sky, I could feel their spirits intertwining, the echoes of the past weaving into a future yet unformed, a tapestry of potential stretching to the horizon. And in that breath, the storm raged on, but the battle had transformed. The birth of the gods was a cacophony of emotions, a symphony of ambition, fear, and the relentless pursuit of purpose. With every heartbeat, the world trembled, and as I stood witness, I understood that this was only the beginning, the first strokes of a brush that would paint the heavens in colors yet unseen. The air crackled with tension, a storm brewing in the hearts of gods. Lightning flickered through the darkened skies above Olympus, illuminating the marble columns like the fleeting thoughts of a dying star. I stood at the edge of an abyss, watching as Hera's golden eye sparked with fury, a tempest barely contained. She was the queen, yet in that moment, she felt as fragile as the tenuous threads of fate. "You dare question my loyalty?" Her voice, like thunder, echoed off the mountain stone, reverberating deep into the marrow of my bones. But it was Zeus in the center of this maelstrom, his brow knitted in a shadow of regret, a god torn apart by the consequences of his own power. I remember, his hands, once steady like the roots of an ancient oak, now trembled as he grasped the lightning bolt, the very embodiment of his might. It crackled in his grip, a creature alive with chaos, and yet it felt like a curse. He was both the father and the destroyer, a man who could command the heavens but felt lost in his own heart. "Stop!" I wanted to scream, but the words caught in my throat like a fish flopping on dry land. My gaze shifted to Athena, standing off to the side, eyes piercing and wise, yet haunted by the knowledge of betrayal. A soft sigh escaped her lips, each breath a whisper of the wisdom she carried, but it was her silence that echoed loudest in the chaos. "You think you know what love is, brother," she murmured, her voice a razor's edge. "You've wielded it like a weapon, but never understood its cost." I felt the weight of her words wrap around me tighter than chains. Love, the tender, furious fire that could ignite worlds or destroy them. It pulsed through the Pantheon, a living entity that connected us and doomed us all. The gods danced on a knife's edge, bound together yet endlessly fracturing, each relationship a thread stretched to the breaking point. I was just a mere observer, a mortal with their heart in the gods' hands, caught in the crossfire of divine emotions. I remember when the skies were clear, when laughter echoed through the halls of Olympus, and memories were woven with joy. Now? Now, shadows loomed, the weight of betrayal and jealousy thickening the air. A chill ran down my spine as I glanced at the distant figure of Hades, watching from the borders of the underworld, his face a mask of indifference, but his eyes, oh, how they burned with ancient sorrow. He was a god, yes, but haunted. Always the outsider, forever yearning for the warmth of the living. In the midst of chaos, he found solace in solitude, and I couldn't help but wonder if that solitude was a prison he had willingly embraced. "Why do you cling to the past?" Zeus roared, his voice thunderous, but I could hear the quiver underneath, a man grappling with his demons. "Why can't you forgive?" But forgiveness was an illusion, a shimmering mirage in the desert of their relationships. Each god bore scars, wounds from love lost, hearts shattered on the unforgiving altar of ambition. "Is that not what we are?" Athena replied, her words laced with bitterness. "Foolish in our desires, doomed to repeat our mistakes." In that moment, time lost its meaning. I felt as if I were suspended in a dream, each heartbeat echoing against the silence of the gods, each breath a reminder of their shared agony. The sky darkened, swirling clouds like memories of battles long fought, of love triangles spinning wildly, of the weight of expectations crushing down upon their shoulders. I felt the pull of their lives, caught in an emotional whirlpool that threatened to swallow us all. And then there was Hera, the heart of the storm, her love for Zeus a raging tide. She was fierce yet vulnerable, a lioness protecting her cubs, her heart both a fortress and a prison. "I loved you," she whispered, and the words fell like petals from a wilting flower. "I shattered for you." Her vulnerability pierced the air, an arrow of pain that struck at the core of every being present. It was the kind of heartache that transcended time, something relatable even to a mere mortal like me. Love and betrayal, intertwined in a dance as old as Olympus itself. With each passing moment, the air thickened with tension, a palpable storm brewing within and among them, threatening to explode. I could feel it in an impending confrontation, a clash of wills that would resonate through eternity. Every god had their shadow, every goddess their longing, and the stage was set for catastrophe. Would they find resolution, or would the chaos consume them? The question lingered, the answer obscured by the swirling mists of fate. I remember the haunting silence that fell, a breath held tight in the throats of gods. Eyes locked as if the universe held its breath in anticipation of the inevitable. I was a mere observer, yet every fiber of my being ached with their truth. They were not just gods, they were fractured souls yearning for connection, for understanding, navigating a web of roles that oftentimes suffocated. The storm broke with a sudden crash, lightning illuminating the darkened sky in a flash of brilliance. Zeus raised his bolt, a desperate plea for order amidst the chaos. My heart raced, anticipation coiling like a spring inside me. Enough, he bellowed, his voice carving through the tension, yet every ounce of his authority felt like a fragile glass ornament, hanging on the precipice of destruction. But in the depths of their turmoil, I sensed something deeper, a longing for unity buried beneath layers of hurt. Was it possible that from this chaos could emerge something profound? A reconciliation, perhaps, or a revelation that would shatter the walls they had built around their hearts. The fires of their emotions had the power to forge new bonds, but it required the courage to confront not just each other, but themselves. It hung in the air, heavy and electric, the pulse of their collective heartbeat thrumming in my ears, a promise of what was to come, an impending confrontation that would reshape their world. And as I stood there, amidst the gods and their tempest, I felt that this was merely the beginning. The beginning of a storm that would change everything, a swirling vortex of fate that beckoned with a whisper, a promise of chaos and renewal intertwined, waiting to claim its due. The sun hung low over Athens, casting elongated shadows that crept along the cobblestones like secrets escaping from haunted lips. I could feel the tension in the air, crackling like the static before a storm, wrapping around me like a tightening noose. A child's laughter echoed in the distance, a cruel juxtaposition to the chaos swirling just beyond sight. In that moment, I stood at the crossroads of hope and despair, feeling the weight of what was to come, as the heart of the city pulsed beneath my feet, alive, restless, aching for change. Eleni stood by the ancient columns of the Agora, her silhouette framed against the dying light, a fierce warrior in the battle of her own making. The world around her blurred into a haze, but her eyes burned with fire, a tempest of dreams and doubts. She clutched a crumpled letter in her hand, the ink smudged and worn, a reminder of promises made and promises broken. "I remember," she whispered, her voice a fragile thread weaving through the chaos. "I remember when this city was alive with laughter, not whispers of betrayal." The weight of her words echoed in me, a haunting refrain that only deepened the chasm of despair in her heart. And then there was Theo, who lurked in the shadows, a spectre of his former self. Once a proud scholar, now a shell of man, he paced like a caged lion, every step heavy with regret. I could see the struggle etched into his brow, the battle between the man he was and the ghost he had become. "Athens is dying," he muttered, the words falling from his lips like ashes scattered in the wind. "And I am to blame." Those words sliced through the air, sharp and bitter, revealing the raw truth of his soul, a heart tethered to a dream now crumbling like the ruins around him. We were all caught in this web of destiny, a tapestry woven with threads of pain and hope, each character playing their part as the city rose and fell around us, a living entity demanding our attention. I felt their agony deep within me, the pulse of their struggles resonating like a drumbeat, a rhythm that propelled us toward the inevitable collision of our fates. Eleni's hands trembled as she unfolded the letter, revealing words that dripped with betrayal. "They promised me change," she cried, her voice cracking under the weight of her despair. "They promised us freedom." The city, once a bastion of hope, now loomed like a spectre, its walls whispering tales of revolution and ruin. But what is freedom when it's nothing but a chain in disguise? Her eyes glistened with tears, reflecting the dying sun, and in that moment, I felt the world shift beneath my feet, a tremor that echoed through the streets of Athens. Theo watched her, his heart aching with a love so profound it threatened to consume him. "You must fight, Eleni," he urged, desperation lacing his voice. "This city needs you." But in his eyes, I saw the shadows of doubt, the flicker of a man who had failed before, who had watched dreams turn to dust, leaving him hollow and afraid. "But at what cost?" Eleni shot back, her voice rising, passion igniting her words. Will we bleed for a city that devours its own? Will our dreams drown in the wake of ambition? As the day crept toward twilight, the tension thickened, wrapping around us like a shroud. The clock tower chimed, its haunting notes reverberating through the air, each toll a reminder of time slipping away, of opportunities fading like sunlight into the horizon. I remember the nights when we sang together, Theo murmured, lost in memory, when laughter filled the streets, and hope danced like fireflies through the darkness. His voice trembled with longing, a reflection of the love he felt for a city that had once embraced them both. But Eleni turned, her voice a dagger. Those nights are gone, Theo. They're ghosts we can never reclaim. She stepped back, the pain of her words slicing through him, and I felt the distance grow, an insurmountable chasm forged in the fires of despair. I stood between them, an unwelcome witness to their unraveling, the tension palpable, electric, raw. The night deepened, wrapping the city in a cloak of darkness. I could hear the distant sound of marching feet, the heartbeat of a city on the brink of rebellion, a rising tide threatening to drown us all. Are you prepared to stand with me? Eleni asked, her voice low, fierce with conviction. Are you ready to fight for the Athens we once knew? Theo's hesitation was a weight that pressed down on us both. What if we fail? He whispered, his voice breaking like glass, fear mingling with longing. What if we lose everything? Then we go down fighting, she replied, her voice a clarion call, a beacon of hope amid the encroaching shadows. What we cannot bear is the silence that follows surrender. The fervor in her words ignited a spark in Theo's heart, the flicker of belief battling against the darkness that threatened to engulf us all. And in that moment, I felt time stretch and contract, the cosmos swirling above us, a vast expanse filled with stars that glimmered like forgotten dreams. The city was alive, pulsating with energy, each heartbeat echoing the struggles of its inhabitants, a testament to resilience and unyielding spirit. I felt the air thicken with unspoken words, the urgent whisper of destiny drawing us all closer to the edge. The clock struck again, a resonant boom that echoed across the night, marking a turning point, a moment pregnant with possibility. I watched as Eleni and Theo faced each other, the tension between them crackling like lightning, a storm brewing in the distance. They were two flawed souls standing on the precipice of change, torn between love and loss, hope and despair, a microcosm of a city poised to rise or fall. The moment hung heavy, the future a fragile thread weaving through the fabric of time. I could feel the pulse of Athens in my veins, its dreams, its fears, its chaos, and as I breathed in the night, I knew that this was only the beginning. The city stood at a crossroads, and I was powerless to turn away, drawn deeper into the heart of its struggle, as the shadows of the past loomed large over the promise of tomorrow. The air crackled with tension, a storm waiting to unleash its fury. The city of Athens lay sprawled beneath a brooding sky, shadows creeping along the cobblestone streets like ghosts from another time. I stood at the edge of the Acropolis, heart pounding, breath catching in my throat. It was here, amidst the crumbling stone and whispers of the past, that Cecrops, half man, half serpent, would make his bid for power. A chill ran through me, as if the very ground beneath my feet held its breath, waiting for the moment that would change everything. I remember the stories. Old wives' tales spun by firelight, their voices trembling with fear. How Cecrops had emerged from the earth, a creature of mystery, his eyes holding the weight of ages. But beneath that regal exterior lay a man plagued by doubt, an eternal struggle between ambition and the haunting memories of his own creation. Was he a king or a monster? Was he a protector or a threat? I felt the weight of his conflict pressing down on my chest, squeezing tighter with each heartbeat. Erected upon his throne of serpentine scales, Cecrops surveyed the land with a gaze that pierced through the fog of uncertainty. His heart thudded wildly, a drum echoing the pulse of a city on the brink of chaos. The people looked to him for guidance, but all he felt was the gnawing fear of inadequacy. Would they ever accept him, the hybrid, born from the earth itself? Would his reign be drenched in blood and betrayal, or would he rise above the whispers, casting aside the snake that coiled around him? Then there was Aglaros, his sister, standing in the shadows, her heart entwined with the fate of her brother. She carried the weight of the world on her slender shoulders, a fierce protector, determined to shield him from the bitter winds of doubt. But in her eyes, I saw the flicker of longing, a deep yearning for belonging that sliced through the air like the cold steel of a dagger. She would follow him into darkness, yet a part of her shunned the very essence of his being, the serpent that wrapped around his soul. Agloros, I whispered, feeling the tremor in her name, the weight of her pain. She turned toward me, eyes shimmering with unshed tears, a storm brewing within her. What if the people don't accept him? What if they only see the beast? Her voice shook, a fragile whisper against the howling winds. Then they will fall to their own ignorance, I murmured, knowing that even my words felt hollow against the impending tide. Would the people choose fear over understanding, shunning Cecrops because of what he was, rather than who he could become? I saw her wrestle with the truth, the battle igniting in the depths of her soul. The very essence of her love and loyalty tethered her to the man he might be, while the serpent's shadow loomed over them. And there, lurking in the periphery, was Erichthonius, another brother, born of the earth but shaped by the heavens, a boy torn between two worlds. The air buzzed with electricity as he watched the confrontation unfold, a silent spectator in a play of heartbreak and betrayal. He felt the stirrings of jealousy and admiration clash within him, each emotion a dagger poised to strike. Would he step forward, or remain hidden, trapped in the darkness of his own insecurities? I remember the first time I saw him, he was a flicker of light dancing on the edge of shadow. Erichthonius was a reflection of what Cecrops could have been, a beacon of hope, though tethered to his brother's fate. In his heart, he craved recognition, but the weight of their lineage was a shackle, binding him to the past. He knew too well that the world judged not by blood but by the veneer of their existence. And yet, he had the power to change it all, to carve a path through the fog of fear. The moment hung suspended, everything teetering on the brink. The very ground trembled as Cecrops stepped forward, voice rising above the cacophony of doubt, a tide pushing back against a storm. "I am your king," he declared, a forceful wave crashing against the rocks of their disbelief. "I am your protector. Together, we will rise." But even as the words left his lips, I felt the tremors of uncertainty, like the distant rumble of thunder, echoing through the hearts of those who gathered below. But the people, they were not so easily swayed. Eyes filled with suspicion, they whispered among themselves, bodies tense like strings pulled taut. Would they accept this creature, this amalgamation of man and serpent? Or would they cower in fear, their ignorance breeding hatred, invoking the wrath of the gods? An eerie silence fell, a breath held in unison, the world suspended in the moment before the storm. I felt the weight of their hearts, the collective fear enveloping the crowd, a shroud of darkness that threatened to swallow them whole. It was an unspeakable tension, as if time itself had halted, the cosmos holding its breath, waiting for the fateful decision that would echo through eternity. Agloros stepped forward, her voice trembling with defiance. "He is our brother. He is of us." The words echoed, reverberating through the souls of those who heard them, yet still, doubt lingered like a ghost in the fog. I watched as she fought to pull them from the brink, but with each heartbeat, the chasm widened. And in that moment, I felt the suffocating weight of hope and hopelessness collide, a collision so profound that I feared the earth might split beneath us. The tension in the air coiled tighter, a serpent ready to strike, as Cecrops stepped forward, the flicker of desperation igniting in his chest. "Let the gods decide," he cried, a challenge thrown into the swirling tempest of fate. "I will offer you a gift, a choice between my reign and a barren land." And there it was, the turning point, the heartbeat thrumming against the pulse of the earth, the moment that would define all their destinies. The winds howled, the sky darkened, and the people held their breath, waiting for the clash of fate to unfold. In that charged silence, I could feel the weight of history shifting, a collision of past and future, the shadows deepening around us like a storm brewing on the horizon. I remember standing there, unable to look away. The tension was unbearable, and yet I was rooted to the spot, a witness to the chaos of emotion swirling around me. It was as if the entire world had come to a standstill, and I was trapped in the liminal space between hope and despair. The choice loomed heavy, like the dark clouds gathering above, pregnant with possibility, ready to unleash a tempest. Rain drummed against the cobblestone streets, a relentless metronome marking the heartbeat of the city. The air was thick, charged, as if the heavens themselves conspired to drown the world below. I stood there, drenched to the bone, my heart racing like a wild animal trapped in a cage. The shadows whispered secrets, and the lamplight flickered nervously as if sensing the impending dread. That night would mark the beginning of everything. "Where is he?" Alaric's voice cut through the storm, raw with urgency. His dark eyes sparkled with a mix of fear and fury, and I could feel the weight of his desperation pressing down on us like the oppressive clouds above. He was a man of many flaws. His pride was a sword, sharp and often blinding, yet his loyalty was a flame that would never dim. I had seen him put his life on the line for those he loved, but tonight, that fire flickered as uncertainty clawed at his insides. "His late," I murmured, the words tasting bitter on my tongue. I could feel the shadows stretching around us, reaching out with ghostly fingers. Memories of our past whispered in the wind, laughs shared over tankards of ale, stories spun by flickering fires, the warmth of camaraderie. But now? Now we were standing on the precipice of ruin. There was a chill in the air, heavier than the rain. It settled in my bones, and I shivered, not just from the cold but from the foreboding that swirled around us like a storm cloud. I remember the prophecy, the dark words that had been etched in time: a city needs a patron. The weight of it hung over us, a grim reminder of our fate. Maybe he changed his mind, I suggested, hoping to lighten the suffocating air. Alaric shot me a look, and I knew he could see through my attempt at humor. "You know how he is," I continued. "Always playing the hero." "Playing?" Alaric's voice raised, and I flinched. "He is a hero. He's the only one who can save us." The storm roared, echoing his frustration, and for a moment, I feared the heavens would crack open and swallow us whole. In that moment, I thought of Ilara. She was the heart of our group, the light in the encroaching darkness. Her laughter could pierce the thickest fog, and her spirit was as fierce as the tempest that raged around us now. But she, too, was lost in her own turmoil, caught between the ghosts of her past, the family she had lost, the dreams that had crumbled like dust in her hands. "Alaric, calm down," I urged, but my voice trembled. "We need to be ready. Whatever happens tonight will change everything." "Change?" He spat. The storm roared, drowning out the bitterness in his tone. "We're already changed. Look at us. Look at this city. It's dying, and we're standing here, waiting for a miracle that may never come." He was right, of course. I felt it too, the decay, the rot that seeped into the very stones beneath our feet. The laughter of children had turned to whispers of fear, and the once vibrant marketplace lay silent as shadows. I closed my eyes, letting the rain wash over me, hoping it would cleanse the despair that clung to my skin like a second layer. And then, a figure emerged from the storm, a dark silhouette against the swirling mist. My heart leapt, hope flickering to life within me, but the hope felt fragile, like a candle in a gale. "Galen!" Alaric shouted, the relief palpable in his voice as he stepped forward. The air crackled, charged with a sudden energy. Galen, our reluctant hero, stood before us, soaked to the bone, his face a mask of determination and dread. "I'm here," he said, breathless, his eyes scanning the shadows, as if they were alive, as if they held secrets that could shatter the world. "I brought something we need." "What?" I asked, the word barely escaping my lips, trembling with anticipation. "The prophecy," he began, but before he could finish, the ground shook beneath our feet, a violent tremor that sent us sprawling. The city screamed, a cacophony of terror echoing through the night. I remember when the streets were filled with laughter, I whispered, clutching the wet cobblestones, my heart pounding in rhythm with the chaos. I remember, but it was too late for memories. The shadows surged forward, twisting into monstrous forms. They were the ghosts of our past, the sorrow and regret that followed us like a shroud, and they were hungry. "Stay close!" Alaric bellowed, his voice fierce, but even he felt the tremors of fear beneath his bravado. Galen stood firm, his eyes ablaze with a resolve that ignited something within me, a flicker of defiance against the dark tide threatening to consume us. Together, he shouted, and the word echoed like a war cry, rallying the fragments of our shattered spirits. But as we braced ourselves against the oncoming storm, I felt the weight of uncertainty pressing down on me like a heavy cloak. Would we be enough? Would our flaws, our fears, and our insecurities allow us to rise against the shadows? We stood together, three flawed souls clinging to hope, our hearts racing as one. And as the darkness surged toward us, the prophecy loomed, an unwritten fate that waited with bated breath. The city needed a patron, but would we answer the call? With each heartbeat, I felt the pull of destiny tighten around us, a noose woven of dreams, memories, and shadows. And in that moment, as the storm raged and the city cried out for salvation, I knew one thing with absolute certainty: this was just the beginning. The wind howled like a banshee, swirling through the craggy cliffs and echoing across the shimmering blue expanse of the Aegean. I stood there, breath shallow, my heart pounding like a war drum. A storm was brewing, not just in the heavens but in the very fabric of our world. The air crackled with tension, thick as fog, pregnant with the scent of impending chaos. I felt it in my bones. Poseidon, god of the sea, had come to claim his right. I could see him there, rising from the waves, his eyes shimmering like sapphires, his beard a tempest of white foam. He was a titan, fierce and commanding, and in that moment, all I could think of was the intimacy of fear. Fear can fill your heart, can suffocate your dreams, or ignite a fire within. I was caught in its grip now, my soul trembling as I thought of Athens, my home, my life, everything at stake. A bronze horn blared from the hilltop, calling us to the Acropolis where the contest was to unfold. My friend, Callista, stood beside me, her face pale, the sunlight dancing off her dark curls like playful spirits. "We can't let him win," she whispered, her voice thick with dread. Fear had etched itself into her features. She was not like the warriors who donned armor and strode with confidence into the fray. She was an artist, a dreamer, and dreams had a way of shattering beneath the weight of reality. I remembered the stories our mothers told, the tales of gods and men, and I couldn't help but wonder, were we but puppets in their grand play? Would my love for Callista, my longing for peace, shatter like glass in the face of divine wrath? A shiver ran down my spine as I grasped her hand, feeling the warmth of her skin. We were bound together in this chaotic tapestry of fate, and I would battle the tempest for us both. As we climbed the sacred hill, the beat of the horn faded into a dull thrum, replaced by the murmurs of a crowd, all of us suspended in a moment of collective dread. I saw the faces of the citizens, each one a reflection of my own turmoil, fearful yet determined, hopeful yet resigned. Would they support Athena, the goddess of wisdom, or the tempestuous Poseidon? Would we choose the might of the sea or the sanctuary of the olive tree? In the center of the gathering, a stone altar stood, an offering to the gods. It glimmered with fresh fruit, the colors vibrant against the backdrop of the gray sky. I could almost taste the sweetness of the figs, the tartness of the olives. But what was a feast when the very essence of our city was on the line? My heart raced at the thought of what was to come, a contest of divine wills that could decide our fate. I turned to Callista. "Are you ready?" My voice was steadier than I felt, but I could see the flicker of doubt in her hazel eyes. I don't know," she stammered, her bravado wavering like a candle flickering in the wind. "What if Poseidon wins?" I wanted to comfort her, tell her it would be all right, but I couldn't, because we both knew the truth. The sea had a way of claiming what it desired, just as the gods claimed our destinies. I took a breath, wishing I could pull her into my arms and shield her from the coming storm. "Then we fight," I said, my voice sharper than intended. The ground beneath us shuddered as Poseidon's voice boomed, a rolling wave of sound that silenced the crowd in an instant. "Athenians! I am here to claim my birthright." His presence was intoxicating, a whirlwind of power that sent shivers through our ranks. "I offer you the bounty of the sea, a life of riches, a city of sailors unbound by the toil of the earth." But it was Athena who stepped forth, her grace slicing through the air like a blade. "And I offer you wisdom, a life rooted in understanding, a land fertile with knowledge and peace." The clash of their words was electric, a thunderstorm brewing between them, and I felt my heart quiver, torn between the siren call of the ocean and the steady embrace of wisdom. The crowd was a living entity, shifting with uncertainty, hearts racing in syncopation. I could see old men clutching their grandchildren, mothers whispering prayers, warriors gripping their swords tight, the metal biting into their palms. And then there was me, caught in this maelstrom of emotion, desperate to protect Callista, desperate to save Athens. The weight felt unbearable, a cosmic strain that threatened to tear me apart. Poseidon's eyes glinted, a predator surveying his prey. What say you, people of Athens? Choose. Choose wisely. His voice rolled over us like a wave, crashing against the shores of our resolve. I felt the tide of opinion shifting, uncertainty washing over us like saltwater, eroding the very foundation of our hopes. Callista squeezed my hand, her fingers trembling. Do you think they'll choose her? Do you think they'll choose us? My heart was in my throat, choking me, and I could only hope. They must, I breathed, my voice barely a whisper. Because if they didn't, if Poseidon won, I feared what could become of us, of Athens. The thought clawed at my insides, a haunting specter that wouldn't let go. The gods were watching, the skies darkening with their ire. I could feel the weight of history upon us, the ghosts of our ancestors whispering in the wind. In that moment, time stretched, a taut string poised to snap, and all I could think of was the impending clash. The contest had begun, and we stood at the precipice of destiny, hearts intertwined, fates entwined, ready to challenge the very essence of our existence. A decision loomed, a choice we had not asked for, a burden we had not chosen. And yet, we would face it together, come what may. The storm was coming, and we would either sink or swim. The moon hung low, a sliver of silver threading through a tapestry of deep, turbulent waves. The sea roared, a dark beast, thrashing against the rocky coastline, its voice filled with ancient sorrow and unquenchable hunger. As I stood on the jagged edge, the salt spray biting my skin, I felt an electric pulse of fear. Something immense was rising from the depths. I remember the whispers. They danced through the streets of Athens like a ghost, circling around the homes of the weary. Poseidon has come. Those words sent shivers down my spine, igniting a primal dread, a mix of reverence and terror. All around me were the faces of my people, etched in worry, their eyes mirroring the dark waves. We were a city perched on the brink of a gift that could drown us. Alexio stood next to me, his hands trembling, fingers tapping against his thigh like a frantic drummer signaling the end of the world. He was my brother, my anchor in this storm of uncertainty. Yet, he was adrift, a ship without a sail. What if he demands a sacrifice? His voice cracked, breaking under the weight of possibilities. He had always lived with a shadow of doubt, a fear of the unknown that choked him like the seaweed that tangled around my feet. I remember when he came before, I whispered, the words slipping from my mouth without permission, a chill racing down my spine. They say he wanted our firstborn. The memory of the past loomed over us, a specter. A father, stricken with grief, clutching a child to his chest, waves crashing around him like thunder. Stop it! Alexio snapped, his eyes wide with panic. You can't, but I couldn't help it, the visions clawed at my mind. In the distance, a silhouette emerged, carved by the moonlight, a massive figure, breathtaking and terrible, a god upon the waves. Poseidon, majestic and wrathful, surrounded by a froth of white. His voice rolled like thunder, crashing into us, demanding our attention, and in that moment, I felt a shiver of something primal, a seductive terror that pulled me closer to the edge. Children of the land, I bring you a gift. The air vibrated, trembling with his words, reverberating deep within my chest. The sea churned behind him, a living force, a promise of power and destruction. My heart raced, caught between the lure of his offer and the fear of what it could cost. What did it mean to accept a gift from a god? I remembered my childhood, the tales woven into the fabric of my youth. Stories of glory, of kingdoms rising and falling, of men turned to stone, turned to salt. He offers bounty, I murmured, almost to myself, as the sea whispered seductions at my feet. But at what price? Daphne, the fiery spirit who had always danced at the edges of our existence, surged forward, defiance lighting her eyes. We have fought for too long to bow to a god's whims, she shouted, her voice fierce, igniting something within me. In that moment, she was aflame against the encroaching darkness. Yet, her courage was a double-edged sword, and I could see the flicker of trepidation beneath her bravado. Or maybe it's time to listen, I countered, my voice steadier than I felt. What if Poseidon offers us the power to command the waves, to protect our shores? The weight of my own words struck me as I spoke, like a stone sinking into the depths of the sea. Daphne's expression twisted, caught between loyalty and fear, her heart a tempest of its own. You would trade our freedom for safety. Isn't that what we've always done? I replied, desperation clawing at my throat. We barter our souls for the promise of survival. The waves crashed with a ferocity that echoed the turmoil within us. The ocean was alive, a gaping maw ready to swallow us whole, and the figure of Poseidon loomed larger, casting a shadow over Athens that threatened to eclipse us. I could feel the weight of history pressing down, the tales of our ancestors warning of hubris, of the folly of attempting to outwit a god. Yet the allure of power sung sweetly in my ears, an intoxicating melody that begged to silence the screams of doubt. Think of our children. Alexios cried, his voice rising above the chaos, desperate and raw. If we refuse him, what fate awaits us? The sea will not care. And then the sky darkened, clouds swirling together like the very fabric of reality unraveling before our eyes. My heart raced, a drum pounding against the stillness, each beat echoing the unspoken fear that gnawed at our insides. We were only mortals, fragile and fleeting, and the gods were toying with us as if we were pieces on a board. Do we dare to defy? Daphne's defiance faltered, uncertainty creeping into her tone. Or do we dare to accept? I asked, the words hanging heavy in the air. And suddenly, the ocean roared, a savage reminder of what was at stake. Poseidon's voice crashed down upon us like a breaking wave, a decree that echoed through the darkest corners of our souls. Choose. I stood between them, torn apart by conflicting emotions, the pull of fear and desire battling within me. The sea, with its endless depths, stretched out like a gaping mouth, longing for our choice. I could feel the weight of my ancestors, of those who had come before us, their eyes watching, waiting. What did it mean to accept a gift from the sea? To grasp something so powerful, to hold it in trembling hands? The air thickened with tension, and I could feel the universe holding its breath. And as the waves crashed, wild and furious, I felt the heart of Athens beating in rhythm with mine, a pulse of uncertainty and hope, a desperate longing for survival. Whatever came next, we would face it together, bound by fear, love, and the haunting dream of what the sea might offer. The air crackled with tension, an electric hum that whispered secrets of fate, heavy and foreboding. I stood in the square, the sun a relentless eye watching as panic gripped the hearts of the Athenians. The shadows of crumbling marble pillars loomed like ghosts, their once proud faces grim and accusing. The vibrant colors of the city's banners fluttered nervously in the wind, like desperate pleas for salvation. A clash of voices rose up, a cacophony of fear, anger, and desperation, each note a heartbeat, thrumming with the urgency of our plight. I remember the chill that crept up my spine as I caught sight of Lysander, wild-eyed and breathless, pushing through the crowd with purpose, like a man possessed. His brow glistened with sweat, the remnants of a once revered scholar now reduced to a mere husk of his former self. We cannot let them take her, he shouted, voice cracking, yet resolute. But his words fell like stones among the anxious throng, barely disturbing the surface of their collective dread. I could see the fear in his eyes, sharp and real, a reflection of my own. And then there was Daphne, her hands trembling at her sides, knuckles white as she clutched the fraying fabric of her tunic. Even in this chaos, her beauty shone, a beacon of fierce determination against the drab backdrop of despair. Athena is watching, she murmured, as if speaking to herself, an incantation to ward off the encroaching darkness. But her voice lacked the conviction it once held, and the words felt hollow, like echoes of a past we were all too eager to forget. I could see the doubt creeping into her soul, a slow, invasive vine wrapping around her heart. I remember the stories, the tales woven through generations, tales of Athena, goddess of wisdom, her gifts bestowed upon those worthy. The city stood at a precipice, we had once been blessed with her insight, her guiding light. But now, the air tasted of ashes and betrayal, and the question hung heavy in our hearts, what if she turned her back on us? With each pulse of the crowd, the weight of our decisions pressed against my chest, threatening to suffocate me. I watched Lysander's resolve waver, his brilliance dimmed by uncertainty. "We have to present ourselves, to plead our case," he urged, desperation creeping into his voice. He turned to me, eyes searching mine for affirmation. "If we show her we're worthy, she'll grant us wisdom, she'll guide us through this." But what did worthiness mean now? I felt the world spinning, the edges of my reality blurring like a forgotten dream. My thoughts raced, entangled in a web of doubt. The words of an old philosopher echoed in my mind, "The only true wisdom is in knowing you know nothing." I wanted to scream, to grasp at the fleeting threads of understanding, but they slipped through my fingers like sand. Daphne stepped closer, her presence a warmth against the coldness that seeped into my bones. "What if she has already chosen?" she whispered, her voice trembling. "What if we are the ones deemed unworthy?" Her eyes darted over the crowd, searching for signs of hope among the sea of despair, yet finding only shadows that danced with malice. The thought twisted in my gut like a knife, carving out the marrow of my belief. I remember the moment when the sky turned a peculiar shade, a bruised hue that felt like a warning. It was as if the cosmos itself breathed a collective sigh, surrendering to the impending doom. The crowd hushed, a tense stillness descending like a shroud. And there she was, Athena's silhouette, draped in a cloak of silence, the embodiment of wisdom yet to be revealed. A ripple of disbelief coursed through us, a shared gasp that echoed against the cold stone of our reality. In that breathless moment, time fractured. I saw Lysander, the weight of his intellect pressing down on him like a suffocating fog. He was both terrified and exhilarated, a moth drawn to an unforgiving flame. I felt the tumultuous storm brewing within him, a wild dance of passion and fear. And Daphne stood firm, her resolve a fragile yet unyielding flame, flickering against the gathering shadows. I could see her heart beating, a steady rhythm of hope and despair, warring within her as she gazed at the divine figure. Athena's eyes, piercing, ancient, found mine, and I felt an electric shock ripple through my veins. They held the weight of the cosmos, 1,000 unanswerable questions swirling within their depths. Did she see our struggle? Did she understand the depth of our desperation? Did she know we were drowning in a sea of uncertainty, reaching out for a lifeline made of mere dreams? Choose wisely, her voice rolled like thunder, resonating through the square and shaking the very foundations of our beliefs. The gift of wisdom carries with it a weight you may not be prepared to bear. Her words wrapped around us, suffocating yet intoxicating. I felt myself teetering on the edge of comprehension, yearning for clarity, yet terrified of the truth. And in that moment, as hope and dread collided within the hearts of the Athenians, I understood the gravity of our choices. The gift was not merely Athena's to give, it was something we had to earn, to prove ourselves worthy of. Our past, our flaws, our fears, the very essence of our humanity, was laid bare before her. The shadows that threatened to swallow us whole transformed into a mirror, reflecting our deepest insecurities, our bitter failings. I found myself standing there, heart racing, breath shallow. The moment stretched, an eternity caught in the fragile balance between despair and hope. Lysander's voice rose above the crowd once more, fierce and raw. "We will fight for it. We will show her we are deserving." His words roared like a wildfire, igniting something deep within the hearts of those around us. But I remembered, life was never that simple. Athena had always demanded more than mere words, she sought sacrifice, resolve, the raw essence of our souls. As the shadows lengthened and the fragile light began to fade, I realized we were but pawns in a game far greater than ourselves. And the only thing that remained certain was the whisper of the goddess, echoing in my mind, "Choose wisely." The weight of that choice pressed down like a stone in my gut, and as the crowd surged around us, I felt both fear and exhilaration intertwine, forming a bond stronger than any we had known. The night was still young, and the dawning realization hung heavy in the air. The gift of wisdom was ours for the taking, but at what cost? A thunderclap shattered the stillness, a deafening roar that sent tremors through the air, a cosmic announcement that something irrevocable was about to unfold. The sky, bruised and heavy, hung low above the gathering, the divine council was upon us. There, beneath the looming shadows of the ancient oak, where the ground was stained with the relics of those who dared to defy fate, the gods assembled. I stood at the edge of the clearing, heart thrumming like a caged bird, caught between dread and anticipation. My breath caught in my throat, each inhale a fragile promise that this moment, the culmination of despair and hope, would change everything. I could feel it in the marrow of my bones, the air thick with the scent of ozone, an electric pulse that mirrored the chaos within me. Zara, the goddess of fate, stood at the center, her silver hair cascading like a waterfall of stars shimmering in the twilight. But beneath her serene facade flickered a storm. I had known her once, a soul so intertwined with mine that the very fabric of existence felt warped in her absence. I remembered her laughter, bright and wild, a melody that echoed through my memories. Yet here she wore a mask, eyes darkened with the weight of decisions that had shattered worlds. "We must choose wisely," she cautioned, her voice a blade that cut through the murmurs of the divine assembly. Beside her, the god of war, Corin, clenched his fists, knuckles white as bone. His blooded armor glinted ominously in the dim light, a testament to battles won and lost. "Wisdom is for the weak," he roared, his voice a storm that rattled the very bones of the earth. "We cannot afford mercy. Not now." The intensity of his anger crackled in the air, igniting the vulnerability that lay coiled within my chest. I had seen him lead legions, seen him plunge blades into the hearts of our enemies, but the darkness that enveloped him now was a different kind of war. And then there was Marlin, the trickster, who danced on the edges of chaos, her laughter a haunting echo that sent shivers down my spine. She'd always been the wild card, the one who tore at the seams of reality with playful abandon. Yet, as she twirled, eyes glinting like broken glass, I sensed an unsettling change. "Oh, my dear gods," she cackled, a sound that sent chills through my very soul. "What a mess we've made. Isn't it delicious?" The council was a cauldron of emotions, simmering with tension, desperation, and an overwhelming sense of impending doom. I remember each heartbeat, each glance exchanged, secrets woven into the fabric of their expressions. They were not just gods, they were fractured souls, each wrestling with their own inner demons. "They'll tear us apart," Corin growled, voice low and threatening, his eyes ablaze. "If we do not act, we will be the ones who fall." Zara's gaze bore into him, a piercing look that seemed to reach across the chasm of their shared history. "And what would you propose? More blood? More violence? Better blood than 1,000 lost souls?" Corin shot back, fury radiating from him like heat from a forge. I felt the world tilt, a moment's hesitation making it crystal clear that their choices would decide the fate of realms beyond comprehension. I watched as the other gods shifted uneasily, caught between the tempest of their leaders. The air crackled with anticipation, with dreams yet unshaped and fears unspoken. Each god was a reflection of choices made, of paths taken and abandoned. I was but a witness, trembling on the precipice, knowing I held a piece of their crippling uncertainty within me. Marlin stepped forward, a mischievous smile dancing on her lips as she traced patterns in the air with her fingers, summoning memories from the ether. "What if we play a game, home? Perhaps a little chaos will remind us of what it means to be alive." Her voice, sweet like honey yet sharp as a knife, pierced through the fog of tension. "It's not a game." Corin roared, yet her laughter wove through his anger, wrapping around his fury like a vine, threatening to choke it. "What if we let the mortals choose? Let them decide their own fate." The gods paused, an eerie silence falling over the clearing. I could feel the weight of their collective breath. Abandoned dreams flickered in the shadows, whispering of despair and hope intermingled. They were trapped in a web of their own making, their powers rendered meaningless without the choices of the very beings they governed. "Zara," I breathed, stepping out of the shadows, my voice trembling with the weight of my own doubts. "What if we're wrong? What if—" But she didn't turn to me. Her gaze remained locked on the council, a tempest within her that mirrored my own turmoil. "They will pay for our mistakes," she finally whispered, voice breaking. I could taste the salt of her tears, the heartbreak of choices that loomed larger than life itself. Time warped, the moment stretching and snapping back like a taut bowstring. The air buzzed with unspoken words, with emotion spilling over like molten lava, ready to consume us all. Each heartbeat felt monumental, a reminder that we were not merely gods, we were pieces of a fractured cosmos, clinging to the shards of fate that glimmered like distant stars. "Choose," Zara finally commanded, her voice fierce and cutting through the tension like a knife. "Choose or lose everything." In that moment, as the council stood on the edge of oblivion, it became painfully clear, this was not just about gods and mortals, it was about choices, about the weight of every flickering life. And as they raised their voices, the cacophony of their emotion swirling into a tempest of shadows and light, I felt the world tilt once more, the dance of fate spiraling into something unfathomable. I remember the weight of their choices hanging in the air like a thick fog, dense with the scent of anticipation and dread. And as the shadows deepened, the council's voices rose, entwining in an eerie melody that echoed through the vastness of existence. The night stretched on, a canvas waiting for the brush of decisions yet to be painted, a story unfolding that would echo through time itself. The silence in the hall was deafening, a shroud heavy with anticipation, as if the air itself held its breath. Shadows danced on the stone walls, flickering candles casting ghostly figures that swirled like lost souls. I stood frozen, every heartbeat a drum against the tension, my palms damp, fingers trembling at my sides. A feeling of dread coiled in my stomach, as palpable as the weight of the ornate gifts piled before the dais, each wrapped in shimmering silks, each a promise or a curse. The contest was about to begin. Ilara stood beside me, her eyes wide, reflecting a storm of emotions. Fear flickered behind her brave facade, the soft curve of her lips trembling like autumn leaves on the verge of falling. She was the beloved daughter of a powerful lord, a prize, a trophy in this twisted game of power where gifts weren't just tokens, they were weapons. They bore the weight of expectation, cloaked in beauty but laced with treachery. I could sense her thoughts racing, a wild horse galloping through a darkened forest, untamed and unyielding. Her breath hitched, and in that moment, we shared a bond forged in unspoken fear. Then there was Cedric, my brother, my sworn rival, a tempest of ambition and insecurity. He paced behind the dais, the flicker of candlelight casting harsh angles on his face, which wore the strained mask of confidence. I could feel his desire to win, to outshine me, to claim Ilara not as a mere gift but as a conquest. The golden hair that had always been our pride now seemed a gilded noose. "This is just a game," he had said before, his voice laced with bravado, but I could see through the cracks in his facade. The contest was more than a game, it was a trial of our very souls. I remember the words of the old seer, "Gifts come wrapped in shadows." I had scoffed at the time, dismissing them as nothing more than the ramblings of a madwoman. But now, as the tension thickened, I felt her prophecy echoing in the silence, haunting me. Each gift was a reflection of its giver, a glimpse into desires that twisted and turned like serpents in the dark. What lay beneath the silk? What dreams or nightmares were hidden within those beautifully wrapped monsters? A hush fell upon the crowd, a collective intake of breath, as Lord Malachi stepped forward, his presence commanding even in his age. The fabric of his cloak swirled around him like smoke, dark and foreboding. He raised a hand, silencing the murmurs. Tonight, his voice resonated, deep and gravelly, we present our gifts, tokens of esteem, tokens of allegiance. But his eyes, cold and calculating, told a different tale. This was not a celebration, it was a blood sport, and we were the unwilling gladiators in the arena. As the first gift was presented, a gilded chalice, shimmering with jewels, I could feel Ilara's fingers brushing against mine, a fleeting touch sparking a fire in my chest. I looked into her eyes, and we both understood the unspoken truth. Once unwrapped, there would be no turning back. This contest would lay bare our hearts, revealing the raw, beating truths hidden beneath our carefully crafted exteriors. Cedric's eyes glinted with an intensity that both frightened and thrilled me. He stepped forward, presenting his gift, a delicate necklace, strands of pearls glinting in the candlelight. For Ilara, he announced, voice steady yet laced with an undercurrent of desperation. "To remind you of your worth." The crowd gasped, a collective intake of breath, and I could see envy etched on the faces around us. Ilara's cheeks flushed, and I felt a surge of protective rage rise within me. What did he think this was? A game to win her heart with baubles? I remember the day we met, I blurted, surprising myself. You were like a wildflower, free and untamed, blooming amidst the thorns. My voice cracked, the sincerity cutting through the tension like a knife. I had to remind her of who she was, not a prize, but a person with dreams of her own. The air thickened with unsaid words, and Ilara's gaze softened, a flicker of hope igniting in her eyes. But Cedric, emboldened, unwrapped another gift, a dagger, its blade glinting ominously under the candlelight. And for you, brother, a reminder of our bond. May it serve you well in this contest. The taunt dripped from his lips like poison. The crowd roared, a cacophony of approval and jeers. My heart raced, a war drum in my chest, as I took a step back, feeling the wall press against me, cold and unyielding. With every presentation, I felt the stakes rise higher, the air thickening with dreams and fears, desires and betrayals. Each gift represented a fractured piece of ourselves, laid bare for all to see, and I was terrified of what would be unveiled. What horrors lay hidden beneath the surface, waiting for the moment to strike? As the night wore on, time stretched and twisted, a cruel joke, every tick of the clock echoing louder than the last. The crowd's laughter felt distant, like ghosts whispering secrets from the past. I caught Ilara's gaze again, and in her eyes, I saw the same fear I felt, the knowledge that each moment brought us closer to an inevitable confrontation. I felt it in the marrow of my bones, a storm brewing, dark clouds gathering. The final gift would unveil the truth. My heart raced, a wild stallion in a cage, desperate for freedom. Would Cedric's ambition blind him to the love we shared, or would he grasp the knife, ready to cut the bond between us forever? The candles flickered, revealing faces set in shadows, their desires hidden behind masks of civility. I could hear their whispers, a chorus of hopes and fears, echoing in my mind. Remember who you are, remember the bond. But in the midst of it all, the truth hung in the air. This contest was not merely about gifts, it was about survival. And then, the final gift was revealed, a shroud of silk that seemed to pulse with its own heartbeat. I could feel the energy shift, a crackle of electricity rippling through the crowd. My chest tightened as Cedric stepped forward, the air thick with tension, my throat dry as dust. What would it be? What truth would it reveal? The room spun, my senses alive with the weight of unspoken promises and fears yet to be realized. The moment felt eternal, a precipice on which we all stood, teetering between despair and hope. In that second, I remembered, the gifts were not just gifts, they were mirrors reflecting our souls, raw and exposed. Whatever lay beneath that silk would change us all forever. And as Cedric prepared to unveil the final gift, I felt the clock tick down, each heartbeat a countdown to the unknown, each breath a plea for redemption. In the shadows, I realized the true contest was not the one played before us, but the battle within our hearts, the struggle to hold onto the light amidst the encroaching darkness. And then, as the silk fell away, the world held its breath, teetering on the brink of revelation. The air hung thick, electric with an unspoken dread, as the sun sank behind the Acropolis, casting long shadows that clawed at the streets, pulling at the hearts of those below. I remember how the colors bled together, crimson and gold, like spilled wine on a fallen tapestry, each hue dripping with the weight of what was to come. It was the kind of evening when the world turned silent, as if it were holding its breath, waiting for something to snap. Euripide stood at the edge of the agora, his heart thudding in his chest like a war drum, drowning out the whispers of the crowd. No, not whispers, they were roars, a tempest of shock and disbelief. Gifts. They called them gifts, but he knew better. He could see it in the faces of his fellow Athenians, the flickering doubt, the widening eyes that spoke of fear disguised as hope. These gifts, wrapped in silk but loaded with uncertainty, felt like a noose around the neck of the city he loved. What have they brought us? A voice quavered from the throng. It was Helena, a woman with eyes like storm clouds, her hands trembling as they clutched a bundle that seemed to pulse with its own dark energy. What are we meant to do with these? Euripides turned toward her, feeling the weight of her gaze pierce through him. He saw the flickers of 1,000 fears reflected back, the fear of betrayal, of loss, of the unknown. We must be careful, he whispered, though the words felt like shadows in the dusk. Nothing is ever as it seems. I remember when I believed in the kindness of gifts. She chuckled, a brittle sound that shattered the silence. And yet here we are, on the brink of war, and these treasures. Her voice cracked, heavy with irony. What good are they? What good is gold when your children are starving? Around them, the crowd shifted, a living organism of anxiety. Some people clutched their offerings tightly, the weight of the treasures sinking into their palms. Others tossed them aside, as if the mere touch of the gilded trinkets burned like fire. The ground was littered with discarded baubles, shimmering in the fading light like the last breaths of a dying star. A dark figure loomed at the edge of the commotion, Themistocles, his reputation cast in both light and shadow, as if he were the embodiment of the city itself. He stepped forward, his presence commanding, but even he seemed fragile under the weight of their gaze. The gifts of our enemies must not sway us. We are Athenians. We stand united, or we shall fall divided. Euripides felt a wave of admiration mixed with despair. How easily the man could inspire, yet how frightening it was to think of the chasms between them all. He had seen Themistocles rise, only to stumble, and now the very foundation of their democracy quaked underfoot. But at what cost do we stand united? He murmured to no one in particular. Helena turned to him, her eyes wide, betraying a flicker of hope. Maybe they've come to help us, she suggested, her voice rising just above the din. Maybe we can seize this opportunity. Opportunity? Euripides spat the word, hot and bitter. Opportunity is a blade that cuts both ways. He thought of the ghosts of philosophers past, of dreams that crumbled like dry leaves. Did she not see? The gifts glimmered, but behind them lay shadows, secrets, lies, and the spectre of betrayal. The crowd swelled, voices intertwining, pulling him deeper into a whirlpool of emotion. He felt the pulse of the city beneath his feet. They were living, breathing chaos, desperate to hold on to something tangible, even if it was nothing but a gilded lie. What do we do? They cried out, hands raised, pleading for clarity, for direction, for a sliver of hope in the encroaching darkness. Euripides watched as hearts tore open, raw and bleeding, exposing the vulnerability of each soul laid bare. We must look beyond the surface, he shouted, feeling a fire ignite in his belly. These treasures will not save us. We must save ourselves. His voice cut through the noise, a keening wail that echoed against the marble columns, but even he could feel the doubt creeping in, slithering like a snake through their resolve. Helena stepped closer, her breath hot against his ear. But what if we could turn the tide? What if these gifts could be a weapon, a means to an end? He turned to her, the weight of her question sinking into his bones. What end? The end of our humanity? The end of trust? He saw it then, the flicker of desperation in her eyes, the way she clung to the hope of something greater, something that might pull them from the abyss. It was intoxicating, that hope, but it was also a poison. They were standing at the precipice, the winds of change howling through the agora, drowning out reason and logic. The gifts, glittering and treacherous, felt like a trap waiting to snap shut, and he feared they were already caught in its jaws. As night fell, the shadows deepened, and the air grew colder. The crowd shifted again, a wave of uncertainty breaking against the rocky shores of their conviction. What will be our response? Someone shouted, and the question hung in the air like a spectre, a ghost that would not be laid to rest. Euripides felt the weight of 1,000 eyes, each one searching for answers, each one a mirror reflecting their own fears back at them. We must choose wisely, he murmured, uncertain if anyone could hear him over the roiling storm of emotions. The gifts lay before them, promises cloaked in shadows, and he couldn't shake the feeling that they were walking a tightrope stretched over an abyss. The echo of their collective heartbeat thrummed in his ears, a chorus of trepidation and dread, as the last rays of sunlight slipped from the horizon. The night was here, and with it came the chilling realization that they were all entangled in a web spun not from silk, but from the fragile threads of fate. Each choice would resonate, setting off ripples that could alter the very fabric of their lives. And as the darkness enveloped them, the unshakable truth loomed larger than the Acropolis itself. Nothing was ever as it seemed. The air was electric, charged with anticipation, as I stood at the precipice of an ancient precipice, the ruins of Delphi sprawling like a shattered dream beneath me. A storm was brewing, dark clouds swirling overhead, casting eerie shadows across the cracked stones. I could feel the weight of history pressing down, every heartbeat synchronizing with the whispers of the past. It was here, in this sacred space, that the cries of the desperate echoed through time, each plea for wisdom curling around the pillars like smoke, intoxicating and inescapable. I was not alone. Beside me, Cassandra paced like a caged animal, her eyes flickering with a mix of terror and fury. She had come seeking guidance, a flicker of hope in the shadow of impending doom. The prophecy had come to her in dreams, images of betrayal and blood, a vision so vivid it left her gasping for air. "What if it's true?" she murmured, her voice trembling. "What if the oracle gives us nothing but darkness?" Her fear wrapped around me, tight and suffocating. I remembered my own quest, the sleepless nights haunted by visions of a world crumbling beneath its own weight. I had come to Delphi not just for her, but for myself. I needed to unearth the truth that lay buried beneath layers of delusion. "Cassandra," I whispered, trying to anchor her in the chaos of the moment, "the oracle knows. She sees beyond this veil. We can't turn back now." But she shook her head vehemently, strands of hair whipping across her face, wild and unrestrained. "What if the truth is worse than ignorance?" The anguish in her voice struck me like a blow. I felt the ground tremble beneath my feet, the very earth resonating with our despair. Each step closer to the oracle felt like a march toward some inevitable, gut-wrenching conclusion. And then there was Lysander. His presence loomed like a shadow, the eternal skeptic. He had come to challenge fate itself, ripping apart the strands of destiny with his bare hands. "This is folly," he spat, bitterness seeping into every syllable. "The oracle is nothing but a charlatan, weaving words into illusions. Why should we put our trust in a girl with a crack in her voice?" The tension hung thick in the air, a noose tightening around our collective throat. I wanted to scream, to tell him that this wasn't just about belief, this was about survival. But the words lodged in my throat, stifled by the weight of my own fears, the fear of what lay beyond the oracle's cryptic utterances. "Do you not see?" I implored, my voice rising above the storm. "The oracle is our bridge to the unknown. She holds our fate in her trembling hands." And then, as if the universe itself had decided to conspire against us, the winds howled, a mournful lament that sent shivers coursing through my spine. The temple loomed ahead, dark and foreboding, its pillars standing sentinel against the tempest. Each step we took felt like an echo of footsteps long past, the weight of countless souls who had wandered this path before us. Inside, the air thickened, heavy with the scent of incense and something else, something ancient and foreboding. The oracle's voice emerged, smooth and slithering, cutting through the silence like a dagger. "Who dares to seek the truth?" Cassandra trembled beside me, her resolve cracking under the pressure. "I do," she choked out, clinging to her last shreds of courage. "I seek to know my future." The oracle's gaze pierced through the haze, and for a moment, I thought I saw the flicker of something, compassion, perhaps. Or was it the glint of dark amusement? "The truth you desire is not easily grasped," she sang, her voice weaving through the air like a silken thread. "It is a burden, a heavy weight to bear." Lysander scoffed, bitterness etched on his face. "Then spare us the riddles, woman. Speak plainly." A moment of silence followed, thick and suffocating. I could almost feel the cosmos holding its breath, the stars above watching with rapt attention. "To know is to suffer," the oracle replied, her eyes glistening with the weight of her words. "But to remain ignorant is to invite despair." In that instant, the ground beneath us quaked, a tremor that rattled our very souls. The walls of the temple seemed to pulse with energy, shadows flitting like restless spirits. I felt the fear surge within me, a tide pulling me under. "What do we do?" I shouted, desperation clawing at my throat. "Face the truth," she intoned, her voice resonating with an otherworldly power. "Only then will you find your way." Cassandra's breath came in sharp gasps, her eyes wide with terror. "But what if the truth shatters us?" "Then let it shatter," I replied, feeling a surge of fierce protectiveness. "We cannot run from the shadows that linger at our backs." The oracle's laughter rang out, haunting and melodic, a siren song echoing in the chamber. Bravery is born of fear, my dear child. Embrace the chaos. And then, as if summoned by the raw intensity of our emotions, the room fell silent. The echoes of our fears hung suspended in the air like a fragile web, ready to snap. My heart raced, each beat a reminder of the choices that lay ahead. Would we find clarity, or would we be consumed by the very shadows we sought to illuminate? Each moment stretched as if time had lost its meaning. I felt the world around us shift, a cosmic dance of fate and free will. I was no longer just an observer, I was part of the unfolding tapestry, threads of hope and despair intertwined. I looked at Cassandra, her eyes glistening with unspilled tears. I turned to Lysander, defiance burning in his gaze. With a deep breath, I stepped forward. The oracle awaited, her presence an abyss of possibility and peril. "We are ready," I declared, though doubt gnawed at the edges of my soul. But the truth, once revealed, would cascade like a waterfall, carrying with it the weight of our choices, the burdens of our hearts. Time hung heavy in the air, and as I took that step, I knew, despite the fear clawing at my insides, that there was no turning back. Each moment pulsed with life, every heartbeat a reminder of what it meant to seek, to yearn, to be human in a world shrouded in mystery. And in that haunting embrace of uncertainty, the oracle smiled, a knowing, enigmatic smile that held the promise of both destruction and renewal. The shadows danced and swirled, whispering secrets that only the brave dared to confront. Time slipped, like sand through fingers, and we stood on the threshold of the unknown, hearts racing toward a revelation that would change everything. The air hung thick with despair, a palpable thing that wrapped around my throat like a noose. The moon, an indifferent, hollow eye, cast shadows that danced with the whispers of the damned. I stood in the hallowed halls of the temple, the crumbling stone beneath my feet still warm from the last sacrifice, echoing the heartbeat of those who had come before me. The scent of burnt offerings lingered like old memories, tears of incense rolling down the walls, and I could hear them, the cries of the forsaken, reverberating through time. "Who will it be?" I murmured, the words barely escaping my lips. The question spiraled in the darkness, a shiver of dread curling tight around my spine. I could feel the weight of expectation pressing down, a cruel reminder of my failures and fears. In that moment, the gods were silent, watching with eyes that glimmered like polished stones, hungry for a fate yet unwritten. Myra stood beside me, her hands trembling, fingers knotted in the fabric of her cloak. I could see the flicker of hope in her dark eyes, a fragile flame against the gathering storm. She had always been the light, the one who could turn mere moments into something transcendent. But now, that light was dimming, flickering in the encroaching shadows. "We can't let them choose, not like this," she whispered, desperation lacing her voice. "If we don't act, someone we love will pay the price." But I was stuck, paralyzed by the knowledge that no matter how hard we tried, we could not escape the judgment that loomed over us. I had seen it in dreams, the faces of the chosen, twisted in agony. The patron, they said, would save one, but condemn another to suffer in their stead. I remember the night they took her, the shriek of despair still echoed in my bones, the way the world fell silent as they dragged her into the darkness, her plea swallowed whole by the hungry void. "It's not fair," I groaned, fists clenched, my heart hammering in a frantic rhythm. "Why must we sacrifice our dearest?" A gust of wind howled through the temple, rattling the fragile bones of its structure. Shadows twisted and curled, taking form like a ghostly silhouette, reminding me of the time I had lost them all, friends, family, hope. "You think the gods care for fairness?" Myra's voice cut through my reverie, sharp as a blade, her expression etched with both anguish and strength. "Their judgment is merciless. They relish in the chaos." I felt the weight of her words settle over me, a shroud of inevitability. The temple stones whispered secrets, tales of those who had come before, whose cries had once filled these very walls. Each name was a ghost, a spirit waiting for judgment, their stories woven into the fabric of this forsaken place. A chill embraced me, and I shivered, remembering the laughter that used to echo here, now replaced by the oppressive silence of fate's cruel design. "Do you think it'll be me?" I asked, my voice thick with unshed tears. Myra turned to me, her expression softening, the fierce determination flickering like a candle in a storm. "It doesn't matter, does it? We all deserve to be saved, but the gods will choose. They always choose. Her words hung in the air like a funeral dirge, a weight that threatened to crush us both. But within that weight, I found an ember of defiance. I remembered the nights we spent under the stars, dreaming of a world unshackled by fate, where love was stronger than sacrifice. I could feel that dream burning brighter, urging me to fight back against the darkness that threatened to engulf us. We can't let them have the final say, I said, my voice trembling but resolute. We must take control, even if it means clawing our way through the chaos. And there, in the heart of the temple, surrounded by the echoes of despair, I made a promise, a vow to challenge the gods, to defy their judgment and reclaim our lives. My heart raced, each beat resonating with the fervor of 1,000 souls yearning for freedom. The shadows quivered, as if sensing the shift in the air, and for a fleeting moment, I felt a surge of power flow through me, igniting a fire long thought extinguished. Just then, the ground trembled, and the air crackled with energy. The room filled with an ethereal glow, illuminating the faces of the ancient deities, their expressions unreadable. Choose, their voices thundered, a powerful chorus that sent chills down my spine. Who will be the patron? I glanced at Myra, her brow furrowed, fear battling with determination. Together, she breathed, and in that instant, I knew we would face whatever came next, side by side. I remembered the warmth of her hand in mine, the way she always believed in the impossible, and I felt my resolve harden like iron. We were not mere pawns in their game of fate, we were players, and we would rewrite the rules if we had to. The gods watched, their eyes glinting with a mixture of amusement and curiosity, and I could sense their anticipation, a gaping void eager to swallow our choices whole. With every heartbeat, the tension thickened, suffocating but electrifying, a storm brewing in the distance. Together, I whispered again, as the shadows closed in, folding around us like a cloak, and the temple's walls began to tremble with the weight of our defiance. The choice loomed before us, a precipice of destiny and despair, but I felt the thrill of possibility surge through me. I remembered the stories of those who had dared to defy the gods, who had fashioned their own destinies from the ashes of sacrifice. We will not be bowed, I shouted into the void, my voice echoing like thunder. We will rise, and we will choose. And in that moment, I understood the true meaning of power, not in submission, but in the courage to challenge the very forces that sought to control us. The winds howled as the gods leaned closer, their judgment poised on the edge of the abyss, and I felt my heart pounding, the rhythm of rebellion igniting in every fiber of my being. The air crackled with anticipation, and I knew, deep down, that the moment of reckoning was only just beginning. The air crackled with tension, thick as the smoke curling from torches lining the stone path. The sky bled into twilight, a bruised canvas streaked with the remnants of an angry sun. I stood there, heart pounding, caught in the shifting shadows, caught between the gods and the mortals, between victory and ruin. The looming Acropolis loomed like a spectre, its ancient stones whispering age-old prophecies while the winds carried the scent of impending doom. Athena's gift was at stake, a prize nestled in her olive wood, yet it felt so much more, a lifeline woven through the tapestry of our lives, fragile yet fierce. I remember the first time I touched an olive branch. It felt alive under my fingers, its leaves glistening as if holding secrets. I was a child then, filled with wonder, so innocent. But here, now, innocence felt like a distant memory, drowned beneath the weight of destiny. I could see her, fierce Athena, radiant with wisdom and strength, standing tall in her armor, eyes burning with an intensity that could set the world ablaze. Each heartbeat echoed in my ears, a countdown, a reckoning, as tensions flared like wildfire. And then there was Eris, goddess of strife, whose laughter cut through the murmurs of the crowd like a knife. Her presence stirred something dark within me, a flicker of envy and fear. She wore chaos like a crown, her twisted smile a promise of conflict. I saw her dance through the throng of deities, each step a challenge, each glance a taunt, as she threw her weight behind the choice between Poseidon and Athena. Her words, sweet and venomous, slithered into my mind, planting seeds of doubt. Was the olive tree truly a gift of peace, or a bitter branch steeped in the discord of fate? Athena stood unwavering, anchored in her resolve, but I caught the flicker of uncertainty in her gaze. I understood that place, the chasm of doubt, for it mirrored my own. There was a ripple between us, a silent plea. Could she trust me to choose wisely? Or would I betray her, like those who had come before? The weight of the choice pressed down upon me, constricting my lungs. I wanted to scream, to run, to hide from the very essence of what it meant to choose. The olive tree became a symbol, more than mere wood and leaf. It represented the heart of a city, the pulse of a people, the hope of a future. I could see the villagers, their faces etched with worry, their eyes clouded with fear as they peered into the distance, awaiting news. They had no idea that their fate hovered in a delicate balance, that the whispers of the gods could tear their world apart. I felt the urgency clawing at my insides, the swell of responsibility that threatened to drown me. I remember the stories, I thought, those fables of love and war, of gods and men. They had always seemed like mere tales, shimmering on the edges of reality, but now they enveloped me, suffocating yet intoxicating. In the distance, the sea roared, Poseidon's anger churning the waves into a tempest. He was beautiful and terrifying, a god of the depths that echoed the dark recesses of my heart. I trembled at the thought of his wrath, his rejection. Would he storm the city, flooding it with dominance, leaving nothing but ruin in his wake? I could see the face of my mother, her hands calloused from labor, the warmth of her laughter fading into the night, a memory that twisted like a knife in my gut. The olive wasn't just a symbol of gift, it was a lifeline for her, for all of us. Eris danced, her laughter haunting yet alluring, each note a reminder of the chaos lurking beneath the surface. What if it lingered in the air like a specter? What if Athena's gift was a curse? What if the peace it promised was a thin veil over destruction? My heart raced, pounding in my chest like a war drum, calling me to action. I had to choose, and the gravity of that choice bore down on me like the weight of the cosmos. My hands trembled, and I could feel the pulse of the olive tree through the ground, a heartbeat syncing with mine, anchoring me to my purpose. As the moment loomed, I caught Athena's gaze, fierce yet tender, a storm contained within her eyes. "You must decide," she seemed to whisper, though her lips didn't move. I took a step forward, feeling the earth beneath my feet shift, the ground trembling with anticipation. I thought of the olive tree, its roots deep and entwined with ours, a connection that transcended the whims of gods and men. It was a promise, a chance for peace, for unity. Then Eris struck, a flash of chaos unleashed as she hurled her golden apple into the fray, and in that instant, the world teetered on the edge. The choice, the gift, the tension of existence wrapped around us like a noose, tightening with every breath, every heartbeat. The shadows danced wildly, and the air crackled with electricity, an omen of what was to come. I stood there, heart racing, caught in the crossfire of destiny and desire, in a moment that stretched like a taut thread ready to snap. The olive tree loomed larger than life, its ancient branches whispering secrets, reminding me of the stakes at play. A gift or a curse, the line blurred, and I could hear the echoes of history, each decision, each consequence reverberated through time, through us. The choice had to be made, the olive's legacy hung in the balance, and as the cacophony of gods erupted around me, my heart thundered with the weight of it all. Would I choose peace? Or would I plunge us into strife? The answer danced on my lips, electrifying and terrifying, as the world held its breath, waiting for the moment when everything could change. The storm shrieked, a voice of 1,000 wailing souls, a tempest unleashed, thrashing against the craggy cliffs. The night was wild and unforgiving, each wave crashing like a heartbeat, each gust of wind howling a lament. I stood on the precipice, a mere mortal caught in Poseidon's rage, feeling the weight of his sorrow press against my chest, thick and suffocating. The sea, once a cradle of shimmering blue, had morphed into a monstrous beast, roiling with fury, a reflection of his anguish. I remember the moment, the air electric, soaked with salt and sorrow, as if the universe held its breath. Poseidon, the god of the sea, was not just a figure cloaked in myth, he was a man with a heart that beat, a heart now thrumming with despair. I could see him there, amidst the chaos, his eyes like stormy depths, swirling with unrestrained grief. Lost. It was a word that echoed, a mantra in his mind, lost. What is a god without his domain? What is a king without his crown? I watched as he summoned the tempest, each wave a cry of his broken spirit, each crash against the shore a shattering piece of himself. And there was Talia, his daughter, standing beside me, her face pale against the fury of the storm. I knew her pain, it was a mirror to his. She, too, had suffered losses, sharp and unforgiving, losses that clung to her like shadows. "Father," she cried, her voice swallowed by the wind. "You mustn't let grief consume you." But the words hung in the air, useless as driftwood in the raging tide. Her heart beat with a mix of fear and anger, a tempest of its own. She was both the daughter of a god and a woman crushed beneath the weight of expectations, and here, watching her father unravel, I saw the fissures in her soul deepen. The sea roared louder, thrashing against the rocks as if it were trying to break free, to tear away from the grasp of its master. I felt the vibrations pulse through my bones, a symphony of chaos that pulled at my very essence. Poseidon's sorrow was palpable, wrapping around me like a thick fog, smothering, disorienting. This was not just a storm, it was a manifestation of his loss, a landscape painted with rage and heartbreak. The losses of the past, the memories etched in the depths of his being, surged to the surface, crashing like the waves against the shore. "Where are you, my beloved?" he whispered, but the wind carried his words away, leaving them to drown in the abyss. The darkness wrapped around him, and in that moment, I saw the vulnerability beneath the fury. He was a god, yet here he stood, a titan brought to his knees by grief, and it terrified me. How could a god feel so utterly human? The shadows of past mistakes flickered in his eyes, choices forged in the fires of ambition, decisions that led to this very moment. I remembered the stories, the whispers of his wrath, and now it spilled forth like the ocean's fury, a cyclone of despair. Talia stepped closer, her courage flickering like a small flame against the raging storm. "Father, please! You're breaking the world." Her voice cracked, a raw edge cutting through the chaos. "If you unleash this fury, there will be nothing left for us." I could see the conflict in her, love battling desperation, hope wrestling with despair. She reached out, her hand trembling, hoping to bridge the chasm of sorrow that had formed between them. But would he see her? Would he feel her? In the heart of the storm, Poseidon turned, his gaze heavy with unvoiced pain. "What is left for me, Talia?" he roared, his voice a mixture of thunder and sorrow, echoing against the cliffs like a lament. "What is left when the tides have taken all?" I felt the weight of his agony seep into my very bones, an ache that resonated with the fears I held in my own heart. What is left when you lose everything you held dear? What remains when the ocean, which once cradled you, becomes a grave? And then, as if the sky itself wept, the rain began to fall, heavy, relentless, a torrent that soaked us to the skin. Each drop felt like a tear, an offering to the realm of anguish he had created. I watched as Poseidon, consumed by rage and sorrow, raised his trident, the symbol of his dominion, as if to strike the very heart of the storm he had conjured. "I will not be broken," he bellowed, and the world trembled beneath his wrath. But Talia, in all her fragile bravery, stepped forward, her voice trembling yet fierce. "Father, it is not about brokenness, it's about healing." The words hung heavy in the air, a fragile thread woven through the tapestry of despair. "Your fury does not honor those you've lost. It only perpetuates the cycle of pain." In that moment, I felt the tension crackle, an electric charge holding the storm at bay. She reached out, her fingers brushing against his arm, grounding him, pulling him back from the precipice of destruction. I held my breath, praying that he would hear her, that he would find a way to navigate through the tempest within. But Poseidon, the once mighty god, stood torn between the echoes of his grief and the flicker of hope ignited by his daughter. His eyes, once fierce like crashing waves, softened for just a heartbeat as he looked at her, vulnerable yet fierce. It was a moment suspended in time, a fragile breath caught between the past and the future. Talia, the name hung between them, laden with unspoken affection and unrestrained sorrow. The storm raged on, but in that singular moment, I felt the world pause, caught in the balance of fury and love. A moment that could redefine destinies, yet also plunge them into darkness. The sea continued to roar, but the whispers of reconciliation began to weave their way through the tempest, a thread of fragile hope amid the chaos. And so the storm raged, a tumultuous expression of Poseidon's turmoil, caught between the depths of his despair and the flicker of redemption. In that wild, chaotic embrace of nature, I knew the story was far from over. It was just beginning, tangled in emotion, raw and real. The air was thick with the scent of burnt offerings, a charred reminder of ambition. Smoke curled like ghosts between the columns, and in the eerie silence that fell over the gathered crowd, I could hear my own heartbeat, a frantic, staccato rhythm that echoed the chaos within. I remember the moment so vividly. Athena stood tall, her eyes aflame with the ferocity of righteous judgment, as if the weight of the world bore down on her shoulders, yet she wore it like a crown. A burst of laughter from the back, a cruel sound that sliced through the tension like a knife. I turned to see Lysander's face twisted in a smirk, a mask of arrogance painted over his desperation. He had fought fiercely in the contest, each word a dagger, every boast a defiance against the gods themselves. But in that moment, his bravado flickered like a candle in a storm, and I could taste the bitterness of his fear. I watched as he clenched and unclenched his fists, a twisted dance of anxiety and bravado. Then there was Callista. She stood nearby, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, a warrior in spirit, yet vulnerable as a leaf caught in a gale. The contest had been her moment to shine, a chance to break free from the shadows of her family's legacy. But now, she felt the weight of her loss, the crushing realization that her dreams were ashes scattered in the wind. I remember, she whispered, almost to herself, the way I envisioned victory. A defeated smile graced her lips, but it didn't reach her eyes. Those eyes were pools of despair, reflecting the shattered pieces of her ambition. The crowd held its breath, a palpable tension thickening the air. Athena raised her hand, an unyielding gesture, and silence fell deeper than the night sky. It was a silence laced with anticipation, the kind that wraps around you and squeezes until you can't breathe. I could see it in her gaze, a storm brewing, the electric charge of inevitability crackling around her. Let it be known, she declared, her voice a clarion call that rang through the amphitheater, that I shall be the patron of this city. A ripple passed through the crowd, a wave of mixed emotions that crashed upon the shores of our hearts. Elation. Fear. Hope tinged with despair. I felt it all, a tempest that roared to life within me. The realization that our fates were now entwined with hers was both exhilarating and terrifying. I clenched my fists, nails digging into my palms, a physical reminder of the stakes at play. What have we done? Lysander hissed, his bravado cracking. What have we unleashed upon this city? His voice was raw, stripped of its usual bravado, exposing the terrified boy beneath the bravado. I wanted to reach out, to tell him that we weren't alone in this, none of us were. But the words lodged in my throat, heavy and unspoken. Callista stepped forward, her voice shaky but determined. We've given her our hopes. Our dreams. Don't you see? She embodies both our triumph and our tragedy. Her words hung in the air, a fragile thread weaving through the tension. Athena is no ordinary patron. She demands strength, wisdom, and sacrifice. Sacrifice, I murmured, the taste of the word bitter on my tongue. It echoed in my mind, a haunting reminder of the cost of ambition. I had watched dreams collapse like fragile glass, each shard a painful reminder of the fragility of hope. I remember, I whispered again, my voice barely audible over the rising tide of emotion. I remember the endless nights spent crafting words, the sweat and blood poured into each syllable, the fire in my belly that had driven me to this very moment. But now, I felt like a marionette, strings pulled by an unseen hand, dancing to a tune I could no longer decipher. As Athena descended from her pedestal, her presence was magnetic, each step commanding the attention of all. The crowd parted, a river flowing around her, and I felt the pull of her energy, the promise of greatness, and the weight of 1,000 unfulfilled desires. She approached us, and I could feel the tension radiating off her like heat from a flame. Lysander's bravado faltered, and in that moment, I saw a glimpse of the boy he once was, lost amidst the chaos of expectations and ambition. What will you do now? She asked, her voice smooth as silk but sharp enough to cut. There was a challenge in her words, a dare wrapped in elegance. I will fight, Callista said, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands. Fight for what we have lost. Fight for what you have given us. Fight. Lysander echoed, his voice rising, filled with desperation. Against what? Against whom? The gods themselves. His laughter was hollow, filled with a madness that threatened to bubble over. You think we stand a chance? She will consume us. She is our hope. I shouted, the words erupting from my chest like lava, searing and raw. A hope that demands courage. A hope that ignites our souls. The crowd stirred, a wave of murmurs and shifting shadows. Athena's gaze pierced through us, and in her eyes, I saw the reflection of our fears, the fear of failure, of being forgotten, of sacrificing everything only to produce nothing. But there was also something else, a flicker of recognition. She understood the weight of our burdens, the darkness that clung to our dreams. And in that moment, time stretched and contracted. The shadows of our past loomed large, but the promise of the future shimmered like stars in the night sky. I felt the fiery determination rise within me, a roaring inferno that pushed against the encroaching darkness. We will rise, or we will fall together, I declared, my voice trembling yet resolute. The tension coiled around us, suffocating yet electric, as the inevitability of the moment settled in. The stakes were clear, and the path ahead shrouded in uncertainty. Yet, as the crowd shifted and murmured, I felt a sense of unity, of shared dreams and unfulfilled aspirations. We were caught in a web of destiny, each thread intertwined, each heartbeat a reminder that we were not alone. And as Athena took her place among us, a patron not just of the city but of our dreams, I knew the confrontation was only beginning. The aftermath of the contest had transformed us, shaping our fates into something fierce and beautiful, and though fear gnawed at our hearts, hope flickered with an unquenchable light. The story had only just begun, and I was ready to embrace the chaos that lay ahead. The sound of chiseling echoed against the rocks, a relentless rhythm, each strike of the hammer a heartbeat, a declaration of intent. Lucretia stood there, arms crossed, her heart pounding louder than the artisans at work. Dust swirled like ghosts around her, caught in the sunbeams that spilled through the cragged outcroppings of the Acropolis. She watched the Parthenon rise, a goddess being born from the earth, and yet the closer it got to completion, the more she felt her own spirit crumble. Do you feel it, Lucretia? Whispered Callias, his voice a low growl of passion and despair. He stood beside her, his eyes dark and stormy, a tempest brewing beneath their surface. Athena is watching. She demands perfection. Lucretia scoffed, the sound bitter on her tongue. Perfection? Or sacrifice? I see the fear in their eyes, Callias. They're building a monument to a goddess who'll demand their lives as tribute. Her voice trembled, laden with anxiety like a weight around her neck. Callias turned to her, the desperation in his gaze like a flickering flame. And what would you have us do? Abandon her? Abandon our city? These walls will protect us. They will stand for eternity. We must believe. To believe is to build. But belief felt like a double-edged sword, and Lucretia could feel its sharpness slicing through her resolve. She recalled the whispers that floated on the wind, how the townsfolk spoke of shadows creeping in the night, of something lurking just beyond the flickering oil lamps. And what of the shadows, Callias? What of the specters haunting our dreams? He hesitated, his bravado cracking. The weight of her words lingered, thick in the air, echoing against the stones. The artisans labored on, blind to the tempest swirling around them. I remember, she said, her voice a fragile whisper, the night the plague swept through like an unseen thief. We buried our neighbors, our friends, under the silver light of a crescent moon. I remember their last gasps, the way the earth swallowed their cries. Stop. He gripped her shoulder, his fingers digging in, grounding yet painful. You're letting fear take root in your heart. You must focus. The goddess is near. But was she? Lucretia's gaze drifted to the horizon where the sky met the earth, a thin line of gold bleeding into storm clouds. Athena, the goddess of wisdom, the virgin warrior, what did she care for mere mortals? The Parthenon was a cage, a gilded trap where dreams would go to die. As the sun dipped lower, casting long shadows that danced like phantoms, a chill swept through the air. It wasn't just a breeze, it felt like a warning. The chisel strikes grew louder, frantic, as if the artisans sensed the approaching dread, their desperation mirrored in the frantic rhythm of their tools. "Look," Lucretia pointed, her breath hitching. "Look at them." The workers moved in a frenzy, eyes wide, faces pale, as if they could feel the weight of Athena's gaze, demanding, relentless. They fear for their lives. Callias turned, his eyes narrowing. "They are creating a legacy. The Acropolis will stand as a testament to our devotion, to our strength. This is not just stone, it is hope. It is the very pulse of our city." But hope felt like a distant dream, slipping through her fingers like grains of sand. "What if the cost of this hope is too high?" she murmured, a fragile thread of fear weaving through her thoughts. "What if Athena demands not just our work, but our very souls?" The sun fell below the horizon, darkness wrapping around them like a shroud. The firelight flickered, illuminating their faces, revealing the fear and determination that mingled like oil and water. The shadows deepened, twisting into grotesque forms that danced at the edges of her vision. "I won't let her take you," Callias said suddenly, his voice fierce, a vow forged in the flames of desperation. "I will protect you." From what? The question hung in the air, heavy and pregnant with meaning. From the gods? From our own ambitions? Or from the truth that we may be building not a temple, but a tomb? In that moment, an eerie silence fell, as if the very world held its breath. The sound of chiseling ceased, and the artisans stood frozen, their tools hanging limply in their hands. A tension crackled in the air, sharp as a blade, slicing through the darkness. Then the wind howled, a wild scream, a wail of anguish that sent chills down Lucretia's spine. The shadows twisted, morphing into something grotesque, something alive. She could feel them watching, lurking just beyond the firelight, ready to consume. Callias, her voice trembled, fear clawing at her throat. "Do you see them?" He looked, but the shadows had retreated, mere figments of their imagination or perhaps the ghosts of the lives lost to ambition and sacrifice. "It's just the dark," he muttered, but even he could not mask the tremor in his voice. And then there was laughter, a high, chilling sound that echoed off the stones, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere, a mocking serenade to their fears. It spiraled through the night, melding with the distant crash of waves against the cliffs. "Do you hear that?" Lucretia whispered, her heart racing. "It's her? It's Athena!" The very essence of the goddess seemed to wrap around them, a warm embrace laced with the promise of danger. "Stop this," Callias said, desperation seeping into his voice. "We cannot let fear rule us. We are warriors. We must build." But the laughter persisted, a haunting melody that slid under her skin, setting her nerves alight. The artisans resumed their work, but their eyes darted toward the shadows, their hands trembling with fear. "I remember," Lucretia said, her voice a raw whisper, "every time I see stone rise, I feel life ebbing away." As if summoned by her words, the wind howled louder, drowning her thoughts in an unholy cacophony. Shadows clawed at her mind, memories of the past twisting into nightmares, and yet amid the dread, a flicker of determination ignited within her. "Maybe," she murmured, the words spilling from her lips like a forgotten prayer, "if we build for Athena, we can reclaim our power. Maybe we can bind her to us." And in that moment, the tension shifted, the dark laughter fading, leaving only silence, heavy and electric. The Acropolis loomed above them, a citadel of stone and spirit, a promise and a curse, and somewhere in the depths of her soul, Lucretia felt hope stir against the tide of despair. But the shadows, ever watchful, still lingered in the corners of her mind, whispering secrets she dared not confront. With every heartbeat, every breath, the promise of the sacred space felt both like salvation and a looming reckoning, a truth that would unravel in ways she couldn't yet fathom. They were caught in the web of creation, a tapestry woven with fear, hope, and the unending desire to please the gods, and for better or worse, the building of the Acropolis had only just begun. The hammer strikes stone, echoing through the air like a heartbeat, relentless and steady, each clang a reminder of ambition and desperation. Dust swirls in the sharp sunlight, wrapping around the workers like a shroud, a curtain between dreams and reality. I stand among them, shoulders hunched against the weight of the world, my breath quickening as I watch the Parthenon rise, a temple to Athena, a promise etched in marble. I remember the moment the city held its breath, the tension palpable, as if a storm were brewing just beyond the horizon. Men and women paused, gazes fixed on the rough-hewn blocks being hoisted into place, each stone a story, each effort a whisper of devotion. And yet, shadows danced at the edges of this noble pursuit, flickering like the flame of a dying candle. My heart races for Callias, my brother, his brow slick with sweat, eyes wild with determination and fear. He hurls the chisel with all his might, muscles straining, body taut, a warrior in his own right. But even warriors feel the pull of doubt. Will it be enough, he mutters, more to himself than anyone else. I ache for him, for the questions that gnaw at his insides, questions that mirror my own despair. I remember the day the architect, Ictinus, stood before us, fire behind his eyes, a vision swirling in his mind. This temple will honor Athena, he declared, and the crowd erupted, voices lifting into the air like doves set free. But beneath the surface, the tension crackled, a silent scream buried in the marrow of the earth, the lives lost to bring forth this monument heavy on our hearts, a city built on sacrifice. And then there was Talia, her laughter like sunlight piercing through the clouds. Her hands were calloused from labor, yet her spirit soared above the dust and toil. She painted the walls with dreams, her brush a wand casting spells of hope. One day, when the temple is finished, we'll feast under Athena's gaze, she promised, eyes sparkling as if she could already taste the honeyed wine. But I saw the shadows lurking behind her smile, the fear that gnawed at her soul. What if this dream shattered like glass? What if honor came at a price too steep? I remember the night that changed everything, when the whispers of war echoed in the alleys. They spoke of betrayal, of armies gathering like thunderclouds on the horizon, ready to spill over. My heart crashed against my ribs. This was more than stone and marble. This was our home, our lives at stake. Callias, with his fists clenched, murmured, "We cannot let them take this from us." I could see the tremor in his hands, the crack in his resolve. It was as if Athena herself was watching, her eyes like piercing stars, demanding our loyalty. The moon hung low and heavy, a silver coin tossed into the wishing well of the night. The workers gathered, hearts pounding, as if the stones themselves were listening, waiting for the truth to spill. "We fight for our future," Callias shouted, and I felt the chorus of voices swell around him, our hopes mingling with the dust rising from our feet. But I could see the cracks in his armor, the flicker of panic in his eyes as he stepped back from the precipice of his own courage. "What if we fail?" he whispered to me alone, the silence between us a chasm filled with unspoken fears. I could only grasp his shoulder, grounding him, anchoring our shared despair, each heartbeat a promise, each breath a prayer. Talia, with her enchanting smile, reached out, her fingers brushing against mine, her gaze unwavering. "We cannot allow fear to guide our hands. Athena will protect us." But even her voice trembled, the weight of uncertainty pressing down on us all. As the sun rose over the Acropolis, casting golden hues on the unfinished temple, I felt the world shift. The stones, once mere fragments of a vision, now throbbed with life, pulsing like a heartbeat in the silence. Each chisel strike resonated like thunder, a desperate calling to the gods, a plea for strength. The confrontation loomed, a tidal wave threatening to crash upon us. I could see it in the way Callias squared his shoulders, in the way Talia clenched her fists, her dreams teetering on the edge of oblivion. The air buzzed with unspoken words, a cacophony of hopes and fears that clung to us like the dust. As the armies approached, I could feel the ground tremble beneath my feet, the very stones of the Parthenon trembling in response. The city stood at a crossroads, a delicate balance between creation and destruction. My breath caught in my throat, fear mixing with resolve, an intoxicating cocktail that threatened to drown me. In that haunting moment, the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows that danced across the ground like silent ghosts. I could almost hear the echoes of those who had come before us, their dreams woven into the very fabric of our lives. The Parthenon was not merely a temple, it was a vessel of our souls, a testimony to our struggles, a defiance against the encroaching darkness. I remember I remember the fierce resolve of Callias, the tender hope in Talia's voice, the weight of the stones pressing down on our hearts. We stood on the brink of something monumental, an endeavor that would etch our names in history, the lines of our lives forever intertwined with the destiny of Athens. As the skies darkened and the winds howled, the clash of steel and the cries of warriors would soon drown out our dreams, but even then, in that swirling chaos, I held on to the vision of Athena's temple rising from the ashes, our hearts and souls forever entwined with its majestic grandeur. And as the storm gathered, ready to unleash its fury, I could only whisper into the void, a plea to the universe, to the gods above, let us build, let us serve, let us love, even in the face of impending doom. For even as the world crumbled, the heart of the Parthenon would beat on, a testament to our devotion, a beacon against the night. It began with a scream of a woman's voice, raw and primal, slicing through the heavy, still air of the midnight sea. Shadows danced on the waves, as though they too were caught in her terror. I stood at the edge of the rocky cliff, my heart pounding in rhythm with the crashing surf below. The moon hung high, a watchful eye casting its silver gaze on the scene, illuminating the chaos that had erupted in the small coastal village of Mykonos. I remember the salty tang of the wind, the way it whipped through my hair, carrying the distant cries of fishermen, their boats bobbing like toys in a tempest. Alysia, fierce and unyielding, was there, eyes wild and filled with desperation. She had always been the strongest among us, a force of nature, yet now she felt frail, as if the weight of the ocean itself bore down upon her. "We must appease him," she shouted, her voice trembling but fierce, like a match striking fire on the cusp of darkness. "Poseidon's wrath is upon us." And there he was, Thaddeus, her brother, caught between the storm of his sister's fury and the howling winds of the sea. He stood with shoulders hunched, brow furrowed, a warrior turned scholar, steeped in philosophy yet grasping for the tangible. "Alysia, we cannot sacrifice another life. What good has it done us?" His words were heavy, laden with the weight of memories, faces of lost gods, whispers of water spirits long gone. I felt the tension like a taut string pulled to its breaking point. The village was on the brink, caught between the ancient grudge of a god and the ghosts of their own making. I remember the stories, etched in the hearts of the people, Poseidon, the earth-shaker, whose fury could summon tempests and whirlpools, whose gentle caress could also cradle a ship into safe harbor. But now, he was an angry giant, and his breath stirred the waves into a frenzy, threatening to swallow everything whole. "Each year, we offer him a sacrifice." Alysia's voice cut through the night, fierce as a blade. "Each year, another life for our survival. We can't let his anger consume us." Her determination was palpable, yet there was a glimmer of fear in her eyes, fear of losing not just her home, but her brother. The weight of her love wrapped around them both, a silent plea amidst the chaos. Thaddeus shook his head, despair clawing at his resolve. "What if he doesn't want blood? What if it's the truth we need?" His words fell like pebbles into the restless sea, disappearing into the depths, unheard. "Can't you see, Alysia? This isn't just about appeasing him, it's about understanding him. He was a dreamer, a man caught in the tendrils of his own thoughts, yearning for a peace that felt just out of reach. And yet, in his eyes, I saw the flicker of a wild hope that perhaps they could bargain with a god." A sharp crack rang out, and my heart stuttered, lightning, a harbinger of Poseidon's fury. The storm swelled, monstrous waves crashing against the cliffs, and I felt my breath quicken, the air thickening with an electric fear. Alysia and Thaddeus were just two lost souls in a world that had spun far beyond their control. The ocean roared, drowning out their desperate arguments, demanding attention. I remember the way the water glistened, menacing and beautiful, a seductive lure that could either save or destroy them. "Stand with me!" Alysia shouted, her gaze piercing through the darkness. "We will face him together." But even as she spoke, the doubt crept in, like shadows lengthening in the night. Was this the moment to stand united against the raging tempest? Or was it simply the end of their fight? Thaddeus looked at her, torn. "And if he demands my life," he whispered, the vulnerability raw and piercing. "What then, Alysia? What then?" His words hung heavy in the air, the unsaid hanging like a ghost between them. The memories of their childhood washed over him, bright and vivid, times when laughter echoed against the stones, now a haunting echo of what was once. I felt the weight of their shared history, how they had danced on the shores, how they had hoped, how dreams had once flowed like the tides. But hope often found itself drowning in the depth of despair, and now, the ocean summoned them with its chilling embrace. "Then I will go, and you will remember me." Alizia's voice cracked, the strength fading, revealing her fear. "The sea could have you both, or it could grant us peace." She turned, eyes flashing with determination, but beneath that fierce exterior, I saw the flickering flame of doubt. I stood, a ghost among them, feeling the tension coil like a serpent ready to strike, the inevitable clash of wills lingering in the salty air. The wind howled around us, carrying their unspoken fears, the storm growing more ferocious, waves crashing like the heartbeat of a monstrous beast awakening, demanding its due. I remember the clock ticking in the back of my mind, each second a reminder that time slipped through our fingers like water. The stars above blurred into a whirlpool of chaos, their light dimming, and I felt a shuddering thrill. There was no easy answer, no simple resolution. Just a reckoning waiting to unfold beneath the shadows of the waves. As Alizia prepared to make her stand, and Thaddeus wrestled with his own demons, the quiet whispers of the sea began to weave a spell, a story older than time itself. A tale of sacrifices made, of gods betrayed, of love and loss entwined like the sea and shore. The tide turned, and so did fate. With every heartbeat, the storm grew more intense, as if Poseidon himself were listening. The abyss called to them, to me, and we were all caught in the tide of history, where love and sacrifice battled against the unforgiving waves. I could feel the world around me shifting, the fine line between life and death wavering like a candle in the wind. And in that moment of fear, uncertainty, and raw emotion, I knew the confrontation would come. The waves roared with anticipation, echoing our fears and dreams, shaping a destiny that was yet to be written. The moonlight glinted off the water, a silver thread weaving through the darkness, binding us all as we stood on the precipice of a choice that could change everything. There was no going back now. The storm churned, and with it, the fates of Alizia, Thaddeus, and Poseidon hung in the balance, suspended in time, ready to plunge deeper into the heart of the tempest. The wind howled through the narrow streets, a haunting symphony that carried whispers of fear and longing. I stood there, heart racing, as the heavy shadows of the Acropolis loomed above me, a fortress of stone and history. The moon cast its silver light on the ancient ruins, illuminating the figures milling about, a mosaic of faces, each awash in their struggles, their hopes, their dreams. I remember the way my chest tightened at the sight of them, the collective pulse of the city vibrating beneath my feet, an echo of life, and a reminder of mortality. In this moment, as chaos swirled around us, I felt the weight of Athena's legacy pressing down like a dark cloud. The goddess of wisdom and war, her presence seeped into the very bones of Athens, and yet her essence was a paradox. Strength and fragility danced together in the flickering light of torches, illuminating the faces of two souls caught in the grip of fate. First, there was Ariadne, her fierce spirit a bright flame against the encroaching darkness. Her hands trembled as she clutched a scroll, the ink still wet. The words, philosophies penned by the great thinkers of our time, were both a beacon and a burden. "What if," she whispered, "the wisdom we seek is merely a labyrinth, one we wander endlessly without resolution?" Her voice cracked, a raw edge of desperation. I could see it in her eyes, the doubt that clawed at her like a ravenous beast. She was the embodiment of Athens' thirst for knowledge, yet the very pursuit suffocated her. In her heart, the desire for answers battled the fear of the unknown, a constant tug-of-war that left her gasping for breath. And then there was Lysander, his presence as overwhelming as the storm. He stood tall, but I could sense the cracks in his facade, the way his facade of confidence crumbled under the pressure of expectation. A soldier molded by the ideals of democracy, he wrestled with his own demons, the irony of wielding a sword in the name of freedom. "Do we truly fight for the people, or for our own glory?" he shouted into the night, his voice echoing off the stone, a haunting mantra of self-doubt. I felt it resonate within me, that question spiraling into the void. It was the pulse of a city that claimed to be a cradle of democracy, yet clutched tightly to the reins of power. The air crackled with tension, and I felt a surge of urgency. Athena's influence hung over us, a specter that demanded we confront our own choices, our own truths. With every heartbeat, I remembered the stories, the lessons etched into the very fabric of this city. The Parthenon, a testament to beauty and harmony, stood as a reminder that art was not merely decoration, but a weapon forged in the fires of creativity. I could almost hear the whispers of sculptors and philosophers, their aspirations interwoven with the fabric of existence itself. Ariadne's resolve faltered. She looked up at the towering columns, her voice barely a whisper. What is democracy if the voices of the people are silenced by fear? It was as if she spoke to the very essence of Athena, a plea woven into the night. I felt the pulse of her heart, the tremor of her fear. It echoed through the streets, reaffirming the fragile thread that connected us. Every note of her desperation resonated deep within me, tugging at the corners of my soul. Would we dare to confront the shadows that loomed over us, or would we succumb to the suffocating silence? Lysander stepped closer, and I could see the turmoil etched into his features, the struggle between his duty and his conscience. It's not just about us, he murmured, a deep, simmering intensity in his voice. It's about the stories we leave behind. The weight of his words settled upon me like a heavy shroud, a reminder that our lives were ephemeral, yet intertwined with the ongoing narrative of humanity. I could see the determination flickering in his gaze, a fire igniting deep within. And then the moment shattered, like glass against stone. The clang of armor, the cries of soldiers filled the air as a confrontation loomed on the horizon. They were coming, the oppressors, the shadows that threatened to snuff out the flame of enlightenment. The crowd surged forward, a sea of bodies caught in a frenzy of fear and hope. I felt my breath hitch as I was swept along, powerless against the tide. Ariadne and Lysander stood at the precipice of their choices, their eyes locking in a moment of unspoken understanding. I could feel the electricity crackling between them, a connection forged in the crucible of uncertainty. They were two sides of the same coin, Ariadne, the dreamer, and Lysander, the warrior. Each one carrying their burdens, yet together they embodied the spirit of Athena, a testament to the strength found in unity. As the clash of ideals erupted around us, the city trembled beneath our feet. I felt the weight of history pressing down like an anvil, the specter of countless souls who had fought and bled for the very ideals we now grappled with. Every heartbeat echoed the knowledge that we were living on borrowed time, and yet, the pulse of hope throbbed fiercely in my chest. Art, philosophy, and democracy were not mere constructs, they were the lifeblood of our civilization, the very essence of our humanity. In that moment, as the tension snapped like a taut string, I understood that we were all threads in a tapestry too vast to comprehend. We were the echoes of Athena, the whispers of the past urging us to rise against the shadows, to fight for a future worthy of our dreams. I felt it swell within me, an unstoppable force, a reminder that even in the darkest of nights, the light of possibility flickered, waiting for those brave enough to embrace it. The confrontation was inevitable, a collision of ideals long overdue, and as I stood on the brink of it all, I couldn't help but wonder what stories we would leave behind. Would we find the courage to stand for truth, to wield the sword of democracy with honor? Or would we fade into the silence, mere ghosts lost in the annals of time, forever haunted by our choices? The answer lay before us, waiting to be written in the bold strokes of courage and conviction. The air crackled with tension, a charged silence enveloping the coastline as the waves crashed like thunder against the rocks. I stood there, breathless, my heart pounding in sync with the relentless rhythm of the ocean. The sky darkened overhead, swirling clouds reflecting Poseidon's seething fury. He stood tall, his eyes the stormy blue of the tempestuous sea, and in that moment, I felt the weight of his grievances pressing down upon me like the very ocean he commanded. "I remember the day you betrayed me," he growled, his voice a rumble of thunder, echoing in the hollows of my chest. The memories washed over me, each wave lapping at the shores of my consciousness. The laughter of the gods, the feasting, the alliances forged and broken, it all played out like a cruel jest. I could taste the salt of the ocean mixing with the bitterness in my throat. Beside me, Thea trembled, her luminous aura dimmed by the shadows of despair. She was a goddess of light, yet her light flickered, threatened by the brewing storm of Poseidon's rage. "It wasn't a betrayal," she whispered, her voice trembling, fragile as glass. "It was a choice for balance." Balance. The word hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. The very essence of our existence had been built on the delicate threads of power, and here we stood, caught in the crossfire of divine grievances. I could see the doubt flickering in her eyes, the flickering flame of her conviction dwindling under Poseidon's tempest. "Balance," he spat, the ocean roiling as if echoing his fury. "You call it balance when you take my sacred waters, when you turn my domain into a playground for mortals. You've taken everything, and for what? For a fleeting moment of peace." I could feel the pulse of the abyss beneath us, a yawning chasm filled with the weight of unspoken words, unhealed wounds. It mirrored the anguish in Poseidon's heart, the relentless ache of a god who saw his power waning, his influence eroded like sandcastles washed away by the tide. The air thickened with the promise of chaos, and I knew, in that moment, a storm was brewing not just in the skies but within our hearts. "I remember when we were united," I murmured, memories flooding my mind like waves crashing against a fragile shore. "When we fought together, when the tides were our allies. The warmth of camaraderie, the laughter that echoed through the halls of Olympus, it felt like a lifetime ago, a distant star now lost in the vast cosmos of our conflicts." Poseidon's gaze softened for a fleeting moment, and I saw the flicker of that old bond, like a candle fighting against the winds of change. But it was quickly swallowed by the tempest within him. "That bond is gone," he hissed, washed away like the remains of a shipwreck. "You chose your side, Thea. You chose the mortals over the gods." Her face paled, torn between the world she cherished and the god whose heart she once held dear. "I chose to protect them," she cried, her voice breaking like glass shattering on stone. "I chose to give them light in their darkest hours." Light. Poseidon's laughter was bitter, a dark melody that sent chills down my spine. "You think your light will save them? They drown in their own hubris, and you stand there, glowing like a beacon in a shipwreck." Around us, the ocean surged, waves rising higher, echoes of Poseidon's wrath crashing against our souls. I felt the weight of the world pressing down on my shoulders, the conflict spiraling like a hurricane. The tide was unforgiving, just as the gods were to one another. "Maybe we're all just ghosts of our past," I whispered, feeling the vulnerability pooling in my heart. "Maybe we're fighting shadows that don't even exist anymore." Thea turned her gaze toward me, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "And what if we are? What if the longing for unity is just an echo of what we once were?" Her fingers trembled, reaching out as if to grasp the remnants of our fractured alliance. Poseidon's fury flared again, the darkness of his emotion swirling like the maelstrom beneath us. "Enough," he bellowed, his voice cutting through the air like a blade. "Enough of this weakness. You will see the power I wield, and you will tremble before it." And yet, beneath that tempest of rage, I sensed something deeper, a fear, an uncertainty. This was not just a battle of deities, it was a clash of ideals, a struggle for identity in a world where the lines were increasingly blurred. The storm grew fiercer, and as lightning split the sky, illuminating the ocean's fury, I felt the pull of the abyss beneath me. It called to my soul, whispering secrets of despair and longing. Poseidon was not the only one with grievances, we all bore scars, wounds that ran deeper than the sea itself. "Poseidon," I said, my voice steady despite the chaos around us. "We all stand at the edge of an abyss. But we can choose to turn back, together. We can choose to forgive." His eyes, once fierce like crashing waves, flickered with uncertainty. But the darkness clawed at him, and he shook his head, retreating into the storm once more. "Forgiveness is for the weak," he muttered, yet his voice faltered, revealing a crack in his indomitable facade. Thea stepped closer, her light flickering against the shadows. "But strength is not in anger," she pleaded. "It's in understanding. It's in knowing that we can rise together from the ruins of our past." But Poseidon only laughed, the sound bitter and hollow. The ocean roared, a symphony of chaos echoing his grief, and I knew that this conflict was far from over. The tides of discord surged between us, unrelenting, as we stood poised on the precipice of something unimaginable. And in that moment, with the storm raging around us, I felt it, the weight of the cosmos pressing down, the shifting sands of power, the haunting echoes of our choices. This was not merely a conflict among gods, it was a reflection of our very existence, a chaotic dance on the edge of oblivion. As the waves crashed higher, threatening to engulf us, I caught a glimpse of something deeper, a hope buried beneath the chaos, a flicker of light in the darkest depths. The confrontation loomed before us like a tidal wave, and I knew, deep in my soul, that we were merely at the beginning of an eternal cycle, forever caught between the pull of the past and the promise of the unknown. The streets of Athens thrummed with an anxious energy, a heartbeat of anticipation that clung to the air like the scent of roasted lamb. The Panathenea was upon them. Voices rose and fell, an undulating wave of laughter and cries, echoing against the ancient stones that had borne witness to 1,000 dramas, tragedies and triumphs alike. In the shadow of the Acropolis, the grand procession began, and all eyes were fixed on the goddess herself, Athena, whose watchful gaze seemed to pierce through veils of time and uncertainty. I remember the way the sun dipped low, casting long shadows that danced like specters on the cobblestones. It was a time of celebration, yet a heavy tension lingered like the last notes of a mournful dirge. There was a girl named Talia, her heart pounding like a war drum in her chest. She stood at the edge of the crowd, her dark hair cascading like a waterfall of ink, caught in a tempest of conflicting emotions. Joy for her people, fear for her brother, a soldier caught between loyalty and love. She clutched a woven tapestry, the image of Athena embroidered in gold thread, a symbol of hope, yes, but also a reminder of the sacrifices made in her name. Talia's eyes sought the horizon, searching for signs of her brother's return. I remember when he left, she whispered to the wind, her voice barely audible above the cacophony. I remember him laughing, dismissing my fears like shadows at noon. The memory was a ghost that haunted her, a bittersweet reminder of their last embrace. The laughter was swallowed by the drums of war, yet the festival continued, oblivious to her pain. Across the square, a man named Lysander watched the throngs with a bitterness that festered like an open wound. Once a champion of the games, now a shadow of his former self, he felt the sting of failure gnaw at his insides. The festival had become a mockery of his dreams. He should have been racing chariots, but instead, he stood alone, bitterness curling in his gut like smoke from the sacrificial fires. "They don't see me," he muttered, bitterness dripping from his lips, only the glory that once was. The cheers felt like daggers, each shout a reminder of everything he had lost, everything he could never reclaim. And there was the man, the hero, they called him, who had returned from the battlefield draped in a shroud of uncertainty. He bore a laurel crown yet felt no pride, only the weight of what he had seen. I remember the screams, he confessed to the shadows, his voice a mere echo of the man he once was. I remember the faces of those I could not save. Each step he took toward the altar felt like a betrayal, not of his comrades, but of his very soul. He had come to honor Athena, but every breath tasted of ash. The moment was electric, the tension thick as fog. The processional grew closer, and Talia's heart raced, a wild horse galloping toward an unseen precipice. In a single heartbeat, the crowd parted, revealing the sacred peplos, a robe woven with care for the statue of Athena. The crowd gasped, then cheered, a wave of sound crashing against her. Yet all Talia could see was the darkened sky behind the goddess statue, flickering with ominous clouds that threatened to swallow the light. "Please, come back," she whispered, a prayer woven into the fabric of the festival. She closed her eyes, searching for strength, for a connection that felt like a lifeline in the storm. The tension coiled around her like a serpent, each moment a challenge that threatened to crush her spirit. Was it madness to hope? Madness to believe that the goddess would hear her plea? Lysander's gaze shifted to the altar, where flames danced like lost souls yearning for freedom. "This is my moment," he thought, but the words tasted bitter, rancid against his tongue. He was no longer the athlete who had basked in the glory of victory, his triumphs were ghosts that taunted him. The festival laughed in his face, yet deep inside, just beneath the surface, a flicker of defiance stirred. "I will not be forgotten," he vowed to himself, a pulse of rage igniting a fire in his belly as he took a step toward the altar. The air shimmered with an electric charge, the tension tightening around them like a noose. Talia felt it, a connection, a thread linking her heart to that of the goddess. She turned to Lysander, her voice breaking the wall of solitude that surrounded him. "You're not alone," she said, her eyes fierce, igniting something within him. Together, they met the storm, two broken souls clinging to each other as the world spun wildly around them. In that moment, They were the embodiment of the festival, the hope and despair intertwined like the threads of the tapestry she held. They were the very heart of Athens, pulsating with raw emotion, the fear of loss mingling with the yearning for something greater. The drums thundered, and the crowd surged forward, a sea of bodies moving in unison, propelled by a force greater than any one of them could understand. And just as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the city in hues of crimson, the moment reached its zenith, an explosion of emotion that surged through the crowd. In that fleeting heartbeat, joy collided with sorrow, and the festival of Athena transformed into a vivid tapestry of life, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, a flicker of hope could ignite a blaze of resilience. But as the night deepened, the shadows lengthened, and the echoes of laughter turned to whispers of dread. The festival was far from over. As the flames crackled and the people danced, a storm brewed on the horizon, a reminder that no joy comes without sacrifice. The festival of Athena was a celebration, yes, but also a reckoning. The goddess would not let her children forget the price of devotion. Talia's heart raced, caught between the thrill of the dance and the terror of what lay ahead. In that moment, they were not just participants in a festival, they were woven into the very fabric of history, a tapestry of hopes, dreams, and the looming specter of fate. The night held its breath, and as the stars blinked above, the tension hung thick in the air, waiting to unravel. Thunder rattled the ancient sky, a furious heartbeat echoing across the tempestuous sea. Waves crashed like fists against the jagged shoreline, each one a reminder of the brewing conflict, each spray of saltwater a whisper of impending doom. The air was electric, thick with tension, as if the gods themselves were holding their breath. Amidst this chaos stood two figures, their silhouettes carved against the storm: Poseidon, lord of the sea, and Athena, goddess of wisdom, each embodying their realms, yet trapped in a spiraling dance of rivalry and ambition. I remember the moment vividly, the way Poseidon's fury lit up the dark horizon, his trident a blazing beacon of rage. His eyes, storm clouds swirling with wrath, bore into the very marrow of my bones. You think you can claim these lands, Athena? You think your precious wisdom can topple the might of the sea? His voice was a guttural roar, a tidal wave crashing down, threatening to drown every ounce of reason. And then there was Athena. Oh, how she stood there, unyielding, her gaze a piercing emerald that cut through Poseidon's bluster. In that instant, she was not just a goddess, she was a force of nature, a wildfire raging in the darkness. Wisdom is not weakness, Poseidon. Your brute force can't drown out the truth, she shot back, her words sharp as broken glass, each syllable igniting the air between them. The tension hung heavy, like a shroud, wrapping around my heart. This was no mere squabble of deities, it was a clash of ideals, a collision of titans. I felt an ache in my chest, a longing for resolution that seemed as elusive as the horizon. Each heartbeat echoed with the weight of their conflict, a bitter reminder that this rivalry was more than a simple dispute over land, it was a struggle for the very soul of Athens, a city caught between water and wisdom. Memories flooded my mind, the golden streets of Athens, bustling with life, laughter, and the heartbeat of the people. I could almost taste the honeyed sweetness of fig trees, smell the warm bread wafting from bakeries. The city was a vibrant tapestry woven with the threads of dreams and desires. But beneath that beauty lay the specter of their rivalry, a darkness that threatened to engulf everything they cherished. Will you drown their hopes, Poseidon? Athena's voice trembled with a mix of defiance and desperation. Will you bring the wrath of the ocean to smother their dreams? Poseidon's laughter was a chilling sound, filled with echoes of sorrow and bitterness. Dreams are fragile, Athena. Like the surface of the water, smooth one moment, shattered the next. It is power that endures, he spat, a wave of his hand conjuring a surge of water that rolled toward the city, a cresting monster ready to unleash its fury. The anguish in Athena's eyes cut deeper than any blade. I felt my own heart race, pounding against my ribcage as if trying to escape this conflict. Power without wisdom breeds chaos, brother, she cried, desperation etching lines into her flawless features. Is this how you wish to be remembered? As the god who drowned a city rather than uplifted. For a heartbeat, silence enveloped them, an eerie calm before the storm. I could almost hear the heartbeat of the earth as they faced each other, the weight of eons pressing down on their shoulders. In that moment, they were not just gods but flawed beings, lost in the vast ocean of their own desires. Poseidon stood there, a titan of the sea, yet beneath the bravado, I glimpsed a flicker of doubt. Was there a part of him that yearned for Athena's respect? A piece of him that craved acknowledgement beyond mere dominance? The thought was fleeting, lost in a whirlpool of anger and pride, but it lingered long enough to ignite a flicker of hope in my heart. But Athena, oh, fierce Athena, her resolve was a tempest of its own. The way she held herself, chin up, eyes blazing with the light of 1,000 stars, it was both inspiring and heartbreaking. She was the living embodiment of hope, yet within her burned the fear of what would come if Poseidon unleashed his rage. I could feel her strength, yet it was tinged with the fragility of a candle in the wind. Let the people choose, Poseidon, she begged, her voice a raw whisper. Let wisdom and strength coexist. Do not drown their dreams in the depths of your pride. For an agonizing moment, the world held its breath, waiting for his response. The sea began to quiet, as if even the waves paused to listen. My chest tightened. Would he relent? Would he see the truth in her words? His face hardened, a stone carved by centuries of conflict. You think they will choose you over me? The sea is a siren, Athena, and it calls to them. They will drown in their desire for power, just as you drown in your ideals. And there it was, the clash of philosophies, the deep chasm that divided them. Each word was a sword, each stare a battle. The conflict swirled around us, a tempest of emotions, a storm brewing that threatened to consume not just them, but the very fabric of existence. As the waves began to rise, I felt an ache in my soul, a yearning for peace that seemed impossible to grasp. What would become of the city? What would become of their hearts? The fates of gods and mortals entwined, a tapestry woven with threads of ambition, fear, and heartbreak. I remembered the whispers of the wind, the murmurs of the past. The shadows danced along the cliffs, and time itself felt like a watchful spectre, poised to intervene. Yet the confrontation between Poseidon and Athena was far from over. It loomed in the distance, a storm on the horizon, each moment thick with expectation, each heartbeat a reminder that the tides of fate were shifting, and the waves would crash down hard, reshaping everything in their wake. The sun hung low, a molten gold that painted the sky with dread. As I stood in the heart of Athens, shadows clinging to ancient stone like desperate ghosts. The air crackled with tension, thick enough to choke on as I watched the throngs gather at the agora, faces gaunt with worry, eyes reflecting a fear that pulsed through the crowd like an ancient drum. They whispered legends, tales of heroes cloaked in glory and sacrifice, yet today, those stories felt like echoes of a distant world, far too fragile to touch. I remember standing there, my heart racing like a caged bird, feeling the weight of the past bearing down on my shoulders. In the midst of that chaos, 3 figures emerged, each a flicker of flame fighting against the suffocating darkness: Callista, Dion, and Theon. Their lives intertwined in a web of ambition, love, and the haunting spectre of fate. Callista, fierce as a lioness, with eyes that burned like stars against an abyss, was a warrior in every sense. Yet beneath that battle-hardened exterior lay a heart heavy with doubt. She had trained for years, her hands stained with the sweat and blood of countless sparring matches, but now she faced something far more terrifying, the prospect of choosing loyalty over ambition. She had been called to serve Athena's temple, a calling that promised honor but threatened to shatter her dreams of being a hero. The weight of the goddess's gaze felt like chains around her spirit, binding her to a future that was not her own. Then there was Dion, the dreamer who wore his heart on his sleeve. He painted vivid murals that danced across crumbling walls, each stroke laden with aspirations that soared beyond the confines of reality. The son of a merchant, he longed to break free from the suffocating expectations of wealth and legacy. But in the depths of his soul, the fear gnawed at him. Would his art ever be more than an echo in the shadows? The city pulsed with a heartbeat of its own, and the call of the muses beckoned him to carve his name into its fabric, yet uncertainty clawed at him like a hungry beast. And Theon. Oh, Theon! A soldier with a past haunted by mistakes, his brow furrowed under the weight of unfinished battles and unspoken words. He had fought bravely on the front lines, yet the scars hidden beneath his armor revealed a different battle, one that raged within. He had lost friends to war, lost himself in the chaos, and now stood at a crossroads. The call to heroism had become a siren song, luring him into treacherous waters where he feared he might drown. In his eyes lingered the ghosts of those he could not save, a reminder of his fragility, of the thin line between valor and folly. As the sun dipped, shadows lengthened, wrapping around them like sinister whispers, and the tension in the air thickened. The crowd chanted, their voices rising in fervor, seeking not just a hero but a savior. But beneath that fervor lay a raw, aching desperation. They wanted to believe that strength was all it took to rewrite the fate that loomed ahead, but deep down, they all knew that heroism bore a cost, a price measured not just in blood, but in the very essence of the soul. I could feel the pulse of their emotions reverberate through the stones beneath my feet, a reminder that every hero's journey was fraught with torment and sacrifice. Callista stepped forward, her jaw set tight, eyes glistening with ferocity and fear as she shouted against the tide of doubt. "I will not be the pawn of gods. I am my own." The words hung heavy in the air, defiance mingling with the scent of impending doom. But Dion, ever the dreamer, faltered. "But what if our dreams lead us astray?" His voice trembled, a soft melody against the cacophony. The very thought echoed through me, a haunting refrain that ricocheted in the silence that followed. What if the legends were not stories of triumph but warnings cloaked in glory? What if every step towards greatness was a step deeper into darkness? Theon's gaze drifted between them, a silent plea hidden behind his hardened facade. What if we are the heroes they need, but not the ones they deserve? In that moment, the shadows seemed to pulse, reflecting the weight of their choices and the burden of their destinies. Each heart beat louder in that stifling silence, an orchestra of trepidation, the symphony of uncertainty. Then came the moment of reckoning, the harrowing crescendo that shattered the tension. The ground trembled beneath us, as if the earth itself was mourning the choice that lay ahead. A cry erupted from the crowd, and chaos ensued, a maelstrom of fear and hope, each heart racing towards an uncertain fate. In that swirling tempest, it was impossible to tell who moved forward and who stepped back, but each figure blurred together into a tapestry of humanity, flawed, beautiful, and achingly real. The clash of ambition and dread ignited the air. Callista, Dion, and Theon found themselves caught in a whirlwind of despair and dreams, teetering on the precipice of their own legends. In that swirling vortex, the past, present, and future collided, and for a moment, time hung suspended, breathless and expectant. Shadows lengthened as they faced the specter of their choices, the whispers of the gods echoing in the dark corners of their minds. And as the sun finally dipped below the horizon, the city of Athens transformed into a silhouette of possibility and peril. In that moment, I understood, the stories of heroes are never merely about glory. They are woven from the threads of uncertainty, stitched by hands trembling with doubt, and driven by hearts that yearn for connection. They are the echoes of those who dared to dream, even when the shadows threatened to swallow them whole. And so, the legend of Athens unfolded, a narrative not just of champions, but of those who grappled with their fears, who dared to challenge the gods, and who learned that true heroism lies not in the absence of fear but in the courage to confront it. Just as I felt their pulse resonate within my own chest, I knew this tale was far from over. The night stretched before us, vast and uncharted, where every shadow whispered secrets not yet revealed, and every heartbeat held within it the promise of a story yet to be told. I remember the night the city held its breath. The moon hung heavy, casting a cold light over Athens, illuminating the shadows that danced in the alleys, and yet, it was those very shadows that felt alive. The whispers of women, a chorus of voices, each one carrying the weight of dreams, fears, and unspoken defiance, were woven into the fabric of that silence. I could hear them, muffled, like echoes of a past that clawed at the present. It was then, in that pregnant stillness, that I felt the pulse of a world where women were ghosts, walking the narrow line between reverence and despair. They say Athena was born from the mind of Zeus, full-grown, clad in armor and wisdom. She was the embodiment of strength and strategy, an unyielding force in a world that often crushed the spirit of women beneath the heel of tradition. But I remember my mother, clutching her hands tightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, telling me stories of the goddess, the fierce protector of the city, the one who whispered to women that they could be more than just shadows. It made my heart race. Could a woman wield a sword? Could she dream beyond the limits imposed by men? In that moment, I wanted to be a warrior. I wanted to be like Athena, but I didn't know if I had the strength to bear that weight. And then there was Lysandra. Oh, Lysandra, her spirit was a raging fire, one that could not be contained. She fought against the chains that bound her. Night after night, she would stand in the marketplace, her voice rising above the cacophony of merchants and gossip. "We are more than vessels. We are minds, we are souls." The men would laugh, their eyes filled with disdain, but she was relentless. She was my friend, my sister in arms, and yet, I could see the toll it was taking on her. The laughter that once danced in her eyes faded, replaced by a storm of fury and despair. I could feel her spirit breaking like fragile glass, each insult a crack, each dismissal a shatter. "Remember the stories, Helena," she would cry out, grasping my arm, her grip fierce. "The stories of Athena. She defied the gods. She was born from the mind of a man, yet she became a deity in her own right." But in that moment, I was paralyzed. I wanted to fight, to scream with her, but the weight of my own fear held me back. Fear of the unknown. Fear of the backlash. It was a suffocating chasm, and I teetered on the edge, unsure of whether to leap or retreat. The night wore on, and the marketplace was now empty, save for the wisps of memories lingering like ghosts. I watched as Lysandra paced back and forth, her fiery spirit dimming under the weight of reality. What if Athena's strength is a curse? What if we are destined to be shadows forever? Her voice trembled, and I felt the tremor in my own heart. The very thought threatened to engulf me. It was a nightmare, one where the light of hope flickered and faded, leaving nothing but darkness. In that darkness, I could feel the pull, the call of the goddess, urging us forward, demanding we rise like phoenixes from the ashes of despair. Athena was not just a figure, she was a promise, a whisper that we could be warriors of our own fate. But how to wield such power? How to embrace such complexity without drowning in the weight of expectation? I knew I needed to find my truth, to stand beside Lysandra, to become the embodiment of the goddess, but how? How could I break the chains when they were so intricately woven into the fabric of our society? As if answering my unspoken question, Lysandra stopped, her silhouette framed by the moonlight, stark and compelling. "You must find your voice, Helena. You must rise." Her eyes gleamed with wild determination, a fire in the darkness, but beneath it lay fear, a deep-rooted vulnerability. "We can't be the shadows anymore. We must be the light. Together." The intensity of her words caught me off guard, igniting the embers of my own heart. I could feel the warmth spreading, a flicker of bravery amidst the fear. I remembered the stories of Athena leading her armies, guiding her people, and in that moment, an idea blossomed, a surreal thread connecting us through time, through pain, through hope. The city was a canvas, and we were meant to paint it with our voices, our actions. I could see it, the ripple of change that could start with us, the crack in the dam that could let the flood of voices through. We could be the whispers that grew into a roar, that echoed through the very corridors of power and tradition. The thought pulsed through me, exhilaration mixed with sheer terror. But the night was long, and the shadows crept closer, hungry for our hesitation. I could feel the cold touch of doubt wrap around my heart, a reminder of the risks. The confrontation loomed. The city was not prepared for two women who dared to rise, who dared to challenge the status quo. "Will you stand with me?" Lysandra's question hung in the air, and the quiet of the night enveloped us like a shroud. My heart raced as I looked into her eyes, finding both fear and fierce determination reflected back at me. "I will," I whispered, a soft yet potent promise that echoed with the weight of history. It felt like a pact, a commitment to rise not only for ourselves but for all the women who had been silenced, for those whose voices were lost, for those who dared to dream in the shadows. And just like that, the tension snapped, the air crackling with possibility, the moment suspended in time, ready to ignite. The city of Athens waited, a battleground where we would fight not just for ourselves, but for every woman who had ever been told to bow, to yield. We would become the embodiment of Athena, warriors in our own right, ready to shatter the silence with our cries. The night whispered promises of change, and I felt the pulse of the city thrum against my skin. The shadows trembled, and I knew, with every fiber of my being, that we were ready to step into the light. The storm rolled in like an angry giant, thrashing the sea into a frothing chaos beneath a bruised sky. Waves crashed against the hull of the ship, each shuddering impact sending tremors through my very bones. I stood at the railing, wind whipping my hair into a wild frenzy, my heart pounding like a war drum. This was no ordinary tempest, it felt as if Poseidon himself was unleashing his fury upon us. The ship, our lifeline, felt small and fragile against the merciless expanse of water that roared and howled below, a living thing, hungry and fierce. "Hold steady!" I shouted as I gripped the railing, knuckles white, breath shallow. My eyes darted to the faces of my crew, each man a reflection of my own fear and resolve. There was Marcus, eyes wide with terror, and Elias, his jaw clenched, fighting against the panic that threatened to swallow him whole. They were not just sailors, they were brothers, bound by the salt of the sea and the weight of our shared fate. The sea, it was our home, our livelihood, and our grave. I remembered the stories told in whispers around flickering fires, of sailors who danced for Poseidon, who begged for mercy, offering up their lives as sacrifices for safe passage. Now, here we were, mere mortals ensnared in the grip of a god's wrath, clinging to a vessel that felt like a fragile leaf in a tempest. I remember the first time I felt the sea's call, I thought, a memory flooding in, overwhelming and bittersweet. The sun had been a golden orb, casting shimmering trails across the water. I had been a boy then, full of dreams and wonder, not yet aware of the darkness lurking beneath the surface. The thrill of adventure had beckoned me with a siren song. But the ocean is a cruel lover, and dreams can drown in its depths. "Brace yourselves!" Marcus shouted, a bolt of desperation in his voice that sliced through the chaos. The ship bucked violently, tilting dangerously to one side. We scrambled, securing lines, praying to whatever gods might listen. The sound of splintering wood echoed in my ears, a horrifying melody that turned my stomach. And then, in that moment of pure terror, I caught a glimpse of something in the depths, a shadow, twisting and curling, just out of reach. Was it a trick of the mind? Or was Poseidon sending a message through the brine? The thought twisted my gut tighter than the rope securing the sails. I could feel it, the sea was alive, and it was watching us, waiting. "Elias!" I yelled, breaking through the storm's roar. "Get the starboard line!" He hesitated, fear frozen on his face, and I saw it, the doubt creeping in, gnawing at his resolve. "What if we don't make it? What if this is it?" His voice trembled, and for a moment, I could feel his spirit diminishing under the weight of despair. But I could not afford to lose him, not now. "We will make it. We fight. Together." The words burst from my lips, and I felt their power, felt the truth in them. It was not just the sea that tested us but the very essence of our humanity. In that moment, we were not just sailors, but warriors against the tide, against fate, against the untamed heart of the ocean. The ship creaked and groaned, a protest against the storm's fury, and I felt the pull of the water beneath me, pulling at my soul. I remembered my father, his hands calloused and strong as he taught me to fish, to navigate, to respect the sea. "The ocean gives," he had said, "but it takes, too. Always know your place." Now, as I faced Poseidon's wrath, I realized the truth of his words. The sea was both sustenance and bane. It fed us, allowed us to thrive, and yet it could just as easily consume us whole. The economy of the sea was a treacherous dance, a balance of respect and fear, and I was learning that lesson all too well. "Marcus, hold the wheel!" I commanded, muscles straining against the violent shifts of the ship. He nodded, determination igniting in his eyes, and I felt a surge of hope. We were a ragged band, but we were fierce, and we had each other. As lightning cracked across the sky, illuminating the monstrous waves, I felt the raw power of the tempest surrounding us, our hearts beating in sync with the chaos. But then came the moment, the eye of the storm. The world fell silent, a chilling stillness wrapping around us like a shroud. In that eerie calm, I saw the ocean's surface smoothed into glass, reflecting the roiling clouds above, a deceptive beauty that held a darkness I could not name. It was here that I felt the weight of Poseidon's gaze, a presence that pressed down on me from above and below. "Breathe," I whispered to myself, feeling the weight of the world in my chest. "Remember why you're here." I thought of the towns we supplied, the families that depended on our journey. We were not just battling the storm, we were fighting for their futures, for the hopes woven into their lives. The sea was our enemy, but it was also our lifeblood. Just then, out of the silence came a low growl, the kind that churns the stomach and sends chills racing through the spine. The wave stirred again, and a monstrous shape broke the surface, shimmering scales glinting like jewels in the dim light. It was a beast, a guardian of the depths, and in that moment, I understood, Poseidon was not merely a god to be feared, he was the embodiment of the ocean itself, wild and beautiful in his rage. "Together?" I roared, my voice breaking through the fear, igniting a fire in the hearts of my crew. "We fight for each other." There was no turning back now, not when the abyss loomed so close. The waves crashed higher, threatening to swallow us whole, but within the chaos, I felt a sense of clarity, a purpose that surged with the tide. Elias grasped my shoulder, grounding me in the storm's fury, his eyes ablaze with determination. "Let's show him what we're made of," he shouted, and I knew then we were more than men at sea, we were a force that would not be broken. As we readied ourselves for the ultimate confrontation, the air crackled with an energy that transcended fear. Poseidon's influence was upon us, not just as a god of storms, but as a reminder of the fragility of our existence, the delicate balance between creation and destruction. And so we prepared, hearts racing, eyes locked on the horizon where the storm raged on, a testament to our defiance. In this moment of truth, we were bound not just by our fate, but by the very essence of life itself, a tempest of humanity dancing on the edge of the abyss, fighting for survival, for each other, for the sea that both gave and took. The storm roared back to life, and we were ready to face whatever Poseidon would unleash upon us. For in this life, amidst the chaos, we found our strength, and that strength would carry us through the dark, the treacherous tides ever present, but never insurmountable. The sea would continue to challenge us, but together, we would rise, like the sun breaking through the darkest night. A thick fog hung over the battlefield, a ghostly shroud that twisted around the figures of warriors, clutching their swords with trembling hands. The air was laced with the acrid smell of sweat and blood, a toxic perfume that clung to the throat like a vice. Somewhere in that chaos, a scream pierced through the dull roar, visceral, a sound that froze the heart of anyone who dared to hear it. The goddess Athena, cloaked in her shimmering armor, stood poised above the fray, her eyes glinting like sharpened steel. She was the embodiment of wisdom and strategy, yet even her heart thudded with the weight of the moment. I remember standing there, my breath caught in my throat, my heart drumming a frantic rhythm, fear and awe intertwining within me. There was Thales, a soldier with wild, unkempt hair, eyes haunted by the ghosts of fallen comrades. A warrior defined by flawed courage, he believed that valor was forged in the crucible of battle, a belief that led him to charge into the fray with reckless abandon. But now, as he clashed against an enemy he could barely see through the fog, despair crept into his heart, a whisper of betrayal. He had come to fight for his city, for a chance at glory, but all he felt was the weight of inevitable loss pressing down on his shoulders. I remember the moment he turned, just for a heartbeat, to see me standing there, his friend, his anchor. The briefest flicker of desperation ignited in his eyes. "Help me," he screamed, but the words were swallowed by the cacophony, a desperate plea lost in the roar of metal against metal. I stood paralyzed, a coward in the midst of valor, my heart thundering as I realized I was powerless to change the tide. And there was Lysandra, the fierce strategist, her mind a whirlwind of tactics and possibilities. She had always been a force of nature, a woman who wore her scars like badges of honor, each one a testament to her resilience. The battlefield was her canvas, and she painted with the blood of the fallen, transforming chaos into order. I could see the turmoil behind her determined facade. She wrestled with choices that felt like cobwebs, tangled and suffocating. What was the cost of victory? What did it mean to protect her people when every strategy she devised led them deeper into darkness? "I can't lose them, I can't," she murmured to no one, her voice barely a whisper in the whirlwind of war. I watched as she surveyed the battlefield, her mind racing, every heartbeat echoing with the lives that hung in the balance. Her fingers trembled over the hilt of her sword, a symbol of power that felt heavy with doubt. As moments stretched into eternity, the fog thickened, and an eerie silence fell over the chaos, a pause before the storm, a moment pregnant with tension. I could see Thales falter, his breath coming in ragged gasps. I could hear Lysandra's thoughts spiraling, a tempest of guilt and dread. They were trapped in a web spun by Athena herself, the goddess of wisdom whose very presence offered both protection and peril. As the silence shattered, an unearthly growl erupted from the depths of the fog, a sound that churned the stomach and sent shivers racing down the spine. The enemy surged forth, shadows twisting into shapes that seemed to pulse with malice. The air crackled with electricity, a prelude to violence, and every instinct screamed for escape. But there was no escape, there was only the fight, only the desperate struggle to survive. Thales lunged forward, propelled by raw instinct, but as he swung his sword, I saw the fear flicker in his pupils. He was not just fighting the enemy, he was wrestling with his own demons. He wanted to be a hero, but here, in this moment, he felt like a ghost haunting the memories of the bravest men. "Is this what you wanted?" he shouted, his voice cracking, filled with a haunting desperation. To be lost in glory, or to be remembered as nothing? I wanted to scream back, to tell him that he was no ghost, that he was flesh and blood, that his heart still beat with the rhythm of life. But the words lodged in my throat, heavy stones of regret. Lysandra, her brow furrowed with determination, shouted commands, her voice rising above the din, cutting through the fog like a blade. "Flank them! Surround them!" But even as she spoke, I could see the cracks in her resolve. Each command felt like a gamble, a roll of dice that could lead to fate or folly. Beneath the steel of her armor was a heart that bled for those she fought beside, a heart that trembled at the thought of failure. "This has to work," she said to herself, the words a mantra against the chaos, but the weight of uncertainty pressed down like an anvil. Moments fell like the petals of a wilting flower, each one a memory soaked in blood and sweat. The battlefield morphed into a theater of shadows, where every face was a mask of fear and hope, where every clash of steel was a desperate prayer to Athena, begging for protection, for wisdom, for strength. And then, in the midst of the horror, I caught a glimpse of Athena herself, her visage triumphant, yet tinged with sorrow, the duality of victory and loss twinkling in her gaze. The goddess was a paradox, both protector and harbinger, her wisdom a double-edged sword. "Fight, my children," she bellowed, her voice booming like thunder, yet laced with the echoes of unspoken grief. With every swing of their blades, every scream that erupted, the tension curled and coiled, a living entity, wrapping around us, squeezing, suffocating. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, a frantic drumbeat urging me to join the fray, to find my courage amongst the chaos. But all I could do was watch as Thales charged forward, a warrior consumed by the tempest within, a ghost battling the shadows. Lysandra's commands echoed in my ears, a melody of hope and despair. The battlefield was alive, a swirling cauldron of emotions, where fear and courage danced a macabre waltz. And as the smoke rose, thick and choking, I could only cling to the moment, knowing deep within that this was just the beginning. The war raged on, the stakes rising with every heartbeat, and the shadows of uncertainty loomed larger than ever. What lay ahead was unknown, a darkness yet to unfold. The goddess Athena watched over us, her wisdom both a shield and a sword, a reminder that in the depths of despair, the fight for hope was a battle worth waging. The air was thick with smoke, the acrid scent curling around the labyrinthine alleys of Athens like a serpent poised to strike. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows that danced on cobblestone slick with rain and blood. I stood there, heart pounding in my chest, as the drums of the contest reverberated through the city, a heartbeat that echoed the chaos within me. My breath quickened, and I could feel the weight of history pressing down like a storm cloud ready to burst. I remember the thrill of that day, the fervor, the hope that hung palpably in the air. But hope is a fragile thing, and it can crumble into despair in an instant. I remember the faces, their eyes bright with expectation, yet haunted by unspoken fears. There was Lysandra, her fingers trembling on the hilt of her dagger, every muscle in her body taut with the tension of a bowstring pulled too far. She was fierce, a warrior at heart, but even the strongest masks can crack. Beneath her bravado was a tempest of doubt, the kind that gnaws at the edges of your resolve, whispering, "What if? What if?" And then there was Callias, a poet whose words had once flowed like the sweetest wine, now choked by the bitterness of reality. He watched the contest unfold with a longing that twisted in his gut, a mix of admiration and envy. His heart was a canvas splattered with the colors of his unfulfilled dreams. I was meant for greatness, he'd often say, voice trembling with the weight of his own expectations. Yet there he stood, watching others claim the glory he felt was rightfully his, and the air around him crackled with the intensity of his unvoiced frustrations. The contest, a crucible of ambition and desperation, had drawn us all into its fiery embrace. We had come, not just to witness, but to stake our own claims, to carve our names into the annals of Athens. But history is a fickle mistress, one who rewards with a smile and punishes with a sneer. I remember standing amid the crowd, the cheers washing over me like a haunting melody, a siren song promising success but laced with the treachery of failure. Do you feel it? Lysandra's voice cut through the haze, sharp and clear. The weight of what's to come. I turned to her, the question hanging between us like a sword poised to fall. The wind picked up, rustling the banners that flapped overhead, symbols of glory, yet heavy with the burden of the past. Shadows danced in the corners of my vision, the ghosts of those who had come before us, each one bearing the scars of ambition. I remember the stories, Callias whispered, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. The poets who sang, the warriors who fought, all for a moment of recognition. But at what cost? His words were a soft lament, a haunting echo of a truth we all feared to confront. The contest had become a double-edged sword, sharp enough to cut through the fabric of our lives, leaving wounds that would never heal. In that moment, I felt the pulse of the city around me, the heartbeat of 1,000 dreams intermingling with 1,000 nightmares. The clock tower loomed overhead, its hands moving with a cruel slowness, counting down not just the seconds but the very essence of our hopes. Time, relentless and unforgiving, bore down on us, each tick a reminder that we were racing against our own shadows. The clash of metal rang out, a sudden eruption that shattered the silence, jolting me from my reverie. Athenian surged forward, primal and wild, as the contest reached its fever pitch. I watched as Lysandra, fierce and unyielding, stepped into the arena, a lioness ready to defend her pride. Her courage ignited something within me, a flicker of defiance against the encroaching darkness. But as I cheered, a flicker of fear curled in my stomach. What would victory cost? Would she return, or would the shadows claim her? Callias stood beside me, his face pale, and I saw the turmoil in his eyes as he grappled with the weight of his own inadequacies. He was a poet without a muse, a dreamer trapped in a waking nightmare. Clarity washed over me like a cleansing tide. The contest was not just about glory, it was a mirror, reflecting our deepest fears. It was a game of survival, a dance with fate. I could feel the pulse of the crowd, their hopes and dreams swirling around us like a tempest. Every cheer was a prayer, every gasp a reminder of our mortality. But we were players in this game, perched on the precipice of greatness or ruin. With each passing moment, the stakes grew higher, the air electric with tension. I remember the feeling of dread creeping into the corners of my mind, whispering that this contest would change us all, forever entwining our fates with the legacy of Athens. As the final moments approached, the stakes shifted abruptly. I could sense it, a growing tension, the kind that shatters worlds. I felt it in my bones, a cold certainty that the outcome would not be what we all hoped for. The arena pulsed with raw energy, hearts drumming in unison, the collective breath of Athens held tight, a single heartbeat suspended in time. And then, in a heartbeat, it happened. The clash of swords rang out, a symphony of chaos erupting around us. I felt my heart stop, thudding painfully against my ribs, each beat echoing the turmoil within. Lysandra fought valiantly, but I could see the fatigue creeping into her movements, the cracks in her armor. Callias's eyes widened as the scene unfolded before him, anguish etched on his face. "This isn't what we wanted," he murmured, voice barely a whisper. I could feel the weight of his despair, heavy as stone, pressing down on our shoulders as we stood frozen in horror. Around us, the city breathed, alive yet haunted, a constant reminder of the legacy we were all part of. Shadows flickered, the spirits of the past lingering, their whispers a chilling reminder that the contest would leave scars, deep, indelible marks on the soul of Athens. As the final act unfurled, the ground beneath us trembled with the weight of our choices. I remember thinking, this is not just a contest, it is a reckoning. The horizon darkened, the sun swallowed by the encroaching night, and I knew, deep within, that nothing would ever be the same again. And so, we stood, hearts racing, lost in the whirlwind of ambition and tragedy, as Athens trembled on the brink of its own legacy. The sirens wailed, their banshee shrieks slicing through the heavy air, a piercing reminder of the city's fraught heartbeat. I stood frozen on the cracked pavement, the shadows of towering buildings looming over me like ancient sentinels watching a desperate moment unfold. Below, the streets pulsed with chaos, people scrambling, faces twisted in panic, hearts racing, an electric current of fear that crackled through the crowd. I remember how the world felt like it was teetering on the brink, a fragile glass teetering on a ledge, waiting for the inevitable crash. And there, amidst the turmoil, I saw them, Lena and Malik. Strangers, yet tied together by invisible threads of rivalry and past wounds that felt fresh as the morning dew. Lena, fierce and unyielding, her raven-black hair whipping around her like a storm. Her eyes blazed, defiance dancing in their depths, a wildfire threatening to consume her whole. Then there was Malik, a man with shadows in his soul and a heart that beat a reluctant rhythm of regret. He stood at the edge, hands clenched into fists, as if holding back a tide of memories he couldn't drown. "Lena!" he shouted, his voice raw, a desperate plea clawing its way out. "Stop!" But she didn't stop. No, she couldn't. There was a fire inside her, fueled by years of resentment and ambition, a fire that had been stoked by the very city that wove their fates together. How could she surrender to the past that had shackled her for so long? The city around them had become a battleground, its streets were stained with conflict, every corner a reminder of the war that had waged silently between them. I remember the air thickening, a taut string ready to snap. Bodies pushed past, grappling with their own fears, their own stories etched into the pavement. I saw the flicker of uncertainty in Lena's eyes, the way her breath hitched for just a moment as she glanced at Malik, their history, a ghost that haunted every shared glance. A rivalry born not just of ambition, but of love, twisted and dark, like the alleyways that snaked through the ruins of their shared past. "Why are you doing this?" Malik pleaded, stepping closer, the weight of his past clinging to him like a shroud. "This isn't the way. We can change things." "Change?" Lena spat, her voice dripping with venom. "Do you even hear yourself? You want to fix something that's been broken for too long. You think a band-aid will heal the wounds this city inflicted on us?" Her words hit him like a punch, and I felt the air thrum with the intensity of their shared pain. It was as though the city itself had come alive, its very architecture trembling at the confrontation. The clock tower in the distance chimed, each toll a reminder of time slipping away, of moments lost to the unforgiving march of life. I could see it, beneath the surface of their anger, a tremor of connection, a yearning that tied them both to the very ground they fought upon. How could they reconcile their dreams with the ruins of their past? The ghosts of their decisions floated between them, whispering secrets, taunting them with the choices they had made. They were bound to this chaotic pulse of existence, the city that held their dreams captive. I remember the way the night pressed in, heavy and thick, and how the stars seemed to shudder under the weight of their despair. It was a cosmic joke, this life they lived, where dreams were crushed beneath the harsh reality of survival. Then, something shifted in Malik's expression. It was a flicker, a softening of the edges of his anger. "Maybe we're both right," he said, the words barely escaping his lips, a tentative bridge over a chasm of hurt. "Maybe we're both wrong. But I can't lose you again, not like this." As if his words were a key, the chaos around them seemed to still for just a moment. I felt the weight of their history pulling at the seams of the present, threads fraying, weaving new patterns in the tapestry of their lives. There was something electric in the air, a chance for transformation, but it was wrapped in the bitterness of their shared past. Together, I thought, would they dare to step into the unknown, to forge something anew amid the wreckage of their rivalry? What would it take to move from the ashes of resentment to the reverence of understanding? The sirens quieted momentarily, and there was a pause, a heartbeat, a breath of hope that hung between them like a promise. But just as quickly, a new sound erupted, a distant roar, the clamor of a crowd igniting again. Shadows danced along the walls, mocking their fragile moment of clarity. I felt the tension swell, a throbbing pulse that mirrored the chaos around them. The city had become a living entity, breathing life into their confrontation, pushing them toward an inevitable reckoning. Their faces were illuminated by streetlights, caught in the glow of possibility and peril. I remember feeling the heat of their emotions, the way the air crackled with unspoken words, longing, and the weight of choices yet to come. Would they turn back to their old ways, or could the fire of their rivalry forge a new bond? The city held its breath, a witness to the transformation that teetered on the brink, a delicate balance between rivalry and reverence. As I stood there, caught in the electric web of their emotions, I couldn't help but wonder, was this the moment that would change everything? Would they rise from the ashes, or would they be consumed by the very flames that had once united them? The night closed in, shadows whispering secrets, and I could feel the impending storm, a reckoning poised on the tip of a knife, ready to spill into the world like ink on parchment. And then, just as quickly as it had begun, the moment fractured. Time lurched, the shadows deepened, and the echoes of their confrontation faded into the cacophony of the city, leaving behind a haunting silence, ripe with possibility. A thunderstorm raged over Athens, the sky a churning mass of black and grey, echoing the turmoil below. I stood in the shadow of the Acropolis, heart pounding like a war drum. Rain lashed against my skin, cold and relentless, as if the world was crying for what was to come. The air crackled with energy, charged with the whispers of gods, their ancient rivalry thrumming in the very bones of this city. Poseidon's fury clashed with Athena's wisdom, and I could feel the weight of their conflict pressing down on me, heavy as the storm clouds above. I remember the moment I caught a glimpse of Lysandra, her eyes wide with fear, yet burning with a fierce determination. She stood at the edge of the Parthenon, rain-soaked and defiant, her long, dark hair whipping wildly like a tempest. We can't let them win. We can't let Poseidon take what is ours. Her voice pierced through the storm, a battle cry against the very essence of chaos. I wanted to reach out, to hold her, but the air thickened with tension, a raw and electric fear that rooted me to the spot. And then there was Theron, my brother, his face a mask of anguish and anger, a tempest of his own. He had always been the protector, the one who would stand against the tide for those he loved. But now, he was lost, caught in the riptide of conflicting loyalties, torn between the goddess of wisdom and the god of the sea. The tempest raged within him as fiercely as the storm outside. "Do you see what's at stake?" he shouted, clenching his fists, the muscles in his jaw tight with the weight of his choices. "If we let Poseidon claim the city, our very souls will drown in his depths." I felt the tremor in his voice, the cracks of desperation widening like gaping wounds. The conflict was more than a battle for the city, it was a battle for our identity. The myths of Athens wrapped around us like ivy, their tendrils creeping into every thought, every fear, every whispered prayer. We were the children of a city born from strife, steeped in stories of gods who fought for our hearts, our loyalty, our very existence. And now, with the storm crashing around us, the weight of those stories felt suffocating, like drowning in an ocean of centuries-old legends. "Remember the tale," I urged, my voice barely breaking through the din. "Athena gave us the olive tree, a gift of peace and prosperity. Poseidon offered nothing but a turbulent sea." My heart raced as I watched Lysandra's gaze shift toward the raging waves, the water a churning beast, hungry for destruction. We can't turn our backs on her. She's given us a home, a purpose. I could see her wavering, the storm in her eyes reflecting the storm above. But Theron scoffed, his voice a dark whisper, "And what of the sea? It births life and destruction alike. Can we ignore its power?" His words hung in the air, thick with uncertainty, like the humidity before an impending downpour. "Athena may have given us the olive, but Poseidon's waves have always called to us." I knew what he meant. The pull of the sea was intoxicating, a siren song that lured many to their doom. I had felt its allure myself, as a child, dipping my toes into the foam, imagining the endless possibilities hidden beneath the surface. But now, in the midst of this storm, the sea felt like a dark abyss, a vast nothingness threatening to consume us whole. "Enough!" Lysandra's voice shattered the tension, fierce and unyielding. "We are not just the children of gods, we are Athenians. Our identity is stitched together with the threads of our choices. If we allow fear to guide us, we will drown, not just in the sea, but in our own cowardice." Her passion ignited something deep within me, a fire that threatened to burn through the storm. The air thickened, heavy with the weight of her words, and in that moment, a bolt of lightning illuminated the sky, casting eerie shadows against the ancient stones. I could see the fear on my brother's face, the conflict raging inside him, and I felt a surge of desperation to pull us together. "We must stand united," I pleaded, my voice barely a whisper, yet echoing like the clash of swords. "We cannot be divided by the very myths that bind us. We are stronger than this storm." As rain poured down in torrents, drowning the echoes of our fears, I saw it, the flicker of resolve in Theron's eyes, the hesitant nod from Lysandra. The storm may have raged outside, but within us, a fragile alliance began to form. In the depths of that tempest, I realized that we were not mere vessels for the whims of gods. We were the embodiment of the stories they spun, and we held the power to shape our own fate. But as the winds howled and the skies roared, I could feel the shifting tides. The fury of Poseidon pressed against us, a dark reminder that the battle was far from over. Each heartbeat echoed the rhythm of our ancestors, and I clung to the hope that we could steer our city away from destruction. I remembered the myths of old, the lessons woven into our very being, and with a renewed sense of purpose, I stepped forward, ready to face whatever storm awaited us, knowing that the heart of Athens beat within every one of us. Yet, in the shadows, I sensed the lurking presence of Poseidon, a silent storm of his own, watching, waiting, with the depths of the ocean at his command. And as the thunder cracked overhead, I knew that this fight was only the beginning, a prelude to a confrontation that would resonate through history, echoing long after the storm had passed. The shadows stretched across the dimly lit room, whispering secrets only the dust knew, and there she stood, clutching a paintbrush as if it were a lifeline, her knuckles white with the strain. Clara's heart raced, pounding against her ribs like a caged bird desperate to escape. The contest was hours away, the weight of her aspirations hanging heavy in the air, the promise of victory mingling with the sour scent of fear. The canvas before her sat blank, a mocking void taunting her, daring her to fill it with the colors of her dreams. I remember the day I found the art. Clara's voice trembled, a fragile thread woven into the fabric of her memory. It was under the old oak tree, where the light danced like fireflies, and the world felt as infinite as the sky. Each stroke of her brush whispered echoes of that moment, a bittersweet melody of inspiration that now felt so far away. Her imagination clawed at her, the beauty trapped beneath layers of doubt, as if she were painting in shadows, not light. Across town, in a cramped attic filled with the scent of linseed oil and regret, Julian paced like a restless spectre. He was an artist too, though he wore his desperation like armor. "They don't want my truth," he muttered, the words jagged and raw, cutting through the stale air. "They want the illusion." With each stride, he grappled with his demons, a swirling tempest of failed attempts and suffocating expectations. The contest beckoned, yet the thought of exposing his soul felt like stepping on broken glass. "I remember the night I painted my first heart," he said, closing his eyes, allowing the memory to wash over him. It was reckless, red and wild, a pulse of life on the canvas. But no one understood. So, I buried it deep, among the shadows. He clenched his fists, knuckles turning white, a storm brewing behind his eyes. The clock ticked incessantly, counting down to the moment that would either shatter him or set him free. Then there was Maria, a poet with dreams as vast as the ocean, her words flowing like the tide, yet now choked by the weight of expectation. She stood at her window, watching the storm roll in, a chaotic dance of wind and rain, mirroring her own swirling thoughts. "I remember when words felt like wings," she whispered, her breath hitching with longing. "Now, they're stones, sinking me deeper into the abyss." The contest loomed, not as a pinnacle of achievement but as a gaping maw, ready to devour every shred of her spirit. The thought of standing before judges, revealing her soul, left her feeling exposed and vulnerable, like a single candle flickering against the encroaching darkness. What if they laugh? She pondered, the fear gnawing at her insides like a ravenous beast. What if my voice trembles and breaks? As the storm raged outside, Clara's brush met the canvas, her heart racing with every stroke. Colors erupted beneath her fingertips, fiery oranges, melancholic blues, the gleaming gold of hope. "This is me," she thought, pouring her essence into the artwork, each hue a fragment of her soul. She could almost hear the echoes of her past, the laughter, the tears, the moments where art had been her sanctuary. The contest wasn't just about winning, it was a battleground, a place where her inner demons would collide with her ambitions. But the air thickened, the tension palpable, as the clock ticked on. Julian's hands trembled as he prepared his piece, the remnants of his earlier fervor now mingled with doubt. What will they see? He asked the empty room, the silence suffocating. Will they find the truth in my chaos, or will they cast me aside, a broken painter with nothing meaningful to say? He let out a shaky breath, trying to steady the whirlwind within him, wishing for a thread of certainty, a flicker of faith in his artistry. And Maria, caught in the storm of her thoughts, began to write. Words spilled onto the page, frantic and desperate, a release of all she had bottled inside. I remember the way the moon lit up the darkness, how it felt to pour my heart out without fear. But fear wrapped around her throat, a tight noose threatening to squeeze the breath from her lungs. The shadows lingered, taunting her, as if to say, you will never be enough. Each character navigated their labyrinthine minds, facing the storm both within and without. The contest was a mirror, reflecting their fears and desires, illuminating the raw edges of their souls. Clara painted furiously, Julian sketched furiously, and Maria penned furiously, their art becoming their lifelines, their cries into the void. We are more than our failures, Clara thought, the resolve building within her. We are the stories we tell, the colors we bleed. The storm outside unleashed its fury, the wind howling like a pack of wolves, urging each artist forward, pushing them toward the precipice of revelation. Each stroke, each word, each breath, an act of defiance against the shadows that clung to them. The night wore on, and the clock struck too soon, the moment of truth creeping upon them like an unwelcome specter. They stood on the brink, ready to confront their demons, each heartbeat echoing the silent promise of vulnerability. The contest awaited, a pulse of anticipation thrumming in the air, ready to consume them whole. The ghosts of their past whispered in the corners of their minds, but amidst the fear, a flicker of hope ignited, a realization that perhaps, just perhaps, the act of creating was the victory itself. As Clara dipped her brush into paint, Julian pressed pencil to paper, and Maria poured her heart onto the page, they stepped into the abyss together, wrapped in the tight embrace of fear and hope, ready to face the world with nothing but their raw, unfiltered truths. The moment was electric, a crescendo building, ready to explode into a symphony of chaos and creativity, each heartbeat, each breath a testament to their unwavering spirit. The contest was not an end but an awakening, the beginning of a journey that twisted and turned through the labyrinth of their souls, a constant loop of creation and destruction, always yearning for more. The night was a cold abyss, stars flickering like dying candles in a vast, stretching void. Shadows clung to the edges of the abandoned warehouse where the air hung thick, stale with unspoken words and brittle with tension. In the center, illuminated by a harsh flashlight that flickered like the last breaths of a dying man, stood three figures, caught in a web of conflict, each heartbeat echoing the unsaid. I remember the sweat beading on my brow, the way it felt like a betrayal against the icy grip of fear in the air. My heart thundered like a war drum, a relentless reminder of my own fragility. Lena, her eyes reflecting both the fire of anger and the chill of despair, stood rigid as if she were a statue carved from the very stone of this forsaken place. She had come armed with questions, her voice unyielding, slicing through the silence like a blade. I can't believe you would side with him. Her accusation hung between us, heavy and suffocating. I could almost see the words coiling around Tom, who stood awkwardly, his hands shoved deep into his pockets, shoulders hunched as if trying to disappear into himself. He was perpetually caught in the middle, a puppet without strings, yet painfully aware of every pull of his conscience. I'm not siding with him, I tried to protest, but my voice cracked, betraying my own uncertainty. It was a feeble attempt to bridge the chasm that had opened between us, yet I could feel the distance stretching, taut and relentless. I wanted to reach out, to grasp Lena's hand and show her that I was not a traitor, not an enemy. But the weight of her accusation pressed down, a smothering blanket threatening to extinguish any flicker of hope. What do you even know about loyalty? She spat, and her words were like shards of glass, cutting deep. Memories of laughter, of late-night confessions, and shared dreams flickered in my mind, but they felt like ghosts, haunting remnants of a past that now seemed unreachable. Outside, sirens wailed in the distance, a soft reminder of the chaos that swirled beyond these walls, but in here, it was our own storm that raged. The shadows shifted, and for a moment, the three of us were frozen, a tableau of fear and hurt, each of us a reflection of the other's pain. Tom's voice, barely above a whisper, broke through the haze. What if we're all wrong? His question hung in the air, heavy as lead, and I could see the flicker of doubt in Lena's eyes. She wanted to deny it, to grasp onto her anger like a lifeline, but even she knew that the truth was not so simple. I wanted to scream, "What if we are all wrong?" but fear shackled my tongue. Instead, I pushed my thoughts out like shadows, barely grasped ideas slipping through the cracks of my mind. What if there's something more at stake? Lena's brow furrowed, the fire in her eyes dimming momentarily as she searched my face for answers. I could see the wheels turning, the realization creeping in that the dispute was not just between us but echoed a greater struggle, a philosophical battle that transcended our petty grievances, something cosmic, a riddle of existence. I remember how the wind howled outside, a banshee lamenting our plight. I could almost hear it whispering secrets, urging us to confront the very core of our conflict. The walls seemed to pulse, alive with the weight of our unvoiced fears. Maybe, Tom ventured, we're meant to question it all. Maybe the dispute isn't just about us, but about how we see everything. The words felt like a lifeline thrown into turbulent waters, and I grasped it with trembling hands. Yes, like the stars, I said, my voice growing steadier. Each one a reminder of the infinite possibilities, the endless interpretations of truth. We're so caught up in our own hurt, we forget to look at the bigger picture. Lena's eyes narrowed, suspicion flickering like a candle in the wind. And what does that mean for us? It was an invitation, a challenge, and I felt the world tilt as I took a step closer, my heart racing. It means we need to confront the ghosts of our own making. It means we need to let go of our anger to find what truly binds us. Her breath hitched, and for a fleeting second, the tension in the air shifted, like a storm cloud parting to reveal a sliver of moonlight. I could see the pain etched on her face, the vulnerability hidden beneath her fierce exterior. Her defenses cracked, and I had the sudden urge to reach out and cradle that fragility, to tell her it was okay to be scared. But just as hope flickered, it was extinguished by the weight of reality. "You think it's that easy," she whispered, the defiance melting into sorrow. "You think we can just forget?" "No," I said, my voice thick with emotion. "But we can try to understand. We can try to see beyond our wounds and listen to each other, to ourselves." The air thickened, charged with an electricity that buzzed against my skin, and I felt myself teetering on the edge of something profound, something that could shatter us or bind us. Outside, the sound of sirens grew closer, a reminder that the world was still turning, oblivious to our struggle. In that moment, time became a specter, stretching and twisting, dragging us deeper into the abyss of our own making. Who were we, if not the sum of our fears and dreams? And as I looked into Lena's eyes, I felt the weight of history pressing down, the echoes of every argument, every doubt, coiling around us like chains. Tom's voice broke the silence again, raw and naked. "We're all scared. Scared of losing what we have, and scared of what we could become." I remembered. The night spent dreaming of a future, the laughter over shared bottles of cheap wine, the blood and bruises of our battles. It was all so achingly real. "Then let's be scared together," I said, my voice trembling but resolute. "Let's face the darkness, but let's do it as a team. We can't change the past, but we can redefine the future." I could feel the walls closing in, shadows creeping closer, but the flicker of hope still glimmered, fragile yet fierce. The world outside might be chaotic, but within these hallowed walls, we had the power to rewrite our narrative, to turn a dispute into a dialogue, a philosophical exploration of what it meant to be human, to feel, to question, to exist. And still, the sirens wailed, a reminder that everything was on the precipice, just one heartbeat away from a decision that could alter everything. The air crackled with tension, and as I stood there, surrounded by shadows and uncertainty, I knew this was just the beginning. The lesson was not in the resolution, but in the struggle to understand, to reach across the chasm of doubt and grasp the hand extended in the dark. What awaited us next was uncertain, but the weight of our lesson lingered, a haunting melody that promised to follow us into the unknown. The air crackled with tension, a static charge that buzzed in my limbs. A scream or a roar, primal wail, cut through the night, piercing the silence like a knife. I stood in the shadows, watching as the moonlight bathed the scene in a ghostly glow. It was a familiar fear, one that had echoed through my bones since childhood. The world outside my window was a battleground, a chaotic theater of struggle and resilience. I could feel it in my chest, that familiar ache of injustice. My heart raced in rhythm with the distant sirens, their wailing a haunting refrain in my mind. I remember the first time I felt it, the suffocating weight of expectation, the chains of tradition. And now, as I stood there, the spectre of Athena loomed large in my thoughts. Not the goddess of wisdom and war riding into battle, but a symbol, a whisper of defiance. An emblem of the women who had fought before us and continue to fight, alone and together, in the shadows of an unforgiving world. Across the street, Clara paced like a lioness ready to pounce. Her eyes, fierce and glistening, scanned the darkness like radar. She was a force, a whirlwind of anger and passion wrapped in a slim frame. I had watched her transform, once timid, now a warrior for our generation, brandishing her voice like a sword. She had tasted betrayal, felt the weight of misogyny pressing down on her, but she had risen. The way she carried herself, shoulders squared, chin up, like a modern-day Athena, ready to charge into the fray. I remember the day Clara stood on that makeshift stage in the park, her voice ringing out, "We are not your afterthoughts. We are not your shadows." It was a declaration, a rallying cry, and I was swept away in the tide of emotion that surged around her. The crowd roared, fists raised, a symphony of solidarity. But that night, beneath the stars, I felt the tremor of fear beneath the thrill. What would happen when the echoes of our anger faded into the night? Then there was Mara, her laughter a bitter melody that masked a heart heavy with secrets. She wore her pain like a badge, a reminder of battles fought and lost. I watched her hide behind sharp wit, the kind that cut through the darkness with a flicker of light. They said I was too loud, she'd joke, her eyes sparkling. So I turned up the volume. But behind that bravado, I sensed a fragility, a soul that resonated with the scars of history, of women silenced and forgotten. It was a haunting harmony, the juxtaposition of strength and vulnerability. The clock struck midnight, the sound reverberating in the stillness like a heartbeat. I felt the weight of time pressing down, each tick a reminder of our struggle against the clock. Every second slipped away, and with it, the urgency of our fight. I yearned to confront that clock, to seize time and twist it, to mold our legacy into something that could not be erased. The ghosts of our ancestors whispered in the wind, urging us to rise, to reclaim their stories and our own. "Clara, we need to go," my voice trembled, a whisper against the cacophony of emotions swirling around us. What if they don't listen? Her eyes narrowed, determination igniting a fire deep within. Listening is just the beginning. We can't let fear hold us back. And with that, she stepped into the fray, a beacon of defiance. I could see Mara hesitating, caught in the web of her own doubts. I reached for her hand, squeezing it tightly. "We're doing this together." In that moment, I felt her resolve strengthen, a flicker of light in the darkest corners of her soul. We marched forward, hearts pounding in sync, the ghosts of the past swirling around us like a tempest. The shadows danced, taunting us with memories of oppression and silence. I could feel their icy fingers clutching at my throat, reminding me of every moment I had been silenced, every time I had swallowed my words. I breathed in deeply, the scent of rebellion hung heavy in the air, intoxicating and wild like a storm brewing on the horizon. The crowd gathered, a swelling tide of bodies, and the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. I could see the faces, each one a reflection of our collective struggle. Each soul was a thread woven into the tapestry of our shared experience. We were all warriors in that moment, every heartbeat echoing the fight for our place beneath the stars. "Are you ready?" Clara's voice pierced the air, and the crowd erupted, a roar of defiance that sent shivers down my spine. My own voice felt trapped within me, but as I looked at Clara and Mara, my sisters in this battle, I felt the weight lift. We were not alone, we were a force, unstoppable and fierce. Then, as the first words poured from Clara's lips, I felt a wave of energy crash over us, washing away the fear, replacing it with something vibrant and electric. I could hear the echoes of history in her voice, the cries of women who had stood before us, their dreams woven into our own. In that moment, time collapsed, memories of past struggles fused with the present, the future stretching out like an uncharted galaxy waiting to be filled. I could feel the heartbeat of Athena thrumming in the air, infusing us with strength, urging us to fight against the tides of doubt and despair. And as we spoke, as we shouted and sang our truths to the universe, the shadows receded. I could feel the chains of silence shatter, each word a hammer striking against the anvil of oppression. We were crafting our legacy, a testament to the power of our voices, of our hearts, of our existence. But the battle was far from over. Outside the sanctuary of our gathering, the world still raged on, filled with those who would silence us, who would try to erase our very essence. Yet here we stood, a living tribute to the strength of women, echoing the legacy of Athena, and I knew that as long as we breathed, our fight would continue, pulsing through the veins of every woman who had ever dared to dream. The night was far from over, and the shadows would always lurk, but we would face them together. And in that unity, there was power, a promise that echoed through generations. The battle for our voice was only just beginning. The saltwater sprayed against my face, a sharp reminder that the sea is both a cradle and a grave. I stood on the edge of the pier, the wooden planks creaking beneath me, each echo a heartbeat of forgotten fishermen. The air was thick with whispers, a melody of crashing waves, a symphony of despair and hope, and I could feel it gnawing at the corners of my sanity. A storm brewed on the horizon, dark tendrils curling like a beast ready to pounce. Mara was there too, her eyes wild, reflecting the roiling clouds above. She had always been captivated by the ocean's allure, the way it beckoned like a lost lover. But today, her usual spark flickered with dread. "We can't keep pretending," she said, her voice strained, each word a struggle as if she were wrestling with the very water that held her secrets. Her fingers twisted in her hair, and I wished I could pull her back from this precipice, from the abyss that threatened to swallow her whole. "It knows what we've done." But it wasn't just Mara. Marcus, the quiet storm of a man, the one who wore his guilt like a shroud, stood beside us, gaze fixed on the churning depths. His heart beat like a war drum, each thump a reminder of choices made, some right, some wrong. "We can't give it what it wants," he murmured, but the words felt hollow, ricocheting off the pier and vanishing into the void. I could almost hear the sea laughing. The sea, its vastness, its darkness, was a reflection of our own chaos. I remembered nights spent tossing and turning, haunted by dreams that whispered in the tongue of the ancients. Memories of laughter and warmth mingled with shadows. I remember the way the water glimmered under the moonlight, a deceptive dance, like a lover's promise that never quite delivers. "It's just water," I told myself, but the truth is that water has a way of carving through stone, of eroding even the most steadfast resolve. Mara drew closer, her breath hitching. "What do we owe it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "What do we owe Poseidon?" The name hung in the air, a ghostly echo, her words filled with the weight of centuries, a reckoning from a time when gods walked among men. I could feel the air tremble as if the very sea was listening, waiting, hungry for answers, for reckoning. The storm gathered, clouds thickening like the plots of old Greek tragedies, the kind where every choice leads to doom. Lightning cracked, illuminating the fury of the sea. I wanted to scream, to unleash the torrent of my own fears, but instead, I stood paralyzed. It was like standing at the edge of a cliff, the pull so magnetic, so terrifying. "We can't keep our heads in the sand," Marcus said, his voice quivering, but he sounded less like a warrior and more like a man seeking solace in the chaos. "We have to face it." I felt like a shipwrecked sailor, clinging to the remnants of sanity, grasping at the frayed ropes of our shared history. "What if it's already claimed us?" I asked, more to myself than to them. The darkness in my heart was a vast ocean, swallowing my courage whole. The waves surged, crashing against the pier with enough force to send splinters flying, a violent reminder of the power we toyed with. Memories flashed before me, days spent in careless laughter, nights filled with promises under the stars. I had never seen the sea as a foe, but now it was an unyielding force, a tumultuous entity that knew all our secrets. Mara's gaze turned inward, haunted yet fierce. "Do you remember the first time we came here?" she asked, her voice cracking like the fragile ice of our youth. I nodded, the taste of salt and nostalgia heavy on my tongue. We were so naive, so full of dreams. We thought the sea would always hold our joys, never our regrets. But here we were, standing at the brink, forced to confront the consequences of our fateful nights and reckless choices. The sea roared, a beast unleashed, and I could feel its breath on my neck, hot and heavy. What price would we pay for our folly? "Maybe it wants us to remember," Marcus suggested, his voice rising, battling against the tempest. "To remember what we've lost." Mara shook her head, a fierce defiance burning in her eyes. "It's not about remembering. It's about reckoning," she shot back, each word a whip crack that sliced through the raging wind. The storm was upon us now, the sky a tapestry of fury and despair. Every heartbeat echoed against the backdrop of crashing waves as I recalled the sacrifices, the moments lost to the depths. The ocean wasn't just a body of water, it was a repository of our choices, our loves, our losses. Each wave that crashed against the pier seemed to whisper our names, a chorus of the damned, a reminder of the gravity of our existence. I felt the raw pulse of the earth beneath me, a tangible connection to something far greater, something that watched and waited. What would it take to silence the sea's demands? With every crash, it seemed to draw closer, a relentless tide that threatened to engulf us. And then, in that moment, the sky split open with a ferocious lightning bolt, illuminating our faces in a flash of brilliance and terror. We stood at the precipice of something deeper than ourselves, intertwined with the very essence of the sea. Its legacy wasn't just Poseidon's wrath, it was our own, a stark reflection of humanity's eternal struggle against its own nature. "I remember," I whispered, the words barely escaping my lips before they were swallowed by the roar of the storm. "I remember the things we said we'd never do." And as the storm raged, I felt the sea pulling at my soul, urging me to confront the truth, to face the shadows lurking beneath the surface, in a world where myths mingle with reality. The legacy of Poseidon wasn't merely a relic of the past, it was alive, a vibrant force woven into the fabric of our lives. The sea was not just water, it was our heartbeat, our salvation, and our doom, all at once. The confrontation loomed, heavy in the air, a relentless tide of emotions crashing against the walls of our hearts. We were bound to the sea, and as we stood on that pier, staring into the abyss, we could only brace ourselves for the storm to come. The air crackled with tension, thick as fog rolling over an unseen grave. I stood in the shadows of a crumbling castle, breath caught in my throat. A flickering torch cast grotesque shapes on the wall, the shadows twisting and writhing like tortured souls. I could almost hear them whispering, their voices a chilling symphony of despair. It was here, in the heart of forgotten legends, that the myths of old stirred restlessly, clawing their way back into our world. Sarah, clutching her book of retellings, stared into the abyss of darkness with eyes wide, reflecting the golden light of the torch. Her hands trembled, ink smearing beneath her fingertips. The tale she wielded had power, the kind that could rip open the fabric of time, exposing the raw, festering wounds of history. "What if they're wrong?" she whispered, and the words danced through the air, vibrating with the weight of her fear. Then there was Eli, leaning against the cold stone, jaw clenched, a storm brewing behind his storm-grey eyes. He was a skeptic, a realist in a world that thrived on the fantastical. "They're just stories, Sarah," he said, voice low, yet every syllable cracked like thunder. But deep down, I knew he feared them too. He feared what might emerge from the pages, what shadows might rise and consume us. The myths had broken him once, he wasn't willing to let them do so again. But there was something in the air, a tremor, a quaking anticipation. I could feel it seep into my bones, an electric pulse that thrummed against my skin, promising chaos. It was then I remembered how the tales twisted reality, weaving through time like a spider spinning its web. I remembered the way the legends had unfolded before me in my childhood, each word a thread connecting me to the forgotten past. I remembered the blood on the hands of the ones who had once wielded those stories, the echoes of laughter that had died too soon in the face of betrayal. "Do you hear that?" Sarah's voice cut through the haze, trembling with a mix of dread and exhilaration. The shadows shifted, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I saw a figure lurking just beyond the torchlight. A chill raced up my spine as I surrendered to the darkness, to the ghosts lurking in the corners of our minds, waiting for their moment to resurface. And suddenly, it all crashed down, the stories we thought we had contained, the legends we believed were merely whispers in the night. I could see them now, Hecuba, her eyes red with grief, standing in the ruins of a city she once ruled, Odysseus, adrift upon a sea of memories, battling the sirens' calls that tugged at his heart with the promise of lost love. Their pain was palpable, the weight of their tragedies heavy as a stone, pressing down upon our souls. "Tell me, Sarah," Eli demanded, his voice nearly breaking. "Is it worth it? Are these tales worth the terror they bring?" His vulnerability cracked through the bravado like a fragile glass shattered upon the ground, and I saw the young man that lay beneath, scared, unsure, desperate for truth amidst the chaos. I wanted to reach out, to tell him that yes, it was worth it. Each retelling stitched us closer to the human experience, but the words slipped through my fingers like grains of sand. What if we're just opening the door to something we can't control? I asked, my voice a hesitant whisper, laced with doubt. Silence enveloped us like a shroud, heavy and suffocating. The shadows began to pulse, alive with a reluctant energy, and as if summoned, figures emerged, specters of the past, their eyes hollow and haunting. They stepped from the brink, flickering into existence, fragments of lives lived and lost, memories etched in pain. Each ghost carried a story, a burden that demanded to be seen, to be heard. The first ghost, a young girl no older than 12, glared at us with eyes that burned like coals. "You think you can rewrite us?" she hissed, her voice a blend of sorrow and rage. "You think you know our pain?" My heart raced, the palpable energy slicing through the tension like a knife. Each word hung between us, heavy with accusation as she beckoned the others to step forward. "I remember," her voice echoed, a haunting melody. "I remember the day I lost everything." And with those words, memories flooded back, the laughter of children replaced by blood-soaked ground, a world turned to ash. It was a whirlwind of emotions, a cyclone of despair that threatened to swallow us whole. Eli's defiance faltered, and I watched as his armor crumbled, revealing a fragile heart beneath. "I'm sorry," he whispered, his voice cracking like brittle glass. "I didn't mean to dismiss your pain." The admission hung in the air, a fragile thread connecting him to the girl, each beat of his heart echoing her grief. Sarah stood, frozen, caught between the past and the present. The book trembled in her hands, pages fluttering like the wings of trapped birds. "We want to understand," she breathed, and in that moment, the specters quieted, their anger quelled by her sincerity. They leaned closer, shadows merging with flesh, the air thick with the echoes of their grief. "Understand what?" a voice murmured, deep and resonant like the rumble of thunder. It was a haunting question, a challenge wrapped in vulnerability. "Understand that our stories are not just myths. They are warnings, lessons etched in flesh." Each word reverberated through me, igniting a fire deep within. I understood then, in that flickering moment, that the myths were never merely tales told by candlelight. They were our shared fears of love lost, of betrayal, of the darkness that dwells in us all. They demanded attention, comprehension, reverence. And as the clock ticked away, time seemed to slip through our fingers, the weight of what had been pressing heavily upon us like a suffocating fog. I felt the intensity rise, an electric pulse that quickened our breaths, as the world of myth and memory collided. The specters surged closer, their hands outstretched, inviting us to remember, to feel what had been forgotten. "Will you listen?" they asked, and in that moment, the air turned thick with possibility. A confrontation loomed, the edge of understanding close enough to touch yet so far away. Would we embrace the past, or would we let it slip into the abyss, refusing to see? The shadows closed in, the ghosts of history beckoning, and I felt it, an overwhelming tide of emotion that surged through me, hot and alive. What came next would change everything, the confrontation between the living and the lost, between hope and despair, forever altering the path ahead. The stories would not simply be retold, they would rise again, raw and unfiltered, a maelstrom of emotion we couldn't escape. I could sense it vibrating in the air, the pulse of inevitability throbbing like a drumbeat, the echoes of life and death intertwining, memories swirling in a dance of shadows. The clock continued its relentless march, each tick a reminder that we were woven into this tapestry of myth, forever entangled in the stories we thought we could forget. The ground trembles beneath the weight of history, a pulse of ancient hearts echoing in the stillness of a forgotten corner of Athens. I stand on the uneven cobblestones, heart racing, sweat pooling at my temples as I catch a glimpse of the excavation site ahead, clay pots shattered like dreams beneath the relentless sun. Shadows dance across the walls of the Acropolis, teasing my mind with whispers of souls long past. I remember the stories, not of heroes, but of the ordinary, the flawed, those who walk these streets with burdens heavier than stone. An archaeologist named Eleni kneels at the edge of the pit, tracing her fingers over delicate shards of pottery, remnants of feasts and forgotten laughter. The air is thick with dust and desperation as she unravels each fragment, piecing together lives that linger just beyond the veil. I can see the strain etched into her brow, lines carved by sleepless nights spent chasing ghosts. Her husband, Andreas, had once stood by her side, a partner in every sense, until the shadows of this ancient city swallowed him whole, a heart in search of a lost ambition, a dreamer who wanted to unearth not just artifacts but the soul of Athens itself. "Eleni," I whisper, breaking the fragile silence, but the word hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken grief. She does not turn, her focus unwavering. I remember the last time I saw Andreas's smile, the way it lit up his eyes like the sun breaking through the clouds, and how the city seemed to pulse with life when he spoke of the past. Now, that light is dimmed, a fading star in a sky still full of night. The unearthing of the past has become a weight for Eleni. This search, this obsession, has turned into a haunting. "Do you feel it?" she asks suddenly, her voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid to disturb the spirit sleeping beneath her fingers. "The weight of their sadness? It's like they linger, restless, seeking closure in a world that forgot them." I nod, my throat tight, and wonder if she sees the shadows in my own heart. I remember the moments when I thought I could save them all, thought I could piece together a narrative that would bring them peace. I remember the way history can feel like a noose, tightening around a neck that aches for release. Andreas had believed in the stories, the lives hidden in the earth, and somehow, in his fervor, he'd drawn Eleni into the abyss. She'd followed him, lost in his passion, until the moment he vanished. In the depths of night, she often heard the echoes of his laughter, felt the brush of his love against her skin, but when dawn broke, all that remained was emptiness. I remember her tears, each one a raindrop in a desert of grief. As I stand beside her now, that same emptiness threatens to swallow me whole. The air thickens with regret, laden with the unsaid. What if we're wrong? I venture, my voice cracking like the fragile walls of a crumbling temple. What if these discoveries only lead us to more pain? What if we're digging up ghosts too terrified to rest? Eleni's hands shake, the fragments of another life slipping through her fingers like sand, and suddenly, the wind picks up, swirling dust and memories around us. Her gaze pierces mine, and in that moment, I see her truth, deep, raw, and frightening. Sometimes, she breathes, "I think I'd rather live with the ghosts than face the reality of what's lost." Here, at least, I can believe he's still searching. I can believe he's still alive. The weight of her confession hangs between us, a gaping wound. The city of Athens, with its ancient stones and rich history, feels like a living organism, breathing, sighing, whispering secrets that crawl beneath our skin. I remember the stories we tell ourselves to survive. I remember how we cling to the past as if it were a lifeline. Suddenly, a sharp crack shatters the tension, and my heart leaps into my throat as a wooden beam collapses in the distance. "Eleni!" I scream, fear racing through me like wildfire. The world tilts, and for a heartbeat, I think of all I've lost, of dreams snuffed out in the blink of an eye. I rush toward her, adrenaline pulsing, but she is already moving, instinct guiding her as she dodges falling debris. In that moment, I see the warrior inside her, a fierce spirit forged in the crucible of love and loss. She dives, and I follow, desperately clutching her wrist, pulling her away from the encroaching darkness. The dust settles like a shroud over the site, a funeral for the past, and I can't help but feel that we are wading through the memories of those who came before, caught between their cries and our own. Are we too late? I ask, breathless, my heart pounding in rhythm with the pulse of the city. Eleni stares into the silence, and for a moment, I fear she might crumble. But then, she straightens, fire igniting in her eyes. No, she says, fierce and certain. We're not too late. Not yet. We owe it to them, and to ourselves, to keep digging. To keep searching for the pieces. Her resolve ignites something in me. I remember my own fears, my own ghosts that haunt the corners of my mind, and I realize we are bound by something greater than loss. We are tied to the stories that shape us, the histories that fuel our souls. The city around us is a labyrinth of sorrow and hope, a reflection of our own struggles. As we return to the excavation site, the shadows grow longer, stretching across the ground as if reaching for the past. The air hums with energy, each breath a whisper of lives once lived. I glance at Eleni, her silhouette set against the fading light, determined, fierce, a beacon amidst the chaos. I remember now, history is not just a collection of dates and events, it is the beating heart of humanity, a reminder of what it means to love, to lose, to fight against the tides of time. Together, we are not merely unearthing artifacts, we are resurrecting the dreams and fears of those who walked before us. And in that moment, I know we will keep pushing forward, keep searching for the truth buried beneath the layers of earth. This is not just archaeology, this is an awakening, a call to reckon with our own pasts, our own buried selves. The excavation continues, a dance between the living and the dead, and as the sun dips below the horizon, casting everything in a golden glow, I feel the weight of both loss and love, an eternal echo that will never truly fade. A candle flickered, its dim light battling the encroaching shadows that licked at the edges of the small room, trailing like whispers of dark secrets. I sat there, heart pounding, trapped between the walls of my own thoughts, knowing that tonight would change everything. Outside, the city breathed, a chaotic, discordant symphony of life, but here, in this cramped space, the air was thick with tension, ripe with foreboding. I remember the way he looked at me, eyes ablaze with a desperate fire. Demetrius, a man of words and wisdom, yet so painfully flawed, his ambition clawing at his insides. He leaned closer, voice trembling. You don't understand, Anna. This isn't just about us. It's about the legacy we leave behind. I felt the weight of his words crash over me like a tsunami, swallowing whole my fragile sense of certainty. I remember the night before, when we lay under the vast blanket of stars, our laughter mingling with the cool night air. Back then, the cosmos felt full of promise. But the cosmos had its own dark sense of humor, didn't it? Now, those stars felt like distant witnesses to a tragedy unfolding, a tragedy we were too blind to see coming. I had fallen for Demetrius, his passion intoxicating, yet it stirred something dark within me. Elias, my brother, had warned me. You're chasing shadows, Anna. He's a dreamer, and dreamers are often lost. His voice echoed in the silence, haunting me. Elias was the anchor, the steady hand in my tumultuous sea, but I craved the thrill Demetrius offered. I craved the fire that burned brightly, even if it scorched everything in its path. The dispute, the catalyst of our unraveling, over words, over meaning, over who would shape the future of our city. The parchment had been signed, ink drying like blood in the cold night air. There was no turning back now. I could feel the ghosts of our ancestors swirling around us, their whispers growing louder, echoing across time, reminding me of all that had been at stake. Will you stand by me? Demetrius's voice cracked like thunder, shattering the fragile moment. I saw the desperation etched on his face, the way his hands trembled, fingers brushing against the table as if seeking solace in the grain of the wood. Or will you choose the safety of your brother's path? I wanted to scream, to tell him that I was terrified, that standing on the precipice of our choices felt like staring into the abyss. You don't understand. I choked out, my heart racing, wild like a caged bird. This isn't just a choice between you and Elias. It's a choice between passion and safety, chaos and order. The air between us crackled with unresolved tension, electric and alive. But Demetrius, oh Demetrius, with his piercing gaze and wild dreams, he wouldn't back down. Safety is a cage, Anna. You know that. We can ignite a revolution. His voice rose, a haunting melody echoing in the narrow room. The words danced in the air like flames, and I felt myself drawn to them, yearning to lose myself in their intensity. Yet there was a part of me that recoiled, afraid of the fire burning so close. The clock on the wall ticked, a relentless reminder of the time slipping away, shadows creeping closer. It felt like the world outside was holding its breath, waiting for our decision, for the moment when chaos would consume us whole. I could picture the city, the people, faces turned upward, waiting for a spark, a revolution in the making, or a catastrophe in the shadows. Do you really believe we can change the world? I whispered, my voice barely rising above the steady beat of my heart. I searched his eyes for the truth, for the flicker of doubt that might ease the storm raging within me. For a fleeting heartbeat, his resolve wavered. I want to believe. I need to believe, he murmured, the weight of his own ambition pressing down on his shoulders like an anvil. And in that moment, I saw it, an ache, a hunger for something greater. But at what cost? I wanted to reach out, to tether him to sanity, but the gulf between us widened like a chasm, filled with the echoes of our past choices. Elias's face swam in my mind, a beacon of reason amidst the chaos. I could see him now, pacing, his brow furrowed with worry. You're not just fighting for your dreams, Demetrius. You're igniting a fire that could consume everything. The memory crashed over me like a wave, relentless. But Demetrius wouldn't relent. There's no art in safety, Anna. No beauty in silence. What do you want? A life where you hide in the shadows. His words clawed at my soul, a vicious cycle of wanting and fearing, loving and hating. Outside, the winds howled, a furious symphony of nature echoing our internal strife. I could feel the city, its pulse, its heartbeat, pushing against us, begging for change, for a voice. But at that moment, I was lost. Torn between the safety of the known and the tantalizing allure of the unknown. I don't know. I screamed, the words bursting forth like a dam breaking. I don't know what I want. And in that admission, I felt the raw, unfiltered truth of my existence crash down around me. Can't you see it's all falling apart? Her words cut deep, swirling around like smoke in the night air. I wanted to scream, wanted to shake her and tell her that she was wrong. That we could still fight, that creation and destruction were two sides of the same coin. But in that moment, I felt the truth settle deep in my bones. We had built our lives on the fragile foundations of myths long forgotten, and now, those myths were unraveling. The world was a tapestry, fraying at the edges. As I stood there, breathless, caught in the storm of our choices, I realized that the threads of our lives were woven into something far larger than ourselves. The dispute, the words, the fire we would either ignite or extinguish, it would echo through the ages, a haunting reminder of passion unbridled and chaos unleashed. Tell me, Anna, he pleaded, desperation clawing at his throat. The anchor when everything else threatened to drift away. Will you stand with me when the world ignites? And there we stood, two souls at the brink, afraid yet alive, the air thick with the promise of revolution, the walls around us trembling with the weight of our decision. The shadows loomed, but in that moment, the flicker of hope sparked anew, a flame that could either warm us or burn us to ash. And somewhere, beneath the cacophony of our fears and hopes, I understood, our story was just beginning. The moon hung low and heavy, a silver coin dropped into the deep churning waters of the sea. I stood on the rocky shore, my heart pounding like a drum echoing against the cliffs, as if the gods themselves were keeping time for a dance I was uninvited to, a dance of fury and fate. The air crackled with electricity, sharp enough to slice through the dark, moist chill of the night. I could taste the brine on my lips, each wave crashing against the rocks like a fist pounding in desperation. It was a warning, a whisper from Poseidon. I remember the day the sea roared to life, a beast unleashed. My fingers curled around the wet stones, the salt stinging my eyes, blurring the edges of this chaos. But I could see through the haze. I could feel the tension coiling in the air like a serpent ready to strike. Athena, fierce and enigmatic, stood nearby. Her presence was a paradox, a blend of raw power and tender wisdom. "You think you can tame him, don't you?" she challenged, her voice slicing through the wind, daring me to find courage in the face of the inevitable. I turned to her, the fierce goddess with stormy grey eyes. The love-hate relationship between the two deities unfolded around us like a tempest. Their history, fraught with rivalry and respect, lay heavy over the land. Here, on this cursed shore, where salt and sweat mingled, their conflict was as tangible as the sand beneath my feet. She was the goddess of wisdom, he was the god of the sea. Both were mighty, both were proud, and both had ruled my heart in different ways. I remember the stories of their battles, I whispered to myself, as if invoking a forgotten dream. The tales of how she, with her cleverness, had created the olive tree, a gift for the mortals, but Poseidon had retaliated with his own offering, a saltwater spring. They fought not just for power, but for love, the ancient Greeks had said. And here I stood, caught in the crossfire of their endless rivalry, a mere mortal whose heart was as tumultuous as the ocean waves. The ground trembled beneath my feet. I could feel Poseidon's rage rising from the depths, a rumble that resonated through my very soul. Each wave was a reminder of his dominion over the sea, a reminder of the fury that lay just below the surface of his calm facade. I could hear the echoes of the past, clashes of titans, the screech of gulls, the cries of sailors lost to the depths. It was a melody of despair, a haunting lullaby that promised no solace. Athena stepped closer, her resolve unwavering. "He won't listen to reason. You cannot tame the wild heart of the ocean," she said, her voice laced with urgency. I could see the conflict in her eyes, a storm of loyalty and disdain. She was torn between her duty to protect and her desire to conquer. I felt it, her fear mingled with resolve, a heart that beat like a war drum, relentless in its pursuit of victory. "Then what do we do?" I asked, my heart racing as the tides grew restless. The very sea roared as if echoing my plea, a dark symphony of chaos swelled around us. The crashing waves felt like the heartbeat of an ancient monster awakening. In that moment, I saw a flicker of vulnerability in Athena's stoic expression. "You must face him," she whispered. And it was not a suggestion, it was an ultimatum. The weight of her words crashed over me like a wave, cold and consuming. Fear twisted in my gut. Did I have the strength to confront a god? But there was a promise in those shadows, a flicker of hope igniting beneath the surface. I remember the warmth of the sun on my skin, the laughter of children playing by the shore, I murmured, clinging to these memories as if they could shield me from the impending storm. The warmth of innocence was a stark contrast to the impending confrontation, it filled me with a bittersweet nostalgia. As the storm raged on, Poseidon's voice echoed through the crashing waves. "Will you challenge me, child of man?" His voice was thunder, each word a hammer striking my resolve. A chill rippled through me, bone-deep fear mingling with stubborn courage. "I will." I shouted into the tempest, my voice swallowed by the roar of the sea. The waters surged, frothing and boiling as if they were a cauldron brewing mischief and malice. But there was no turning back. I felt Athena's hand on my shoulder, grounding me. "Remember, the battle is not just against him. It's within you," she urged, her eyes blazing with fierce intensity that ignited the spark of courage I didn't know I possessed. The fight was not just against Poseidon's wrath but against my own doubts, my own fears, the tempest of insecurities roiling in my heart. And then, like a dam bursting, it happened. The clash of titans unfolded, not in the physical realm, but within. I summoned every ounce of courage, every memory that buoyed my spirit, as the sea around me rose in rebellion. The winds howled, the waves crashed higher, and Poseidon's laughter mingled with the storm, the haunting melody of triumph and dare. I stepped closer to the edge, rebelling against the tide that sought to pull me under, both literally and metaphorically. "You think you can drown me, Poseidon?" I cried, my voice unwavering, my heart a drum echoing defiantly against the storm. In that moment, I became the embodiment of every mortal who had ever faced despair, every soul who had ever fought against the overwhelming tide of fate. I felt Athena's strength coursing through me, a fierce light in the dark. The air crackled with a charged energy, the cosmos holding its breath as I stood like a lighthouse against the storm. "Face me, god of the sea!" I shouted, my heart a fierce drum echoing against the tempest. And in the distance, between the roar of the waves and the crack of thunder, Poseidon paused, a glimmer of surprise flickering through the depths of his oceanic eyes. He was watching. I had his attention. And as I stood there, poised between fear and fury, I knew that the battle was just beginning, a dance of gods and mortals, a collision of strength and vulnerability, a tempest brewing not just outside, but within me. The night felt alive, electric, as we stood on the precipice of fate, the shadows of gods and the whispers of the forgotten echoing through the air. The confrontation was inevitable, the outcome uncertain. But one thing was clear, in this fight, I would no longer be a mere mortal swept away by the tides of destiny. I was ready to carve my own path, my own legacy, and the world would remember my name. The chill of the night air hugs the skin, a cold reminder that the shadows can consume you. A distant bell tolls, its echo reverberating through the empty streets, marking the hour like a grim reaper announcing doom. In this moment, I stand on the precipice of chaos, heart pounding like war drums, every beat a countdown. The city, once alive with laughter, now lies dormant under the weight of an unspeakable tension, a dispute simmering beneath the surface, a bitter wound threatening to rupture. I remember the last argument, sharp words dancing like knives between us. Elise's eyes flashed with anger, but beneath the surface, I saw the fear that we might be losing everything, our hopes, our future, swallowed by the ravenous jaws of a conflict that seemed endless. "You don't get it," she shouted, voice raw with desperation, each syllable a plea to be heard. I wanted to scream back, to shake her until she understood that I was drowning, too. But instead, I stood there, paralyzed by the weight of my own indecision. And then there was Leo, my once loyal friend, now a ghost of the man I knew, slipping further into the shadows of resentment. I could see him pacing, his hands balled into fists, eyes glazed with fury. "You think you can resolve this?" he spat, venom lacing his words. "The world isn't black and white. It's all shades of grey, and we're all caught in the crossfire." I wanted to reach out, to remind him of the dreams we had shared, the laughter that once echoed in this very spot. But the words caught in my throat, a choking reminder of how far we had fallen. The air crackled with tension, thick like fog, wrapping around us, suffocating. Each heartbeat felt like a hammer striking metal, a countdown to an explosion. "Remember the way it was?" Elise whispered, her voice barely rising above the wind. The memory hung between us, a fragile thread that connected our past to this present nightmare. I remember lazy afternoons in the market square, the smell of spices and baked bread filling the air, laughter dancing on the breeze. But those days were ghosts now, fading like the light in the darkening sky. Then came the shadows, the whispers of discontent that slithered through the streets like an insidious serpent. I could almost feel them crawling up my spine, wrapping their cold fingers around my heart. "They say the council is divided," Leo said, his voice trembling, revealing the cracks in his bravado. "They're planning something that could tear us apart." The words hung heavy, a noose tightening around our futures. I remember the moment everything shifted, the moment the fragile equilibrium shattered. The council's declaration rang through the air, a clarion call to arms echoing through the cobblestone streets. "We must choose a side," they insisted, as if we were mere pawns in a game that transcended our understanding. The anger surged in me like a tidal wave, a desperate need to push back against the tide. But every breath I took felt like treason, a betrayal of the very people I cared for. The night grew darker, the stars swallowed by storm clouds swirling ominously above. I could feel the weight of decisions pressing down, each choice a heavy stone in my pocket, dragging me deeper into despair. "We have to stand together," Elise urged, her voice trembling. But the fractures between us were widening, each one a reminder of the hope slipping through our fingers. And then there was the moment of confrontation, raw and electric. I stood between Elise and Leo, two souls torn apart by circumstance, both clinging to the shards of what once was. "This isn't just about us," I shouted into the swirling darkness, desperation clawing at my throat. "It's about the future of our people." but the words fell flat, swallowed by the night. The air thickened, charged with an unspeakable tension, a storm brewing just outside our reach. I could feel the rumbles of discontent, hear the whispers of betrayal, feel the fear coursing through the veins of our civilization. Time stretched, each second an eternity, every heartbeat a reminder that we were teetering on the brink of an abyss. I remember the weight of our conflict, heavy like a shroud, and the way it echoed through the empty streets, reverberating off the walls like the cries of the damned. Each argument, each misunderstanding, a building block in a tower of despair. The ghost of our past clung to the shadows, whispering promises of what could have been while the present screamed for resolution. Then came the moment of reckoning, when the shadows coalesced into something tangible. The council's decree sparked the tinderbox, igniting flames of rage, betrayal, and fear. I watched as friends became enemies, allies turned to dust, the fabric of our civilization unraveling stitch by stitch. "We can't let this happen," I shouted, but my voice was lost in the cacophony of chaos, drowned out by the sound of shattering dreams. Elise's eyes met mine, pleading and desperate. "We have to fight, or we'll lose everything." The weight of her words hung in the air. Fighting would only deepen the chasm, but so would silence. I felt the pull of two worlds colliding, the aching need to bridge the divide and the paralyzing fear of getting burned in the process. As the first skirmish broke out, chaos erupted all around us, a whirlwind of motion and emotion as the city became a battleground. The cries of the wounded rose like a haunted symphony, mingling with the acrid smell of smoke and blood. In that moment, I understood the true impact of our dispute, the scars it would leave on our hearts, the way it would echo through generations, shaping civilizations in ways we could never foresee. I remember the night, the chaos, the heartbreak. I remember how we stood on the brink of something monumental, and yet, we remained paralyzed, lost in a spiral of emotion that threatened to consume us all. As I watched the shadows dance, I felt the weight of history settle on my shoulders, an unshakable burden that would follow us, haunting our dreams and shaping our reality. The night stretched on, a relentless cycle of emotion and turmoil, spiraling into the unknown. And in that moment, under the watchful gaze of the stars, I understood that we were just beginning to scratch the surface of our own humanity, poised on the edge of a future that would forever be defined by the impact of this dispute. The air crackles like a tempest, the sky a bruised canvas bleeding violent streaks of orange and grey. I stand at the edge of the jagged cliff, my heart racing, each beat an echo of what haunts me. Waves crash below, relentless and furious, a symphony of chaos that mirrors the storm within. I can feel the whispers of Poseidon, that ancient deity, weaving through the salty air, taunting me with threats and promises alike. The ocean roars, a reminder of the power that exists just beyond what my eyes can see, a power I once thought I could control. Beside me stands Callista, her fierce gaze fixed on the horizon. She's always been the anchor to my raging sea, but today, she wavers like a flickering candle in the wind. I remember when her laughter danced like sunlight on the waves, when we'd race along the shore, daring the tides to swallow us whole. But now, there's an edge to her voice, a crackle of electricity laced with a darkness that chills my bones. "You think you can summon him?" she asks, her words sharp as glass. "You think you can bargain with a god?" A heavy silence stretches, thick with tension, as I turn away from the crashing surf. I can't tell if the storm is out there or within me. "I have to try," I whisper, the resolve in my voice trembling. The truth is, I'm desperate. I have seen the shadows creeping into my dreams, the haunting echoes of the past rising like ghosts from the depths. Athena's wisdom gnaws at me, not as comfort, but as a reminder of my own folly. "You seek power," she'd said, her voice cool like the night air, "but what you crave is understanding." Understanding. What a cruel joke. I remember my father's face, crumpled with disappointment, the way he looked at me like I was a failed experiment, a wish that had gone awry. "You'll never be a king," he'd spat, the words like poison slipping through my veins. A flicker of rage ignites inside me. I will show them all. I will command the seas or drown in the attempt. "Please, don't do this," Callista's voice breaks through my spiraling thoughts, frantic and raw. "I can't lose you." I catch a glimpse of her, framed against the gloomy sky, and my heart twists. She's more than my anchor, she's my lifeline. I see the shadows of fear dancing in her eyes, the very same ones that have danced in mine. The sweet, earthy scent of wet sand fills the air, and I'm drowning in memories, days spent wandering through sun-drenched fields, nights spent dreaming of glory and power. But it all feels so distant, like a fairy tale I once believed in. But the sea is a siren, calling me home. It sings of vengeance, of ancient grudges left unfulfilled. I remember the stories, the myths passed down through generations, the gods who walked among us, their tempers fierce and unforgiving. Poseidon, lord of the sea, a deity of storms and earthquakes, could crush an empire with a flick of his wrist. And Athena, wise and fierce, the warrior goddess who taught us strategy and cunning. I thought I could wield their legacies, but now, standing here, the weight of that ambition feels unbearable. I can't just let it go, Callista, I insist, the desperation creeping into my voice, clawing at my throat like an insatiable beast. They took everything from me. I need to stand up to him. My words hang in the air, heavy with the scent of salt and regret. You're not the hero of this story, she counters, her voice trembling, fear mingling with anger. You're a man, and the gods are not kind to men who think they can control their fates. I want to scream, to lash out, to make her understand. But deep down, I know she's right. I can hear the whispers of Athena, nagging at the corners of my mind. Wisdom, she had said, is knowing your limits. But here I am, my pride and pain blurring the line between wisdom and folly. I step closer to the edge, the wind howling around me, a cacophony of sound that drowns out reason. I can feel the pull of the sea growing stronger, its depths promising secrets and power. Memories flood my mind, the battles fought, the blood spilled, all for a taste of greatness. The tides rise and fall like my hopes, crashing against the stones of my reality. Stop! Callista's voice pierces through my tumultuous thoughts, breaking the spell that binds me. I turn to see her stepping forward, her eyes blazing with a mixture of determination and fear. You don't have to do this alone. Remember what we learned together, the strength in unity. But her words feel like a lifeline thrown into a stormy sea, and I'm unsure if I can grasp it. The clouds above rumble, and I sense the impending fury of Poseidon, the god of the waves, bearing down on us. I can almost hear his laughter, mocking my hubris. I think of the countless sailors lost to the depths, their bones scattered like forgotten dreams on the seafloor. What if he doesn't want to be bargained with? I realize, the question hanging heavy in the air. Callista takes a step closer, and in that moment, I see it, the fragile bridge between us, worn and weathered but still standing. We're stronger together, she pleads, her tone softening. We can find another way. I know she's right. I remember the nights we shared, lost in the glow of the stars, dreaming of a future unmarred by gods and monsters. The weight of the past presses against my chest, but the flicker of hope ignites within me, spilling light into the darkness that surrounds us. But as I look back toward the churning sea, the storm swells. The clouds bubble and twist, and the winds howl, a primal roar, a reminder of the chaos that lies beneath. I feel the pull of the ocean, and it's intoxicating. Somewhere within those depths lies the answer I seek. Somewhere, Poseidon waits. Then let's face him together, I finally say, my voice steadier, though the fear still clings to me like a shroud. But on our terms. The decision hangs in the air, heavy with consequences, and I know the battle isn't just with a god but within ourselves. The night thickens around us, the shadows growing darker, and I can almost hear their whispers, echoing the tales of old, a reminder that in this vast universe, nothing is ever truly finished. The confrontation is only just beginning, and the echoes of fervent prayers and desperate hopes rise like incense into the cosmos. As I take Callista's hand, we turn toward the waves, ready to step into the storm, knowing that the answers we seek are hidden among the shadows of the gods. The tempest around us swells with fury and promise, a harbinger of what is to come. The clash of ambition and wisdom looms above like a gathering storm, waiting to break, and I feel my heart quicken with anticipation. This is not just a battle, it's a reckoning. The waves call to me, and I am ready to face whatever, whoever, awaits beneath the surface.